the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Welcome in. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is live. Good Time Gang is here, and we thank you for being a part of it. A lot to do today. Last hour, we'll have Kirk Cameron with us via Zoom. He's going to be part of Gridiron Men's Conference 2022 on Father's Day weekend in Huntsville at Propes Arena. We'll talk to Kirk Cameron. We've spoken with Tim Tebow, who was also part of that. Fred Luter Jr., even Charles Billingsley will be there with leading worship. Phil Waldrop, of course, is there. You can go to gridironmen.com. Make sure you secure your tickets today for yourself, your family, friends, church group of guys maybe you hang out with regularly. Gridiron Men's Conference 2022 coming Father's Day weekend to Huntsville, and we'll catch up with Kirk Cameron last hour of the show today. Don't forget, Willamette could spin. We've got some things going on at rickandbubba.com under contest that you can be a part of. We'd like for you to vote for Fix Mama's Mouth. The 3 finalists are there, and you've only got this week to vote. The winner will be announced on Monday following Mother's Day weekend. In case those of you that are just hearing that remembered, yes, Mother's Day is Sunday. So be voting for those top 3, and we'll see who wins this year's Fix Mama's Mouth. Also, USFL Team of the Week. It's there for you to register for in contest at rickandbubba.com. All right, so a lot to do today, a lot to break down. We've got the crew here. Even Young Scruggs is here, and we'll explain all of that. But we got Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
I'm good.
Y'all good?
I see
everybody.
Greg's coffee cups. He says he's good too.
Yeah, Greg's good. He's
thumbs up. He's had quite the morning.
He has. He has.
And I wish he had his coffee over there with him.
I do.
I feel like he would be more efficient and be in a better mood by the time he gets back over here if he had it with him.
Right. I totally agree with that. Young Scruggs just left the Coyote in the TV room.
Scared me a little bit. I went in there to do the little thing for Adler and didn't know he was in there, and he scared me.
Yeah, that's kind of his little spot. Over
Scruggs,
there.
not the Coyote.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Young Scruggs is here. He tried to do a little board swap out. Scruggs, do you want us to tell you if we're hearing it, or do you just want us to be quiet? Oh, okay. All right. I think he doesn't want us to tell him.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
If it were me, I'd just be like, y'all do the show, and I'll monitor it in here.
Right.
That's
and that's what he just needs to tell us. Hey, I got this. But I wasn't sure if he was listening, because if so, I could tell him it's continuing to pop. That's what I would tell him.
Matter of fact, if I was Scruggs, I wouldn't even wanted you to tell anybody I was here this early.
Oh, well, Young Scruggs is part of the crew, man. You kidding me? He's part of Good Time Gang today. I had...
some people I don't think want to be a part of our gang. We talked about this before.
Yeah.
Like Adler never even really wanted to be a part of the
We
Good Time
kind of
gang.
forced him.
We did.
We forced him to be part. I think Scruggs wants to be a part of it.
Does he?
Yeah, he's looking for new friends.
Well,
yeah.
I'll have to talk to him because there's a lot that comes with it.
Yeah, I know. Something happened to me today, going to the car. Okay, because you got to realize when we do this, it's dark. Okay, I mean nobody should really be up the time that we're up, except for those of you that work third shift, and y'all get what I'm about to talk about here. I'm walking to the car. Is there anything worse than walking through a spider web?
No,
in the dark.
Well, there's things that are worse, but I don't like it at all.
Yeah, and I wish I could talk to the spider and go, what have you been doing all night? Because from my truck to the house, they had built a spider web overnight.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Think of that.
Boy, they can work.
My goodness. While we were sleeping, they're just busy as all get out.
Yeah.
From my rearview mirror on the driver's side to the house, which was probably about as far as from me to you, maybe a little bit further, okay, 10 feet, 15 feet. They built a spider web that I walked through. Of course, it's at night, and it's stuck to my bald head, okay? And I could feel it going down my arms. And so now you're sitting there, and you're trying to rake the spider web off of you, and then you wonder, well, do I have the spider too? And then on the way to work, I constantly feel something like it's crawling on me, and I know it's not.
Whether you're scared of a spider, intrigued with spiders, whatever the case, you can't argue with one thing. They're hard workers.
They're
Boy, they get after
you. You ever just sit and watch them?
Yes.
Lee, I wish I had a cam, like a spider cam, and could have watched what they did overnight.
Yeah.
Greg, it's unbelievable.
The only ones that work harder are birds when you throw their nest away and then they immediately start building it back.
Yeah.
One twig at a time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Walked right through it.
I know.
right across my forehead,
I love
stuck to the
that.
back of my
That's
head.
what- and look, and then you start this.
Uh-huh.
Look, and you think,
Yeah.
okay, I got it. Wait, God,
Yeah.
okay, wait a minute, I got it. Oh, my nose.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And
So
then
that
you
would-
look behind you and it's trailing you because it's hung on you.
Oh, yeah.
And it's glistening in the light.
Well, you must have seen me this
been there,
morning
buddy.
As I was standing by my truck trying to do that. Still on the way to work, too, filling other little pieces that I pulled off, you know. My goodness. But think about it. It's not like I think I pulled in at 7 p.m. last night. So between 7 p.m. and when I left, they had done that.
They get it done.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Golly, they're little resilient, little
amazing.
busy things,
They
aren't
are.
they?
They're hard to deal with.
So anyway, that woke me up though because it startled me at first. I thought, my gosh, I've got a spider.
And you know,
on me.
some of them I don't know, but I never see them really build in the same places. Like
Mm-hmm.
once you tear it down, it's almost like they go, well, you know what? I've learned my lesson here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go a little further down because
Yeah.
evidently this person that keeps walking, whatever this thing is that keeps walking in it, I got to come up with a different plan.
Yeah. Hey guys,
Yeah,
we're
hey,
wasting
Yeah.
our time here. They really walk
There's
through
a
this
corner
area.
in the garage you can
Yeah.
deal with.
Sure.
You ain't got to go. Don't use the vehicle.
Right.
High traffic area here, wasting our time.
Yeah.
Yep.
You
You
know
know?
that corner that I never go to.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I have to check my Simply Safe cameras to see if I'm on there trying to pull the spider web off.
I want to see when you hit it.
Yeah.
Well,
Almost dropped everything.
And you're looking for the spider. You don't know where he's
no, I don't. No.
speaking of adventures, Greg had one this morning.
He
We got to
did.
talk about that.
He did.
You know, you run that risk.
We love each other, but if we ever see the ID that you're calling early, you know it's not
Oh, it's
good.
not good.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter, Kirk Cameron, and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else matters.
The Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. Presented by Bill Waldrop Ministries.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family Camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, what's going on in here? Termites? This is my house. I'm in charge here. Hey! Oh, you're gonna regret that. All right, that's it. I'm calling Cooks. Yeah, you better run.
You don't have to live with termites. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com GoodRx.com.
Prices have gone up on almost everything. That's why it's great to use GoodRx right now. With GoodRx, you can instantly compare prescription prices at local pharmacies and find discounts that can save you up to 80%. GoodRx is free, easy to use, and it works whether you do or do not have insurance. Find out more at GoodRx.com/Bubba. That's GoodRx.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used in place of insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. In 2021, GoodRx users saved up to 81% on retail prescription prices. If you're a regular show listener, you've probably heard me talk about my Allform sofa, which we love. So here's some exciting news. The same team behind my Allform sofa has brought us unbelievable customized mattresses made in the USA. Helix mattresses. If you need a new mattress, then go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, take the quiz, order the mattress you're matched to, and it'll come right to your door in a box, shipped for free, and you can try it for 100 nights. Right now, Helix is offering up to $200 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Last hour, we'll have Kirk Cameron with us. He's part of Gridiron Men's Conference 2022, Probst Arena on Father's Day weekend. You can go to gridironmen.com, secure your tickets today, and we'll talk to Kirk today. All right, so anytime one of us shows up on the caller ID to one of our cell phones and it's really early or really late, we know most of the time it's not to say, hey, man, how you doing? You ready to get after it today? Normally it's –
because that would be weird.
Yeah, normally it's what's wrong, buddy, what you got. And I saw Greg's caller ID just a little after 4, maybe 4:05.
Yeah.
And I went, this isn't good. This isn't good.
This is one of the reasons I try to get here an hour before we go on there for other reasons too, but that's one of them.
Right.
Because I choose to live pretty good way from here. And
how about I thought you were here and just in the bathroom or getting coffee the whole time?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You didn't know I was stranded.
I had no idea you were stranded trying to get here.
And as many times
I told you,
as I've made this trip over nearly 14 years or whatever it's been, this may be the second, third time that I'm talking about complete stop where you're like, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll have a little every now and then, but you remember, but it hadn't happened much.
Yeah.
But when you're on the interstate and you see those red tail lights, I saw the tail lights and the blue lights in the middle of the interstate, and I said, well, this really looks bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, and hey, people, let me tell you this. We got a little give and take, and I'm into that because we got one lane.
You're into it.
And I understand that. But, hey, guy in front of me, you ain't got to let everybody over. Yeah. You let 2 big 18-wheelers and 2 cars, now you can go. And we'll let people behind us let some more people over.
Yeah. Teamwork.
Okay? We've done our part.
Makes the dream work.
Yeah. I would have let maybe one more of them. If he'd have went on, I would have let one more, and then I would have went on. But he sat there and let 2 18-wheelers and 2 cars. And I'm not talking about we weren't moving. We were barely moving. So that's a bit, if we're moving quick, no biggie.
Yeah. Were you talking out loud?
Yeah, I was talking out loud. And so they look at
right,
that. Look right there. There
right
it
there.
is.
There it is. We're seeing it now. The local ABC affiliate is covering
there it is. I don't know what
820 I-20 westbound closed at exit 154. That's really local for a lot of you. 156, thank you.
So that's what's all anyway, so I see that and
all westbound lanes.
2 things. First of all, did you have coffee?
Yes.
And what were you listening to on the radio?
Just scanning different stuff.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Just
ESPN. I think I was listening to ESPN at that point.
At what point?
They're talking draft. Still talking about draft.
At what point into it did you feel like, hey, I need to reach out to somebody?
Okay, you're right. Because if there was any movement, I felt good because I had plenty. Like I say, it was a little after 4. And But I said the reason I called, I said, buddy, you're gonna have to send the tones and stuff that I normally do.
Sure,
because I said, I'm not gonna be there.
Yeah.
And then it starts moving, so I think, okay, God, don't you love that feeling? Until that guy in front of me decided that he was going to let everybody over. Again, get me. It wasn't, at that point, the traffic was inching, and he decides he's going to let 2 18-wheelers and 2 cars over.
Yeah.
What's really bothered you this morning?
Yeah. If you ever talked to a Burgess and they started with either, hey, or look, I sitting good.
Well, so we get, if you're familiar with that area, what they just showed, the Eden X is it's Pell City area.
Okay.
So they force us off there. They won't even let you cross the bridge. Fine. But then they got the off ramp, which I didn't want to go anyway because, like I say, tail lights backed up on the other end. Going on back on the interstate. They got it blocked off, and you can't go up it. So you got rural routes you got to take. So I scrambled my mind real quick, figure where I was at. But I said, hey, just get hit. I'm going to hit 280, and I'm going to be a good ways from where I need to be.
Sure.
But at least once you get on 280, you can let it eat. So I ended up rerouting through Pell City, through Vincent, like I was going to Taylor's house, through Chelsea.
Okay.
And, it took a minute.
Yeah, had to get creative.
Felt good about it. But here's what's funny is those big trucks, and they had routed them that way, and you could tell they didn't know which way they wanted to go. And some went all the way back to the other way, the way we came. So
Really?
But anyway, so, yeah, that was fun.
I bet.
That. But it could have been worse.
It could have been.
Because there's nothing worse than those, and I've seen them. And these people here, if you're right up behind this or beyond the bridge, you're going to be there a minute.
Yeah, you're
Those
stuck.
people that sit completely still for like 3 hours, that's rarely happened to me. It has happened, but very rare. That's the ones when you just want to scream.
Yeah.
Especially if you got to use the bathroom.
Oh, hey.
Oh, if you got your wife with you, because women, they always got to use the bathroom when you sit there for 3 hours.
Now
they ain't like us. We can go, we can use the bathroom out like we're checking air in the tire.
Oh, who hadn't done that?
I mean,
huh? Takes talent, but I mean, who hadn't done it?
You're all over that, by the way.
Yeah, no big deal.
If not, you run into the tree line with your wife.
But anyway, it worked out.
Yeah, well,
a little stressful. Again, I'm the mode I'm in. As long as I'm moving, as I'm heading through downtown Pell City, I go, this is really out of my way.
Yeah,
but I'm moving.
Yeah,
I'm not sitting. I'll eventually get there.
It's
going to take a minute.
We all like progress.
Yeah,
you considered stop and get a biscuit at one point.
Right. I know the answer to this because I think you alluded to the fact that you just went off memory. You didn't pull up a map app of any kind.
I don't do that.
Yeah, who would do that?
You don't do
I
that.
do every now and then, but in this case,
do that.
Well, I glanced at it. I did glance at it.
He's so much like his
and
dad.
I saw nothing that was concrete.
Why do I need that? I know where I'm going.
Well, I knew where I was going. I thought, well, but to get to, then I pulled that up in my mind. I said, best way to go is the way, just seek 280 and you'll get there eventually.
And whenever you crest a hill on the interstate and you see red lights, brake lights, it's just a bad feeling. It's a bad
like
feeling.
I say, I saw brake lights and blue lights. I don't know what happened, but
yeah, it's bad. I guess it would be a worse day if maybe you were the reason why it was closed. So you got
that would be a lot worse.
Yeah, it'd be a lot worse, but. Still, it creates handles. But think of the 18-wheelers that are on schedule to like get.
Oh, I know.
Get the goods to wherever they need to go by a certain time.
And they're already struggling enough with $5 and something gallon diesel. How about that? It's bumping $6.
Yeah. Good gracious alive.
I guess that trickle down's going to get.
Right.
It's going to affect all of us.
Get
your wallet out, boys.
But anyway, you got here, you rerouted, but you got here. But it was when I saw that Greg Burgess on my phone, I was like, oh boy, what's the deal? Can I tell you my first thought? I thought because young Scruggs is here today and he did the board, swapping the board out or whatever, I thought you were going to tell me, hey, we ain't getting nothing. The tones aren't sending. Colorado don't have anything.
You thought I was here with a problem.
I thought you were here already, and we had major problems. But I'm sorry, Scruggs. That's not on you.
Did you forget Scruggs was coming in?
Whenever I saw the name on my phone, I thought that was my first thought. I didn't think you were stuck in traffic. That was my first thought. Is that you were going to let me know?
Yeah,
Colorado's
great point because usually not that time there's traffic at all.
I'm just glad that I was east of that exit because if you were west of that exit, you're still sitting there.
Yeah,
because they could get us off and reroute us.
Uh-huh.
Are you the guy that'll jump on the shoulder and take off? People were doing it, and I almost went with them.
Depends.
And I thought, but what if we get down there and everybody else on the shoulder's backed up?
Yeah.
I almost went.
I think I brought
because I knew that exit wasn't far.
Right. Yeah. And then, of course, you get another flat tire. You
Yeah.
get over there.
Yeah,
But,
lot over there.
Yeah, not a great
lot
place
over there.
to be.
And a lot of
Some
trash.
people come flying down there
They
like
do.
maniacs.
Yeah, it's really dangerous. I think I brought this up. I was stuck in a situation not near as bad as this, but it was on 65 South coming from Huntsville down, and it was so backed up, and nobody has the ability to merge. It's like one lane isn't going to let anybody over or whatever.
I let over, just not like that
If
guy.
we could just go 1-1 or 2-2, just kind of work together.
Especially if it's moving,
Yeah.
kind of moving.
Finally, a highway patrol officer took things, took things in his own hands and said, "I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to creep coming the wrong way with a bunch of safety vehicles or whatever, and we're going to creep at about 2 miles an hour and force everybody to merge."
Yeah,
and
if not, everybody just gets locked down.
Yeah, and I thought, well, that was creative, and he did start moving. But until then, you got people coming from one exit home, they can't get over because the people in the right lane aren't moving, and the people in the left lane aren't letting the people in the right lane over, and it's just a mess.
Yeah,
You know,
can go too far letting people over like that.
you can.
I started to blow the horn at him.
You can. I mean,
almost blew the horn at him.
Yeah.
Like, buddy, we've let enough.
Right.
Somehow I act like I was letting them too because I was close to him. I was counting those.
Did you so you didn't let anybody in? You counted those?
Yes.
Craig.
Well, you got to understand. No, wait. I think everybody backed off after that and were merging behind me. Maybe
You counted that guy letting people over as you're letting people over.
Well, once he went to 4, I did.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, it's Rick here, and it's a friendly reminder from our friends at 1-800-Flowers.com. Hey, Mother's Day is this Sunday. Get ahead of the rush with a deal as sweet as Mom. Right now, 1-800-Flowers is giving you $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses. That's $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses. Now, this gorgeous bouquet of 2 dozen roses and an assortment of bright colors is guaranteed to show all of the moms in your life just how much they are loved. All roses from 1-800-Flowers are picked at their peak, cared for every step of the way, and shipped fresh to ensure lasting beauty. $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses is an amazing offer, but they're only available while supplies last. Don't put this off any longer. Mother's Day is Sunday. Get $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses by going to 1-800-Flowers.com. 1-800-Flowers.com. Click the radio icon, enter the code BUBBA. That's 1-800-Flowers.com. Click the radio icon, use the code BUBBA. Or go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find it right under the sponsors. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 and free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
Phil Waldrop Ministries presents the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. 2 dynamic days, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we love in the name of Jesus? How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else is the goal. Nothing else matters.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. Hear dynamic speakers like Phil Waldrop and Kirk Cameron.
If I can try to get my part right, maybe I will be used as sort of a vessel to bring about change in my spouse over time. Maybe I can lead by example, and that'll bring some sort of transformation to my relationship if I'm patient.
Don't miss the Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. That's gridironmen.org. Presented by Phil Waldrop Ministries.
With spring in the air, it's a time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to actually interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are live right now. We got Adler. He's got TV handled, getting things dialed in for the day. I am Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy, honorary member of the Good Time Gang. Even though we're forcing him to be one, is young Scruggs. He's here today, our engineer. Also, Rick and Bubba here, the whole gang ready to go for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Last hour, today we'll have Kirk Cameron on the show. It's been a while. He's part of the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference that's coming to Huntsville on Father's Day weekend at Probst Arena. You can go to gridironmen.com for more information, but we'll catch up with him. Will Amit could spin. Don't forget to vote for Fix Mama's Mouth. We're down to the top three. As we've had them on the website under contest for quite some time now, since last week, and a lot of voting going on. That continues this week. So go there and cast your vote, because the winner will be determined by you. So that's there for you. Also, USFL Team of the Week is also there for registration. All right, so when we left each other yesterday, Helmsy, you had quite the list of things to get done, and we're heading to the home improvement store yet again. I mean, are you like Norm there?
So I will say this: the move to the studio, the new studio, has opened up a lot of me not having to go out of my way to get things, which I love. And so, I mean, like, left here yesterday, went to the hardware store yet again, big box hardware store. Here's my problem, and here's the sad thing: I have a list, like in my notes. I have to get, to do, to get, and to do list. Boy. And it's right there on the list. I even looked at the list yesterday. And so I went in there for a couple things. So out of the last 5 days, I have been there 3 times, and all 3 times have forgotten an important item that I needed to grab off my list. 3 times.
Do you get distracted? Is that what it is?
I don't know what it is. I even looked at my list and saw it on there. Still didn't get it yesterday. Shop vac filter. That's what I needed, that and weed killer.
You told me that the other day.
That's what I'm telling you.
I need to get a little weed killer myself.
And look, and I sprayed 10 gallons of that stuff yesterday. How about that?
Did you do the concentrate, mix it with water?
Yeah.
On the, okay.
Yeah. And so I bought 2 of those. I had a bottle at home, but I didn't want to run out because I had a bunch to spray and still got a little bit more to go.
Nothing worse than running out and not having enough to finish.
See, I don't have that much to do, so I just get the pre-mix already with the little.
I'm envy of you guys. Yeah.
Because I don't have
and
I'm
something's wrong with my backpack sprayer, so I'm doing the little 2-gallon pump thing, and that's a bip. But so I went in, I go in and I get 2 more of the concentrate that you're talking about, and Ann said when I'm walking in, I looked at my list and I said, okay, you need shop vac filter and 2 bottles of the I get the Scots is what I get. I don't even get the Roundup. I get the Scots version. I don't know why. I don't know. I like the bottle better. And it does a good job. So I
it's not a commercial every day. You won't know if you need a lawsuit against it on TV.
That's a good point too. So I get to the checkout and this guy's screaming. Look, probably something a little wrong with him. Not sure, but he's
Celebsy.
This one's open. He's doing that. The self checkout. There's like 3 or 4.
They'll force you on self checkout.
I know, but he's telling people because there's 4 total, but 3 of them are only working.
3.
And a lady, and he's been doing a kind job, but he's being so loud, he sounds like he's screaming at
and
you.
it makes you not want to go.
Well,
you're yelling at me about it.
Right.
So
that tells you a lot of people don't pay attention. He has to be loud.
I had already scanned one of the bottles, and he screamed, "That one's open, sir!" And I thought, I got it. I just scanned an item.
Dear blip.
Then
hey, good, you forgot your filter too.
Then this
you
lady,
wish you could have read.
I wish you would have read my mind and
your
screened
list?
that. Goodness gracious,
Hey,
it'd been helpful.
To get list.
Right.
Then a lady walked up to the one that wasn't lit up appropriately to work.
It means it's not working.
Right.
That's not working, ma'am.
Yeah.
And
But you can use this one.
he's like a robot. I mean, he was. Just screaming.
You know
And
he's frustrated.
Yeah, very frustrated.
Look at the light.
People don't pay
if
attention.
the light's on, you can use it.
You know they don't pay attention.
So I got.
I don't even do a lot of self checkout, and I know that.
Yeah. So I got my bottles of spray, and then and I completely forgot the shop vac filter yet again, 3rd time in 5 days that I've walked in to get 2 or 3 items, and then I had to go to a little office supply place because something else I've been forgetting, but I remembered it this time. There's a screen cleaner for computers and TVs and stuff like that. We were just out and needed. I noticed hand prints on TVs, and my computer had gotten about as dirty as it could be.
Pitiful.
And so I stopped at the within.
I lost mine in the move. I don't know where
I got some.
Within a mile.
Mine made it.
Within a mile of where I first stopped, there was an office supply. So I went in, did that, came out. Got in the car, headed home, pulled in the driveway, and saw in the garage, and I saw the shop vac sitting there, and I thought, "You idiot!
Did you not lose
what
your
an
list?
idiot!
Why you lose your list?
Come on,
I did,
man.
Greg. That was the scary thing.
That is.
And by then you're so tired, you're like, forget it.
I get it tomorrow.
Forget
It'll
it.
be my 4th trip in 6
That
days.
guy will holler at you again.
Yeah.
Hey, you're back.
I finally warmed up a little bit to self-check if I have a few items.
Yeah.
I'm talking about grocery store here. Now, if I got a buggy full, I'm not self-checking. Or if I got a lot of stuff I got to weigh.
Yeah,
like
I've heard
fruit.
you make that stand. I don't work here.
Well, you know what? I mean, we're going to stock the shelves too? I mean, well, where does it end?
I saved probably 7 minutes by going through that line yesterday, the self-checkout yesterday.
Yeah.
7 to 10 minutes.
If I have, especially if I go to a place like that, I'm going to have a lot of
What's
stuff.
the limit?
6.
6
Well,
items.
it depends on what they are.
That's
six?
If
That's
it's a lot
it?
of fruit and all, that I got to weigh.
Yeah,
But-
I don't see you weighing and looking up stuff. No.
So, but I'm getting a little better, even though I don't like them making me do it. I'm telling you, why have I got to do your job? You know? What do y'all want me to do? Now, I'll tell you this. And I'm going to go ahead and say this.
Have you heard this rant before?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And I'm going to go ahead and tell you this, too. And because I'm warming up to the pickup where you go and they bring it to your car, even though I
Okay.
feel like a loser.
You feel like a loser?
Yeah.
You don't feel efficient?
You can't go in and get your stuff. But anyway, but what's getting on my nerves when I have to go to the store, when I have to actually go in there and shop, all the Walmart people getting everybody's craps in my way. They're all off in your way, pushing that buggy, filling them orders.
But the pickup is designed to help them as well. It's not that
they're
you
in my
can't go
way.
in and get it.
I know, but they're in
being
the way.
efficient for everybody.
Yeah, but they're in the way getting stuff, and I can't get to stuff because they're all in the way.
But if you'll
trying
do
to
the
get them
pickup
ordered.
in
I do
the
it
parking
sometimes.
spot,
I do sometimes. rare. I mean, Lisa, she does it, then I'll go with
So
her.
do you feel like you're losing your man card or something?
I don't know. I just feel like my gosh, can we do anything? I mean,
Yeah, a lot of times it could be, hey, we just don't have time.
No,
and so
well, I'll tell you this. If you do have to shop, there's Walmart employees all in your way trying to get everybody else's call in. We don't wait on them.
I'll get from Terry, hey, we got to pick up at
and
between
that
3
is
and
good.
4. Will
I
you
ain't gonna
go?
lie. I said when they put a substitute in there and you didn't catch it when they told you.
Well, I'll tell you why we have stopped the pickup here recently. It's because half the items they don't have them.
Yeah.
You know, well, I'm sorry, but we don't have this, and it's like, well, man, I might as well go in and try to figure out what I need now.
Well, if you do, there's going to be a lot of Walmart.
You're right, and it's going to make you mad. Do you stomp by them? Do you mumble?
With their big cart.
Do you fake smile at them? But inside you're telling them to get out of the way?
I don't give them much.
So y'all don't like the substitutes that they give you for the product?
Sometimes I don't.
Yeah, sometimes.
They tell you can, but we forget.
But a lot of times they wait till you're there to tell you.
Well, I always use it on the app.
We do too.
But does it not come
It'll
up
send
and go,
you something that said there's some substitutes?
Yeah. But a lot of times it's according to Terry again.
Lisa's all about it.
I would like to.
It is efficient, though.
I would like to look at substitutes myself, and try to figure that out. But here recently, it's just, and I guess it's no shot at them. It's just where we are.
Inventory's down big time.
Inventory's
all
really
over the
down.
country.
It is. I'll tell you this: if you just ordered stuff to the house, to be delivered, a lot of times we get it and the stuff is smashed. I don't know whose fault that is. Well, they need to put some stuff in there with it, but I'm talking about we've dealt with that many times.
Yeah.
Stuff busted open.
Hey, eggs, good night alive. The eggs, all cracked up. But
how about
we've noticed, I've noticed that on the pickups here recently, we're just going for the big main items. If we get all detailed, then we'll go in.
It works. I don't mind the pickup. I just hate when I'm in the store and all the pickup people are in my way.
Yeah, but if the guy was screaming up front on what to do and where to go and what lane. And what if he had the list? I think, Helmsy, you ought to hand him the list and go, hey, buddy, I know you're working this lane, but if you see me scream, make sure I got all my items. And he would make sure you remember that filter.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah,
he would.
Filter!
But just screaming. And you could tell, when something like that happens, I always watch the other employees to get their reaction. And like, is this normal? Hey, is this normal or is he having some kind of episode?
Do you see... When he screams out loud, do you see people like react to it? Like, oh, you scared me.
Yes. Yeah, well, he scared me.
Evidently not.
We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big's the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At Boot Barn, we believe that the cowboy boot is an American icon. Today's boots are not only rooted in history, but are enhanced with modern technology features for the working cowboy. Ariat boots are built with advanced technology that provides the comfort and support of a high-performance athletic shoe, yet still has the functionality and durability of the iconic cowboy boot. And at Boot Barn, we carry over 250,000 pairs of Ariat boots nationwide. Ariat at Boot Barn.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Dealing with ED is difficult enough, but the pressure of not satisfying your partner makes it even worse. ED can be tough on a relationship, but at HIMSS, you can contact a medical provider online and, if appropriate, get the prescription medication that treats ED at affordable prices. HIMSS ED medication has the same active ingredients as Viagra, but because it's generic, you pay 90% less. That's right, 90% less. A whole month's supply is just $30, and it's sent right to your home for free in discreet packaging. HIMSS offers the same medication you'd get from your doctor, but without the copay, expensive appointments, or awkward face-to-face conversations. And with HIMSS, every online visit is free, and your relationship right back on track. For a free online consultation, go to forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free visit. forhims.com/joy.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest. Sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly. All for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and right after top of the hour break, Rick and Bubba join us. So don't go anywhere because the boys will join us here shortly. Well, I brought them up a little bit earlier in the show because if you you weren't with us. I walked through a spider web in the dark, and I said I need to check my Simply Safe cameras to see what I was doing, or if there was video of me fighting off the spider web, which we've done when you don't know what's going on, what's on you. And this portion of the show is brought to you by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business at simplysafebubba.com. As you are sitting here looking at your home, your small business, maybe camp house, and you're like, I'd like to have it protected. Well, you can do so with Simply Safe 24/7 professional monitoring system and center that has detected water and someone's there, different alarm. They have so many things that you can choose from and create your own package or go with standard packaging. But anyway, you can choose from them, and you can go to simplysafebubba.com to do so. Protecting against all of these issues is what more than 4 million people trust for their security protection at simplysafebubba.com. With a comprehensive system and the 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone looking out for you just like so many other testimonies of what people have experienced with Simply Safe, where they've saved them. This one example, it says Terry, which is kind of funny because that's my wife's name. She was away for the weekend and didn't know she was having an issue with some flooding, and her sensors went off, and she was alerted. Saved her a lot of money when it comes to damages. So plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contract or hidden fees. You can customize, as I mentioned, the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. You can go there today, claim a free indoor security camera, plus save 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we've discussed a number of different things, and as I mentioned, Rick and Bubba will join us right after top of the hour. We've talked a lot about traffic this morning and being stuck on the interstate. Greg was, and we're getting emails and even text messages from friends of mine saying, "I'm off in it. I was listening to y'all, and it was too late. It's one of those too lates."
Boy, I must be, I don't know what happened, but it was bad.
All right, I got a would you rather. In regards to this, would you now? I'm gonna change it a little bit just for funsies, okay? But this comes from Ryan. He loves the show.
Hey, Ryan.
Would you rather spend an hour in traffic or spend 30 minutes sitting still in a corner facing a wall?
I'm in traffic.
I'll take the 30 minutes in the corner.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm with Speedy. I'm going traffic.
No,
I'm going traffic for an
30
hour.
minutes. I can make that.
Yeah, you can't close your eyes and go to sleep or anything.
Just stare at the wall. And I'm going to even add this.
And you can't have your phone.
And you know your buddies are in the other room doing something fun.
Oh, you're
Well, no, that
adding.
hurt.
Boy,
I'm
you're
adding to
really
it.
adding to that.
Can you sleep?
No.
In the
No, you
corner?
cannot.
No, you cannot.
You can't sleep? Well, I'm just in the
No.
corner.
No.
Well,
You
if you're in
staring at
traffic,
the-
I guess if you're in
staring at the
traffic,
wall,
you can listen to a
30 minutes.
podcast or you can listen to the radio. But I just have this thing about being stuck in traffic.
I know.
will sit
That's
in the corner
why.
and do
I
my
know.
30 minutes.
I know. All right, well then do it.
my 30 minutes.
Yeah.
What I'll do.
Adler, what are you doing?
I guess if I can't sleep in the corner, if I could sleep in the corner, I would 100%.
You can't
just
sleep in the car, though.
No,
You can't sleep in the
No,
car.
you
Yeah,
can't.
because what if it moves forward? But if I can listen to a podcast, I'll go with the car.
Yeah.
I don't think you're allowed.
It's a tough one.
If I'm
So
in
I'll
a
say
corner,
this.
you're not allowed.
Please
to
let me
podcast.
understand. Let me understand. You're inching in the car.
Oh,
I mean,
Oh, that
inch
helps.
by inch by
That
inch
helps a
by
little.
inch.
If I've got so it's not dead stop.
No, you're inching
you
along.
maybe sway me back to the car.
And you can check your email. I'm giving you access to check your
Okay,
email
okay,
and
that's different.
text.
I thought
and
you
all
meant
that.
locked down like a parking lot.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I'd probably take traffic.
I got a would you rather
Inching
that
is
I've just
tough.
come up with. Would you rather walk through a spider web? All right, it's dark.
Okay.
Or step in some.
I'm going spider web.
I am too, because boy, you step in a good old pile, it gets all in your shoe. Now you got to get it out of the groove of your shoe.
Yeah.
Sometimes you slip. I mean, it could be bad.
Yeah, it stinks too to gag you.
It will.
yes. I've had to throw away shoes. They've
If I
gotten
can
so
avoid
bad.
anything that involves doo-doo, I'm avoiding it.
How about when you get the stick out and you're just trying so hard to get
Oh,
it
you
all
can't.
out?
Then you finally got to get the hose pipe with the pressure nozzle on it. to blow
Yeah,
it out.
yeah, and you try to keep the water on the bottom of your shoes, but then the entire shoe gets wet.
I told y'all that time that when I was in like the second grade, I looked down. I was already in class. I didn't realize I'd stepped in a pile, and I was embarrassed. And everybody was going, "God, what is
Start
that?"
to
And
smell?
I didn't want to say nothing, and everybody was like, "What is that?" And all that. And all of a sudden, this one kid pointed me out and called me out in front of the whole room. Teacher made me go clean my shoe off. Embarrassed me. I mean, I don't know why it did, but it did.
Well, I mean, that's
Everybody
not
was going,
good.
"Ah, what's that?"
I
What's
tell you,
that? I
that's
looked
not
down. I was
good.
like, "Oh, it's me. It's my shoe."
Yeah,
Oh, that's a
call
horrible
that.
feeling.
that is. That is
Look,
that's
Greg's
tough
got it
right
on his
there.
shoe. When you're in second grade, stuff like that bothers you. Like, never got it out.
All right, I'm
Had
sa- I-
grass and all sticking out of it.
I'm sitting here going over some would you rathers in my mind. Just,
How about this?
Just handles.
I'm going to give you a quick, and I know the guys will want to cover this, but let me just give you this one. You know how we always talk about people died doing what they love? Have you seen this
saw
one?
this.
Oh gosh.
Rattlesnake handler.
Yeah.
Died doing what he loved.
Okay.
Do you realize how many other things he could have loved that
let me
wouldn't have
ask you
took his
this.
life?
Well-
You know what I'm talking about? Hey, he loves doing it. He chose,
Yeah.
my thing that I'm doing what I love is handling rattlesnakes.
So let me ask you this: what would you have to be doing for somebody to say that is true about you?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I don't
Hey,
know.
do it.
I don't know.
Well, I got a good one, but we joke, just like joking when me was smoking and you were drinking. You really don't.
What are you talking about?
You mean maybe you were just drinking? He died doing what he loved.
Oh, okay, that's funny.
I'm just saying,
no
but it's like the smoking.
I'm just saying
thing
I don't
with me.
have some passion that I do.
Yeah, you don't, not at all.
That would put me in a situation that I might,
Yeah.
I ain't skydiving. You
Right.
know, he did what he loved. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of things. Handling snakes is the thing he loved. That's it.
Yeah.
Couldn't you have got past that and maybe loved something else?
I don't know, Greg.
Got him. Took
People
him
are
out.
obsessed with many different things. To each his own.
You know, his family said, we all loved to watch him handle these deadly snakes with ease. It was almost like he was simply dancing with them. Had a smile on his face and clear joy in his heart. That's the statement from his family. Just if he'd have just took any other hobby, then
or just yeah. I mean, I just don't want it.
How
I
do you
don't want an
love
animal,
handling
a
snakes?
pet,
I love
or eat
handling
something.
Rattlesnakes. I love it. It's my passion.
They
It's
can
my
kill
love.
me. Don't want it.
Greg died doing what he loved.
Why have that stress? I mean, I
I
know
don't-
these
well,
thrill seekers.
to
They're
go in-
like, oh, we're doing this.
That'd
'cause
be
that's-
like somebody. He loved to juggle chainsaws. He did. He was doing what he loved. You know, there's other things.
Yeah.
My goodness. How about ceramics or cross stitch something?
How about these climbers, these cliff climbers, and all that?
Yeah, they
I
love
mean,
doing what they love.
One slip, see ya.
Yeah, ain't no way.
I just don't want to do that. I
Well,
want to.
look,
I want to
here's
do
a
things
picture
that,
of him
that can't
kissing
kill me.
Here's a picture of him kissing the head of a rattlesnake. I'm surprised he lived as long as he did. Good night. Anyway, I just thought that because we've talked about it before about well, you know, he went doing what he loved.
Yeah.
I don't know about rattlesnaking.
Yeah.
Rattlesnaking.
I mean, like, let's say there was a terrible accident while you were fishing at Rick's farm.
There you go.
Okay.
He was fishing, man. He loved to fish.
Yeah.
Wouldn't call
it's
it my passion, but
yeah. But it was just this rare accident
yeah,
that
a
killed him.
hook got in your stomach and it got
Right.
infected.
Yeah.
Like Rick did.
Yeah.
These people that have heart attacks doing what they love, I don't think that's what you're doing, what you love.
No, it's got to
You
be
just had a heart
what
attack.
you love put you at risk.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I heard him
He's
warming up.
going to enter. Bubba, if you would enter the room now in your preparation. There, look, he had. He has,
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Bubba,
Oh,
watch
got
out.
squeezed by there.
He loves his cape. He has his cape like he likes it. He has the horns on, the Viking horns. We have a Viking story today, Bubba. I hate to tell you that.
Well, you have to use the horns for something.
Yeah.
We're never going to get to the Super Bowl. Thank you.
So, Bubba, you, of course, and it's been
You
very,
stick it in my pocket.
yeah, you, of course, love Shakespeare and all of his works.
I do, Rick. I dream about Shakespeare. I really do.
Yeah, so what we're going to do now, Bubba's going to quote. He will not read because at any time he can just pull something from the works of William Shakespeare. A quote from a Shakespearean work, and then if you can identify the first one to do it, which Shakespearean work he's quoting from, you'll get a Masterbuilt Smoker today. But, Bubba, that's how we're going to play, but why do we play?
You know, Rick, hardly a day goes by that I'm not out somewhere and someone will come and tap me on the shoulder and say, "Excuse me, are you Greg Burgess?"
Yeah, oh, well.
And I
Happens
say,
all the
no, he's a fine fella, but that's not me. And
Right.
then they will go, "Oh, wait a minute. You're Bubba, that cultured guy."
That's right, yeah.
Uh-huh. And then it will usually be followed by this question: Bubba, tell us why do you continue this barrage of culture?
Oh, yes.
And I say, friends, we are living in a cultured area. And if you don't believe me, just check out the national anthem at your local NFL game.
Oh, boy.
And you realize beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are living right in the middle, just the heart of culture.
It's like
It's a
right in the
culture
middle of it.
parade, Rick.
Like
That's
a
what it is.
mudslide of culture.
Yep. And
What happened? Been a long time, hasn't it?
and when you have that much culture, and it
No, you should have done right then with that on. Line, please. Line.
and when you have that much culture in any one area, you can't just leave it lying around.
No, why?
No, because President Trump will pick it up and cancel it.
Right.
So it's up to Rick Burgess and myself to
Feed the beast! Feed the beast! Feed the beast!
because anyone in corporate America knows the beast must be fed.
Ladies and gentlemen, what Shakespearean work is Bill Bubba Bussey quoting from in today's edition of Good Old Boy Theater?
Oh, faithless coward!
Yes.
Oh, dishonest wench! Will
a man out of my vice.
Oh, Bubba, you cultured son of a gun. You bring it.
Oh, faithless coward. Oh, dishonest witch. Wilt thou be made a man out of my vice?
I didn't realize a lot of these interns have never seen this before. Bubba, the third time. Come on.
Oh, faithless coward. Yeah. Oh, dishonest witch.
Wow.
Wilt thou be made a man?
Bubba now pausing for effect, covering his face with his cape. They do this in theater circles for effect.
Out of my vice.
Very, very good, Bubba. What Shakespearean work is Bubba quoting from? If you got it, 866 We Be Big. First one to get it right wins a Masterbuilt smoker. Never under any circumstance should you ever attempt to play good old boy theater at home, no matter how much the children beg. Why, Bubba? Because we are professionals. Here we go. Well done.
And it ain't Hamlet.
It ain't Hamlet. There's your hint.
Uh-oh.
Ronnie, out of the very...
Static Cling is giving us cake.
It is. We're going to get some of that static guard.
Getting a little tight.
Ronnie joins us out of the culture that is Mississippi. Ronnie, what's your guess in good old boy theater?
Hamlet.
Well, no, we never.
You weren't listening.
Hamlet.
No, Hamlet is not it.
Not correct.
That was even in the old hints.
It was.
Frankie, Huntsville, what do you think?
Is it Measure for Measure? Measure for Measure, the Carpenter's favorite, is correct.
Correct! Wow. Frank, you did it. Measure for Measure is the work.
Measure twice, cut once.
That's right, Bubba.
I all know that.
Frank, congratulations, man. You got a Masterbuilt smoker. If you want to find out where all the Masterbuilt smokers are sold and get some tips and watch some videos, go to masterbuilt.com. You're going to have the slow smoke goodness that is Masterbuilt, and all you got to do is just follow the instructions and enjoy your time with family and friends and let the old Masterbuilt smoker do the work. I'm going to put you on hold, get all your information, and we'll send it to you. So, Bubba, the center of culture rests in Huntsville, Alabama today.
Well, that's a safe guess most days, Rick.
Right.
It really is.
That SO contest's been around a while, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Still fun. Still fun.
Remember when we did the tour and it had its own traveling case?
Yeah.
We had to make sure it was packed.
Oh, yeah.
sure.
Well, look,
Gotta have that.
On the old 20-year tour, I mean, that's got to go with us.
It does. Had its own traveling
the people's
case.
gun.
Well, now you had to bring that.
Maybe should have left that at the house.
That's one that we should have.
Crank it up.
Yeah, very, very
Crank
scary.
it up. Crank it
How
up.
about
Man,
that?
I ain't shooting for it. Crank it on up.
Greg, look, I mean, at least his horns and cape didn't try to kill somebody.
No, they didn't destroy
It broke no glass.
a historic, iconic chandelier.
All right, we'll be back.
Still got it on.
Work the rest of the show.
Please eat a rib wearing that. That's my challenge, rest of the show.
Nope. I've already lost.
And I got to wear the hockey mask.
When we come back, we'll take your phone calls on any topic you want to talk about. Good Old Boy Theater's over. We do have a winner.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us for a brand new hour. We start this hour as we have since the attack on America way back on 9/11 with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour is underway. And we thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang is all here as a brand new hour is underway. And we hope that you'll make plans to join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number for America to talk. We'll unpack the stories of the day. The Wheel of Meat is in play. Kirk Cameron will join us on the show today, Lord willing. And we'll have a great discussion with him about the Gridiron Men's Conference, but also everything that's going on in the world of Kirk Cameron. All we're missing is the other half of the dynamic duo known as the two sexiest fat men alive, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call a Rick and Bubba.
But I'm your brother. There it is. Take this message to Bill Bubba Bussey.
He will receive it with love and care.
Somebody get him one big biscuit
and hurry that order on it.
Bubba, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, we got a lot to unpack. Anything happen overnight?
We're gonna have a big news story today that's gonna get a lot of headlines.
Oh, it's already. Boy, it's out of the gate and it's roaring.
We'll jump into that and break it down early. There is a rumor out there that of leaked documents from the Supreme Court saying, and they pass around these opinions and they massage them and they agree and disagree, and then they're all made public at some point. And this was an internal document, supposedly. Now, that's what they're saying. That was leaked from the Supreme Court saying they are preparing to overturn Roe v. Wade as it currently stands.
Right.
But what that really means and how that will play in, and again, if this is even true, you know how people with the internet love to get something going. And really, is it more about trying to get the headlines changed from the dismal economy and numbers that we've had negative growth in the first quarter. 2 quarters will be a recession, and the demos do not want that going into midterm. Anything to change the scenery, so to speak. So I'm not too sure that this, if it's real or if it's made up. I think the real reason we're hearing about it is that they're just trying to change the headlines.
Well, yeah, and why are they trying to change the headlines? You said it. They know they're heading into midterm elections, that everything indicates it is going to be a wash. I mean, the
historic wash.
Yeah, the right is going to be given power in Congress, and they're like, what in the world can we do to stop this? Also, if we have an idea, and I don't think this one is as important, but it is a secondary issue, we really would love to say that we have to pack the courts and we need it to be something desperate. I don't think that one is as prominent as the first one, but I think it's in there too.
Oh, yeah.
And what they're trying to do is to go to their base and say the evil right look how radical and crazy they are. They're going to take away, which they'll incorrectly say, is your
settled law.
Yeah, is your constitutional right to an abortion on demand, which, by the way, the reason why this is going to be overturned, if it is it won't be overturned over just the moral issue. It'll be overturned because it's bad law. And no one has a constitutional right to abortion on demand. That just isn't true. Now, can your state give you that? Yes.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, and most
legally.
In most of the states, because you're going to hear a lot of crazy talk, most of the states will still give you that right. It'll be very few that won't, okay? And that'll be their right to not do it because that'll be their decision as the people of that state. So you're not going to be in a country where abortion on demand is denied to you. That just really isn't true. Now, you're going to hear that is the case, and if you don't stop the right, it'll be eradicated from this entire country. I wish it could be eradicated from the country, but it's not going to be because it's a moral issue, not a political issue if you really get down to it. But access to it is a political football, and it's one of the left's favorites. And you're also, write this down if it hasn't already happened. I think it probably already has. It will be called that the evil, wicked, crazy right is going to deny women health care.
Right.
That's how it'll be presented. Yeah. And all of this is to say, look, you might be upset with this Biden administration, and you may be thinking that their economy is a disaster, and you may be wanting to go out there and give the right power because you just clinging to your economy. But let me tell you something. You give them power, they're going to take abortion away from you. Mm-hmm. That's what this is all about.
Yep.
And because even if it has been leaked, and that's still unproven, but if it has been leaked, that person's legal career is over, but it won't matter. I mean, we disbarred Bill Clinton. That person will be disbarred, but the left is just going to give that person a job, and they'll do quite well because they'll be a hero of the left.
Yeah, they'll probably host a show on MSNBC.
Right. So, so anyway, we don't know. First of all, if it's really if that's what they leaked is even true.
Yeah, well, it was leaked to Politico, and Politico published it, and now everyone has picked it up and
and I heard a lot of commentary on it last night before I went to bed, and I will say this. Now, you just have to say, though, that it may turn out this isn't even really what's happening. Most people think it really is, and it really is a leak because they think that Politico would not have run it if they didn't think the source was reliable. So now we'll never know the source because no journalist is going to reveal their source to you. So we'll never know unless somebody finds a way to know it. But you're not going to get it from Politico. They're not going to tell you.
Right. And I'm trying to say this without smiling, but the FBI said they're going to investigate to see how it got out.
Right. Well, but understand what this is, because what we want to do on this show is to tell you what if this really is how the ruling looks like it's going to go.
What will it really mean?
What will it really mean? And what it will really mean is Roe v. Wade will finally be acknowledged truthfully that it's bad law, and this is a state's issue. It's not a constitutional issue. The Constitution does not afford anyone the right to abortion on demand. That's just not true. The state can, but the federal government can't.
Rick, it looks like, and of course there's variations, but it looks like 18 states have trigger Roe bans that if it is overturned, it will be banned in their state. The biggest group, of course, in the Southeast.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get yourself free.
There it is, Paul Simon. Yeah, it's that you're right. He's kind of, there were a lot of little early looks at rap that weren't quite there. A little talking, doing a little things, a little rhyming.
I think if you look it up, most publications credit Blondie with Rapture.
Yeah, because at the end,
right.
Because that was a straight up. Here we go, full blown.
Right.
And then we got into Sugar Hill, and
I didn't really count it till Sugar Hill came out.
Well, she does do a rap at the end.
Yeah,
of
it is right. That's right.
At that very.
But I mean, far as
song.
my knowledge of it.
Yeah. So anyway,
I will never forget first time I heard Sugar Hill.
I do too.
I was at a Christmas basketball tournament in, it had to be 9th grade or B team or something. Had to be B team. Yeah, I was which we called it B team. It's called junior varsity now at our school, which is confusing.
I go back.
Junior varsity was the 9th grade team at our school. But we've been through that.
Well, I do think, and I may be wrong because a lot of people
it was the junior high varsity, thus junior varsity.
A lot of people may use the term JV long before. We may have been doing B team while JV was.
Yeah, I don't know.
But what I'm saying is, I just know we grew up in a much harder environment, and everybody wanted you to know you on the B team.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So if you want to get, if
you think about society today, how harsh is that?
Yeah. You would never allow
a millennial would not deal with that.
We got to give it a different name. You know what I mean? And, but you on the B team. And how about they treated you like the B team? It was the most disregarded, most.
Well, it was the pressure was a little less and the fun was a little higher.
Yeah,
you know.
But it's funny. I've got having some who's come through the system and played before. They actually embrace that now on the because they call it the JV team.
Yeah.
That one of my sons is on that now, and I've had others, and they actually have a chant that they chant, and they embrace it.
Yeah.
And they talk about it. They talk about on Monday night that they get to play, and then they have a chant that Friday night we get to watch.
That's good.
Yeah,
I love that. You got to have a little enjoyment with it. I had quite a career sitting the bench for our B team in basketball, so it was right. But I did get to work on a lot of comedy bits.
Yeah. I just remember, and see, things have changed when we were playing because it was a harder time, and some of those things might not have been great, but some of them I think were pretty good and probably should have kept around.
Right.
But like at the school I played at, you were not even allowed to wear the full varsity uniform. That was not this thing now where you go and all the teams have the same uniform on all the way up.
Right.
That was unheard of.
Right.
They wanted you to sense that you weren't there yet.
Yeah, well, we had the hand-me-down varsity stuff in basketball. And for some reason, we had gold, but it appeared to be off-color green.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't think we were really good with gold material back then as much.
Well, ours was worse in football. You had to wear white pants, white practice pants on B team. You were not allowed to put the gold pants on. You didn't get to do that till you got to the varsity. But they wanted it to be that you were earning your way, that everything wasn't – you weren't given everything when you weren't there yet.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You had to earn it. I like that. I like that. Work your way up.
Yeah, a lot, of course, God forbid that concept be embraced today. I want it all, and I want it now, and I haven't accomplished anything.
Have you seen the woman in the commercial, and I think it's for McDonald's chicken nuggets?
Yes. The grandmother.
Where she's doing the stand-up, and she's talking about millennials.
It's their new buttermilk fried chicken strips.
Yes. Gosh, that's a funny commercial.
We'll come back. Dan Moultrie and Chuck Sykes. Chuck has been talking to us a good bit today, director of the Alabama Division of Wildlife and Freshwater Fisheries, and talking about not just, coming to Alabama and hunting and fishing, but also talking about the hunting industry across the country. Today, we wanted to clarify with some of you out there to kind of calm some of the fear and hysteria involving CWD versus EHD and these diseases. And just wanted to, in closing, once again, just kind of tell everybody the situation so they understand it completely, and then we'll get into Bubba's presentation here.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
One of the reasons, the trivia question, Rick, hey, these prion-based diseases, it's in the sheep market. There's still sheep. It's a huge industry in the United States. It's in the cows. It's in the humans. It's man.
It is 22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. The gang is all here. Adler has, were you already showing this on B-roll? We were talking about this. You weren't, yeah. You can see that what the left is hoping will happen is already happening, and that is the streets. Demonstrators on both sides of this issue are already in the streets, and we got tension between the protesters and the counter-protesters, and this will be the narrative on this kind of stuff is so tired and so old, and it ought to embarrass you if you're on the left that we can sit here and quote exactly what you're going to do, because you have nothing new. I mean, it's the same old routine over and over again. At some point, the politics of the left, you guys are going to have to start earning people's support. and people changing their point of view on the merit of the way you want to run things. You don't ever seem to be able to pull that off, that the way you do things turns out better for the economy, better for the individual. And so what you always do is the same old stuff. You have to go to your opposing political view and try to see if you can, cast that view in such an evil light that people feel like that they're not good people and that y'all going to get them if they have the audacity to say, I kind of agree with some of the things they do because they work. That would be one thing. Look, I would vote for the left if I looked over and saw that what the left proposes had given this country, just
prosperity.
Yeah, example after example of prosperity and strength. But it just the merit of it is it. Now, some of you hang on a topic or two, because the abortion issue. I hate to break it, everybody. It really isn't a political issue. It's a moral issue. Now, we've made it a political issue, sadly, and what we've done is we've taken something that is extremely serious. I'm talking about serious for humanity. Forget how you see the government. For humanity, and what we've done, instead of having a real serious conversation as human beings, we politicize it to the point that we treat it just like it's a political issue, as if it doesn't have any real big meaning or impact. It's just a political issue that I list on my bio. It's a real serious issue for humanity.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of sad and wicked that we've turned it into a political issue. But you realize you realize how serious this is, and we're just like, it's over there with high C taxes. No, it really isn't. No, it really isn't.
It's a whole nother
deal. It's a much more important decision that human beings need to make about what we're doing and not doing. Now, I will tell you this: if you're someone who, like myself, maybe you're considering, maybe I'll investigate my point of view and see if it holds up. It's really going to break your heart, because I know you're told this a lot. I tell you what you don't want to do if it's something that might change your mind on how you see this. Don't follow the science, because if you follow the science, you're going to come to the conclusion life begins maybe where you don't think it does. Now, what's convenient for the emotional left is they'll say, "Well, don't follow the science on this one," and don't follow the science on gender. Follow the science on man-made global warming, but not all scientists, the ones we approve.
All of the science is just follow our science.
Right. Yeah. So the left doesn't really believe follow the science, because there's two issues that if we follow the science on, they don't fare very well, and this is one of them.
Yeah, it's a very emotional topic, and
it's so important, and it's heart wrenching, and it's difficult, and it requires a lot of thinking and searching, and we've turned it into signs and protest. And voting. It's just sad.
It is sad when you have a situation where one of the most wonderful gifts that you can have as a human being, and that is giving life to another human being, has turned into a big inconvenience for a lot of people, to the point they feel like they need to do something about it. It's really just on so many levels. It's if you really think about it, it's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, and it is one of those things. And I want to be very clear about this, that sometimes it's easy to get up on the horse and say, well, I know exactly what I would do, when you've never been in that situation.
Right.
It's much different when you're actually in that situation, or it's your kid, not somebody else's. But right is right and wrong is wrong. And I know I'm a broken record on this, but it's important. Those of us that believe that life begins at conception, whether that be through science or through a biblical worldview or both, we can't be just pro-birth. We have to be pro-life, because if we say things like Bubba just said, which is 100% true, that this is precious and this is wonderful, and then we can't say, well, you better have that baby, but don't count on me for any help. Yeah, okay, all right, I'm going to have the baby because you're right. You've convinced me, so are you going to help me now? But you better have it. No, we have to be pro-life. We have to say, and here's the things we have available for you. Here's how you can look at adoption as a great option. If you want to not put the baby up for adoption, we'll help you raise it. We'll come alongside you. You can't just be pro-birth.
So, both sides of this should not let it turn into a political issue, not just one side.
And what we're going to see, as you said, is the legal argument, which all along was incorrect. This should have been a state's issue to begin with. We had justices that felt like they needed to become legislators and get this in. If you just follow the Constitution the way it was meant, it's funny how these things work out.
I know.
And we're still going to have disagreements, and we're going to have states that allow it and some that don't, and you're going to hear a lot of griping and grumbling about all that. But at least that's the way it was supposed to be done.
Right.
So I think anytime we get back to the way the Constitution was supposed to work,
right,
that's a plus.
Yeah, if you get down to just the law part of it, all this, if this ruling is going the way that it looks and that's real and it actually happens, you just finally had a Supreme Court that says, let's put this issue back where it belongs. It is a state's issue. And then there'll be states that will offer different levels of this, and you as a human being will decide what state you want to live in.
And, from a Supreme Court.
Or travel to another state if you feel a certain way to get something done.
You're going to hear about all the politics in the Supreme Court. For the first time since, really in my lifetime, if you look back to the 60s, we don't have a liberal Supreme Court. And that's why you may see some of these cases going the way they are. We've got another one they've already ruled on today that I thought was pretty interesting about flags. Did you see that?
No, we can talk about that if you want to come back. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG-2 if you want to weigh in on this.
Rick and Bubba.
Through controlled efforts of the people who control those groups and the doctors, no different than Game and Fish. That's what they're doing. They've got great regulations out there to manage it. That's what y'all are doing, Chuck, and that's why it's going to work. So
yes.
CWDs, hey, it's not the end of the world. Watch out for people that are using it as a political tool.
That's right.
That's not the intended, a lot of people will take advantage of that right now. Be careful of that. But it's not the end of the world. It's managed. It's just like the rest of it. But
we don't want it here, and that's why we're actively doing
Got to stay ahead of it.
We got to stay ahead
but
of
it's
it. We
not
don't
the
want
end
to
of
get
the
caught
world,
flat-footed.
Yeah, and the rules and regulations in place are not trying to steal anyone's fun or to make things complicated. They're trying to protect the industry of hunting and fishing for generations to come.
You got it.
All right, so, Bubba, you had a presentation?
Well, it's really not a presentation. I just wanted to share with Dan and Chuck. I thought this would be a good time.
It's kind of like Shark Tank.
It's a project that I've been working on for quite a while. And, Rick, I love science. I love technology.
Yes.
And I love the technology of hunting and always trying to make things better out there. So I had an idea, and I started playing around with it and kind of worked on it in the lab, if you will. I carried it to the field, improved it, worked on it, tested it. Consulted with several engineers that I have a lot of confidence in that I've met over the years, and we finally came up with a working prototype for this. And I have been experimenting with it the last few weeks, and the results are unbelievable.
Okay, really?
It's hunting wear, and keeping your scent in is important, but it almost appears that this hunting wear is attracting the deer. They come to you. I mean, they are loving it. So I've got Adler, and he's going to model it for us
good.
now.
Adler, let's
and
see.
tell me what you think, Dan.
Okay, all right, let's see.
I think that'll draw me in, don't y'all?
That should do it.
I know we've got Henry the horse. Who is this in the corn out there?
He's dressed as a piece of corn.
Bubba, that's fine as long as he's more than 100 yards and out of the direct line of sight.
No, he's not
It's
real
okay.
corn. He looks like corn.
I didn't sign up for this.
And you look fantastic.
That was good.
I was a little short on material.
Yeah, there you go.
Adler, turn back around. the little beanie deal on top.
Look, hey, for a minute I saw Dan light up like a lot.
I know. Yeah. He was really coming along.
Well, Dan, you know what you do though to make it sell better, don't you? You ride across the front deer corn.
That's
absolutely.
Now you got it.
But you put it high enough the deer can see it out of the shooting hole.
So good. That's good. I like that.
Look at Adler's face. It's good. Adler is dressed as an ear of corn. But I think that'll work. Let's try that this year.
Hey, if you count the numbers of kernels, it's an even number.
Right. That's right. That's right. I don't want to be a corn.
You're corny.
Okay.
That's good. You look
There
good.
he
buddy.
goes.
Thank
Can't believe
buddy.
it.
Can we add ear corn to the wheel of meat?
There, look at it. Look at it walking.
There he goes. There he goes.
So it's been successful out there?
Oh, very successful. They'll almost come get in the shooting house.
That's good.
What's the legality of putting a little scent on it, too?
Again, just keep Adler more than 100 yards and
But
out
it's,
of the
it's
direct
not
line
real
of sight,
corn,
you're
though.
good.
It's not. It's like
Yeah,
a picture of corn.
It's not real corn.
You'll have them eaten out of your hand.
Today is not real corn. Next week you'll have the pockets filled over corn.
No pockets. No pockets.
But remember, we can only use deer corn, not just
That's
deer
right.
corn.
No, it's got to be.
It's got to be
specialized.
deer corn.
That's
Right.
exactly right. That's a huge difference. In that. I understand that.
That may be one of my favorite marketing moves ever. Man, we're not moving this corn. Hey, right across the front of it, deer corn.
Well, clarify. Clarify.
What they do? Bird seed?
Right.
You got to clarify what it is. It's not just any seed.
You know, simplicity and truth goes a long way.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what that goes.
It does really good.
When we were learning marketing a long time ago, Rick, and the guys at Walmart had us in, and they kept saying, put on the box what it is. And they said, you want to see a great example of marketing? Go look at Nabisco in the stores. And you go and any Nabisco product, vanilla wafers. What it says, isn't that really true? That's a great marketing.
Well,
trick.
if I'm buying some, don't make me guess.
Yeah, that's right.
Deer.
Now, Dan, if you're interested in this hunting attire, I can probably turn out, I don't know, 2 a month, depending on how busy Betty is.
Whose Halloween outfit is that?
Well, that's my hunting gear. What do you know about?
No, that's a Halloween outfit. Well, in the true spirit.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Phone calls, we'll get to those shortly. 866-WE-BE-BIG as we phone segment early on in the show. Wheel of Meat still in play today. Could have a Rick and Bubba contest happen today. Kirk Cameron coming up a little bit later. Keeps.com/Bubba. Are you checking in the mirror and the first thing you see is the balding? Yeah. That means it's time to do something and do it now before it's too late. Keeps.com/Bubba. Keep your hair. And I like when they say hair today, hair tomorrow. More 5-star reviews than any of the competitors. Hundreds of thousands of guys trusting them for their loss prevention. So go to Keeps.com/Bubba. That's Keeps.com/Bubba. They've got doctor-recommended, FDA-approved hair treatment. And because they're the generic versions, you pay about half the cost. So best of all, you do everything online. It's a very simple process. Answer a few questions, snap a couple of pics of the hair, and a licensed doctor reviews your information and recommends the right hair loss treatment for you. And then they ship it right to the door discreetly. And if you got any questions along the way, that's fine. You can message the doctor 24/7 and track your progress with their progress tracking tool. So get started. I mean, don't put this off. I mean, Speedy, I know, buddy. It's too late for you. But for others, Keeps.com/Bubba. And look, that look is your look now. We love that look.
You look good, Speedy. You got it down.
You got it. You got it going on. Yeah, that's who you are now.
You good.
You'd look weird with hair. Okay? So go to Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order of hair loss treatment. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, you said the Supreme Court did another ruling that is not getting as much traction as, of course, the bomb that was dropped overnight. But
and that's just rumor of a leak. We don't even know if it's true or not.
Right.
The Supreme Court has ruled, Rick, unanimously, okay? You don't hear that much, that a program that the city of Boston has that they allow outside groups to fly flags at City Hall must permit the flying of the quote-unquote Christian flag.
How about that?
So Boston had argued that flying the so-called Christian flag was government speech because it was a city flagpole. Indeed, the pole is normally used to fly the flag of Boston when it is not used for this program that they have where they let other people fly their flag for a period of time. The city attorney had argued that this is a city flagpole. This would be government speech, and we don't need to be endorsing a religion. The Supreme Court justices disagreed with that, and they said that this is as good as any speech. It's private speech, and just because it is a government flagpole, it does not mean that they are endorsing a religion. Thank you.
Which
for
we've
that
been saying it does not violate the Establishment Clause.
No.
Of course, how many years have we been screaming that? Seriously. Are you tired of talking about it?
Yeah,
I mean,
really,
did they teach this at school at all?
I feel like we keep trying to convince people the sun rises in the east. You know,
Right.
It's just such an old
right.
argument.
Yeah. Hey, some boys, you change the state. Hey, it's not in there. It's called the Establishment Clause.
$100 if you can find it for me. Outline it in the Constitution. On the spot.
Well, and like we said 1,000 times, you really lose.
I'll spot you being.
You really lose your way too when you go, well, where is it? Well, it's in a letter from Thomas Jefferson. Was it Danbury Baptist?
Yeah, I think that's the name.
I may have the name wrong, but the bottom line is he was making sure that reassuring them the government would not get involved in the church.
Right.
It was he even says one-way wall.
Yeah, it was actually. He was actually saying they needed to be separated the other way.
The other way.
It's not the way that we use it now.
And no matter how you feel about that letter, it was a letter.
Yeah. And it has no more law than me writing something on this notepad.
And what he was saying is because of the Establishment Clause.
Right.
I'm paraphrasing now, but that's really what he's saying.
Right,
Based
right.
on the Establishment Clause, you got nothing to worry about.
Right.
You know, it's so.
And how about this? I'm glad we have an establishment clause.
I am too.
I don't want the government telling any of us what we have to believe and how we have to believe it and how we have to actually put that into action.
Right.
And our forefathers did not like the way when they came from England that whatever the king changed his denomination to would actually be the correct phrasing of that they had to change theirs to that. I mean, God has given us free choice in a lot of this, so I don't think the government's place is to take it away. Don't want them establishing a religion, but I don't want them preventing us from worshiping either. And that's what it's turned into. It's turned into an anti-Christian attack, and that's how it's been used in the courts. And I'm just glad that they actually got this one correct. And there's going to be flags that get. I heard that one.
Yeah,
I heard there's going to be flags that fly that I don't really care for, but that's all part of how this works.
Yeah. To the phones we go, and you can join us too. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Jeremy is out of the free state of Florida. Hey, Jeremy, welcome to Rick and Bubba, and thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba. I say Bubba loosely. I mean all of y'all.
Yeah, we got it. We all answered.
We got it, dude.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, fellas. Hey, Rick, I was listening to what you said about being pro-birth versus pro-life, and it really hit me hard, man. I just wanted to let you know that was beautiful. It was well said. I don't know if you came up with it or heard somebody say it, but I felt like you should know that one of your listeners personally got hit right in the face with that one. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, there's been lots of conversations about that, and we've interviewed ministries, and we've gotten in that conversation. So I guess it's just kind of been something that we've been discussing for a number of years on the program with various people. I don't remember the first time I heard that phrase or who to credit it with, but
it's a good one.
Yeah, but it's true, and I
Speak the truth.
And it's one that we think that only the left shouldn't turn this into signs and emotion and protest. Well, we shouldn't either. You got to get your hands dirty. If you really believe something, then you got this. You see this, especially if you're a follower of Christ. He talked about this all the time. Hey, you got to get your hands dirty. Make disciples, be a disciple, teach them all that I have commanded. You got to get, you got to deny self, and if you're going to be my disciple, then now you become immersed in me. It's Rick in Christ, and pick up your cross, die daily, and let's go. Let's advance the kingdom. And what a lot of us like to do is sit in the stands and just go, I think I'm not going to hell, and I'm going to go vote a certain way, and I'm going to sit here and pontificate on what's right and wrong, but I'm not getting my hands dirty, and I'm not going to sacrifice one thing. And that's a dangerous theology. But we're not social workers either. It's all about advancing the kingdom of God and defending Him.
Yeah, just from a strictly moral standpoint, it costs to do the right thing.
Of course it does.
Let's take, for instance, the war in Ukraine right now. For us to help those people out, it's going to cost us. And we're currently paying that cost. I don't know how much it's going to be, and we certainly can debate how far we go with that. But it costs to do the right thing. It costs to enter World War II and stop Nazi Germany and stop the Empire of the Rising Sun. There's always a cost to doing the right thing. It's easy, as you said, to sit in the stands, but usually doing the right thing requires action.
Well, I've gotten to, and gosh, I need to be careful with this because it may come across the wrong way. I don't want this to come across prideful, okay, or mean, and I don't mean it that way. I think it's just the same question I ask myself because it starts with us first and then works its way out. There are people that criticize what we do, and sometimes their criticism is just them holding us accountable, and I appreciate that. And I've given permission to everybody in this room, everybody in my family, and everybody who listens to this show or watches it to speak into my life and call me out if they think I'm being inconsistent with what I claim to believe. And there's times that I absolutely am, and I need to correct it. But then there's times where it goes to this feeling of you're in the stands. And my question always is, before we have this discussion of you're saying we're not doing it right, tell me what you're doing for the kingdom. So what have you done over the last 6 months for the kingdom? And so because I want to know who am I dealing with? Am I dealing with someone who applies it to their own life, or am I just dealing with a Pharisee? So talk to me about what you do. So I'm just wondering if I've got a credible source here. And you know, and when you do, you go, okay, I need to listen to what you have to say. But if you're just somebody that really just sits in the stands on these issues, but you're not willing to get your hands dirty, honestly, I've got other people in my life that probably have more credibility that I need to listen to. And so that's kind of the road that we're all on. You talked about this, Bubba. Christ himself said, count the cost. Yeah. Count the cost. We did a Bible study years ago that Bonhoeffer wrote a book called The Cost of Discipleship. And now I want you to think about this. And you go, well, has this guy got any credibility? Yeah, he was actually out of Germany with his life and said, I can't leave the people behind that I was supposed to be discipling because the Nazis are going to kill them. So I'm going to go in and even get involved in an attempt to take out Hitler. But I'm going back because it may cost me my life, and it did. But I can't stay here in safety and leave them because I'm called to disciple them. And it cost him his life. He was out. He made it. And he went back because he counted the cost. So when someone like Bonhoeffer says count the cost, he's got some credibility. He actually did it. And I remember the first time I thought I was struggling over even going and doing something that I knew that I was being called to do because my big sacrifice was I was going to give up a vacation. Wait a minute. So I'm actually going to go and serve the kingdom of God during my vacation time. Wow, man, you are a martyr. You're a martyr. You gave up a week of vacation? You know what I mean? And it's like that and I mean, come on. I mean, so let's not let it turn into a political issue either, is really the bottom line. If this is something we think God has mandated and that we're supposed to defend, then defend it from that point of view. Not so you can win some political battle. We'll be back 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Shark Tank, I'm going to pass. I don't think I'm going to invest in it. But Chuck, you're more than welcome.
Well, I'll go in if Dan will go in for half.
I may make that deal.
Bubba, I'll tell you what I want to see is you get in that conversation.
Yeah. Well, that was a demo.
Yeah, Bubba gets in and somebody says, what are you dressed as, popcorn? A big old barrel of popcorn?
It may be a bushel.
Rick, they call for a cold winter. The shucks are real thick. Cold winter coming. Cold winter coming.
You change your shucks based on, the temperature outside. You got light shucks or heavy shucks. And I'm not going to say that again.
Watch it. Oh, shucks. You did it. All right, Dan, Chuck, good to see you guys.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, guys, very much. All the information we talked about today is in show notes at rickandbubba.com. We'll be right back. We were just discussing in the break the Las Vegas guard, Jesus Campos. You remember he was the one that was shot in the leg. He's the one that we keep trying to get this timeline down on.
Shot before or after, right?
The crazed shooter in Las Vegas who was just gunning people. No one really knows why, other than the fact it was just an evil act. Been trying to figure it out. If you remember, the last time we heard from Jesus, he was supposed to be doing an interview to kind of tell us what happened. I mean, that's a big interview. You got the security guard. He was shot. He panicked or something, left, would not do the interview, and vanished, and we have not seen him since.
Now, is that true?
That's what they're
saying. It's a story saying today.
Yep.
Said the Mandalay Bay security guard who disappeared last week moments before he was scheduled to break his silence in television interviews has not been seen since he went to walk in to a walk-in health clinic. Says that David Hickey of the security Police and Fire Professionals of America told reporters Friday he got a text the night before Jesus was taken to a UMC quick care facility, because he'd been shot in the leg. He did not specify where or, from whom the text came. And then a spokesperson with this UMC quick care, they have 8 locations in the Vegas area, told Fox News Monday they'd had heard nothing about Campos visiting them, that they have no documentation he came to see them. Multiple requests from Fox News for a comment were not returned Monday. This David Hickey said he was meeting with MGM officials to try to figure out what happened in the hours before Campos scheduled television appearances, including one with Fox News. When the meeting ended, Campos fled, and they've been trying to find him, and he is nowhere to be found.
That's just
weird. That's weird. It's weird.
There's things, there's the timeline. That when we first started, when they changed that, everybody's like, well, that's kind of different.
Well,
and then all of a sudden, he had done been to a dinner and being honored for being a hero and all that, and was ready to tell his side of it. Then the timeline thing got a little weird, and all of a sudden he's gone.
Well, he disappeared really before we heard the timeline. He left when he walked off the interview before it happened, right?
No, I think the timeline thing had already been out.
They remember they had a timeline.
But we didn't hear that there was a difference in the timeline because that interview was just like a day or two after that, and the timeline distortion didn't come out till about a week.
Well,
right?
because what happened is the timeline that everybody was locking on.
I may be wrong. I'm asking, isn't that right?
Well, the timeline everybody was locking on when he was about to do the interview, people started looking at the timeline saying this doesn't make sense. This looks like for 6 minutes nobody did anything. Well, then when that came out, now this is after he fled. They said, well, no, let's clarify the timeline. He got shot, and he started shooting people within seconds. Because do you remember to begin with, when he first talked about when he was shot, everybody's like, well, what happened with all this lag time between you getting shot and this guy going in there and start shooting on people? Then they came out and says, well, look, there's no timeline issue. This all happened within seconds of each other.
Well, it says in here it's still in dispute.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying there was an attempt to clarify because they knew the first
time.
timeline.
Said 6 seconds before.
But he bolted from the interview because of.
Nobody
do we know?
No, nobody knows. He's last seen October the 10th at an awards show or not award show, but a ceremony.
Right.
And he got an award, and then he hasn't been really seen since. And it all started once they started raising questions about did the hotel do enough to prevent the bloodshed. There was also reports he wasn't wearing a recording device, which all security guards have to because master control or the head security office can hear what's going on. They're like, if he'd have been wearing that, they would have heard the ruckus and the shooting, and they could have jumped into action quicker. And of course, there's all kind of different conspiracies.
It's 8 minutes to the top, so let's go ahead and phone troll, and that way you can kind of purge any comments, thoughts that you may have. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Lines are available. You can join us now. We'll go phone troll. That way we get a bunch of you in, and then we'll kind of reset at the top and get in some other topics and discussions that we still have out there. This is not the only topic we have today. It was just a big story that broke. And right now, you don't have to comment on it. You can comment on anything you want to. No meaningless shout-outs, though, or shameless plugs. Those will bring the buzzer. and then we'll get to the next caller. Lines are available now, so if you make a move, you will get in. Donna is out of Birmingham, Alabama. She's listening to us on 104.7 WZZK, I assume. And we'll start with her. Donna, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba phone trail. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
Thanks for all you do every day. I listen to you every single morning.
Thank you.
I want to speak on the frustration I have in speaking with the other side on they're feigning moral superiority on the life of the mother in an abortion situation.
Yeah.
When I tell my story of my third daughter, when my life was in danger and the doctor delivered a tiny, tiny baby, but killing the baby was never an option. They don't have an answer for that. They did consider my life first, and they delivered a tiny baby who just left for her first year of teaching English at a high school. So
Wow.
It was a scary time, but they want to shut you down on that.
Yeah, well, and that goes back to, most of the parents that I know that are that are decent people, they almost have an attitude, and again, that's a whole different animal when you're talking about the life of the mother versus the life of the child. But most of them that I know would risk their own life for the life of their child.
Right.
I mean, we do it now.
And again, I hate to boil this down to a numbers thing,
Yeah.
but you're talking about a very small percent. Right. The largest 95 plus, depending on whose numbers you want, are just for simple convenience. So if you take care of that, I think we all can sit down and look at the other 5%.
We've said it for years. If you want to come to the negotiation table, we'll take abortion on demand, and if we can all agree we're gonna take that away, and it only comes down to these situations where a mother's life is on the line, incest, stuff like that. We'll have that discussion, and as you said, you would remove.
Yeah, I'd make that deal today.
90-something% of all abortions. I mean, just like that. So we, like you said, Donna, we got to be truthful about it. The left loves to come up with all the most outrageous scenario you could ever imagine. I mean, they've got the right now. They're Nazis.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And of course, they haven't done much research on Nazis because sometimes they sound an awful lot like them. But with things like thought control and all that, and demonizing people and telling you who you like and not like. That's who's that sound like? But anyway,
we've had that before.
God forbid we actually know the history of this, but they always do this. And of course, you know what I'm thinking about? I'm gonna try to beat them to the punch. What are we gonna do about all these men when they get pregnant?
Yeah.
I mean, shouldn't men be able to? Men at one time were told they can't weigh in on this, but now that they can get pregnant,
yeah.
Now
they're gonna have to have even say in this.
I don't know how they get pregnant, but apparently Apple tells us they can because there's an emoji for it. I guess men have a say now, right?
Yeah, it depends on how you identify, I guess, Rick.
Let's go to Becky in Illinois. Becky, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
It's not Becky, it's Derek.
Derek.
Okay.
Wow.
Derek. Wow.
All right, Derek. All right. Go ahead, Derek.
In his defense, I was using my speakerphone, so I may have been hard to hear.
Okay.
Rick, I got to give you credit. This Sunday at church, I do children's moment. But to start things off, we had a young man come up and did a violin solo, did a really, really good job. And so as I'm doing children's moment, I wait for all the kids to come up. And I said, how about Briar Smith? And everybody started clapping. And I said, I remember the day that he first came in for his lesson. I knew he was going to be something special. And everybody went nuts.
So was he acting like he's the one who trained him?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's good.
You ran out of time.
I did. I'm sorry.
I'd already
Derek.
used my time.
Yeah,
and I thought I had used mine.
There was only one time out left.
Yeah, I think you both gave a time out and didn't realize it.
Let's go to Thomas in Dothan.
So mine's remaining.
News Talk 1039.
You have
Thomas.
yours back. Okay.
Thomas, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are you?
We're great.
We're great.
Hey, I've heard my entire life that as a man I have no business talking about abortion. Well, here's the facts. Number one, I was not a planned child. When Mom was born, she was 38 and Dad was 42, and I was the third child of the family. And those kind of families are shamed online a bit today. Well, on top of that, Mother almost
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy. Yeah, I think men, since they're held accountable for it, and they should be, they probably ought to have a say in it. Bottom line, back to even what we all know is the real science.
Well, back to the human race.
Right, back to Lee in Leeds. Lee, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys. Bubba,
Yeah.
Is this year going to be another summer of Bubba? Do you have a diet plan for this year? Exercise plan?
You know, right now we're trying to get through the golf pro-am, and then we'll look at everything then.
Is another summer Bubba even on the table?
You know, I'd love for it to be. It needs to be, but I don't know if we can get there.
so it's back to the I know what I need to do. I'm just not sure I want to do it.
Well, it's just I canna get a goodie.
Goody Woody, dear. Let's go to Jeremy.
One more time.
Jeremy and Louisiana. Jeremy, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good, great. Good.
Good. I just want to make a comment, Rick. I appreciate what you and Bubba were talking about with being a Christian witness. I'm an associate pastor myself in a local church close to Lake Charles, and man, I thank God every day for folks like you that's willing to stand up for the truth. My grandpa used to say about a witness, if you're going to tell a man how to plant corn, you need to have a few rows yourself.
That's good. That's real good.
That is great.
Yeah, jot that one down.
Yeah. I told you one, and that's why we got to listen to these older guys. I told you it was not this past man church, but it was one before, and a guy came up and he said, "Well, got my feet stepped on a little bit tonight, son." He said, "But you know what I noticed? When my feet are hurting, I'm careful where I walk."
That's right.
There you go.
And you make every step count.
Yeah. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She heard Bubba and I talking about this. All right, here we go. 3, 2. So you heard Bubba and I talking about this even on the show just the other day. We were talking about ladder insurance. So, Bubba, you and I have gotten to that age now, buddy. People don't want us anymore on our life insurance.
Well, Rick, we're not the safe bet we used to be.
Well, here's the good news. The good news is if you've gotten to the point, or maybe you've never even done life insurance, but you've gotten to the point like us where you go, you've lived longer than your life insurance company maybe thought you were going to, and you're looking and say, man, I can't pay these premiums anymore. So what you need to do is go to Ladder. Listen to this. If it's $3 million or less in coverage, you just answer a few questions about your health in an application, and in just a few minutes, all you need is a few minutes of phone, a laptop to apply, and then Ladder takes their smart algorithms, and they work in real time, and they find out if you're instantly approved. There's no hidden fees. You can cancel any time, get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days. Ladder policies are issued by insurers with long proven histories of paying claims. They're rated A and A+ by AM Best. And how about this? You look at the reviews, 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot, and they just made the Forbes Best Life Insurance 2021 list. Finally, since life insurance costs more as you age, like I just talked about with us two, you need to get this off your list. And it's so simple. All you really want to know is, what are my loved ones going to get if I pass? And that's what Ladder's talking about, term insurance. Go to ladderlife.com/Bubba today and see if you're instantly approved. That's LADDER life.com/Bubba. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. Go do it. The bottom line, and we don't know what it is, the bottom line is, let's just talk about facts. And then whatever. The fact is, there's a security guard. He was shot and was at the beginning of all this. He was supposed to do interviews after being honored for being a hero,
Right.
and he bolted from the interviews, and nobody has seen him since.
And according to his union rep, he said that he was excited to tell his side of the story, looking forward to telling his side of the story. That's why they set up the TV interviews. That's why the union reps and they're getting the prep for the TV interview, he's outside waiting to do it. They walk out and he's gone.
Yeah, and that was my biggest question when Greg told me that. Before, I was like, okay, is he being made, to go talk to these folks? Is MGM, are they saying, hey, get out there and talk? Or is he wanting to do this, whatever? Well, apparently he was wanting to clear up everything and tell his side.
Well, apparently not.
And then now this.
And
here's the other thing.
Last public photograph, October 10th, when he was getting his award, they were at a big steakhouse, and it's soon after that, the investigators is when they said the timeline kind of changed. And then he was looking forward to telling his side, had it set up to tell his side, and he disappeared.
They're saying now they're just concerned where the member of this organization, this is back to Hickey,
the
who
union,
represents this. He says, I'm hoping everything's okay with him. I'm sure MGM or the union will let the media know when we hear something. We ain't heard from him.
So the conspiracy people will definitely have a heyday with
But
this.
what will they say?
But that's my question. What is the point? What is the conspiracy here? What were we trying to accomplish with this whole thing?
What would be strange is the initial story was, I hear the shooting, I go up, the guy sees me, shoots me through the door, but then they come out and go, well, what we're seeing, you got shot 6 minutes before you ever shot. And that is in dispute. They've kind of backed off of that a little, but they still aren't going to the original story. I mean, that starts the whole. Again, you got to draw some weird conclusion you want to, but if I suppose I got shot after the man shooting, but kind of find out I actually got shot 6 minutes before, it is different. That's something to look at.
And they have come back and they're trying to tell you the 6 minutes didn't happen now. That's the new thing. No, that's not right.
Well, I think that's one side.
No, but they did. They tried to come back and say that didn't happen. You're right. There's still two. But there has been an attempt to say that original timeline. Y'all are misunderstanding what happened. But
he was supposed to clear all that up.
That's right. So let's go to this. Let's say that there's no big conspiracy. It's just as simple as I'm a security guard. I realize I'm about to be thrown in the middle of a horrifying, horrific thing.
I'll buy that.
I don't want to be part of this. Everybody's going to start questioning me. My life's about to be ruined. Everybody's going to say I didn't do enough. I didn't have my recorder on. That's already a problem. This timeline thing, it might have just dawned on him, hey, I like the celebrity. Oh, wait a minute.
No,
I'm about to be scrutinized for everything I've done.
I'll give you two more steps on that line of thinking, Rick, and I think that is more apt than anything else I've heard. He is a security guard. He's not a policeman, and I'm not saying this about all security guards, but maybe he's got something in his past that didn't exactly, he may have something that he's afraid is going to be brought back up. I mean, it's not something terrible, but maybe an accident he's had or money he owed or something. He doesn't really want to be in the spotlight again. So he decided, hey, I don't need this. I'm getting out of this attention before it becomes like a lottery.
The most sensible.
Yeah, and all that sounds good, but then you would think he wouldn't have set up an interview.
No, you're right. What I'm talking about is, but understand human nature.
He could have set it up, and it kind of hit him about what's about to be covered here.
Human nature starts out as, hey, I'm about to be important. Everybody wants to interview me. I'm about to tell my story. But then maybe some reality hit him, says, wait a minute. This is going to make a colonoscopy look like nothing. They're going to unpack everything in my life I've ever done, every place I've ever been. I don't know that I want to do this.
I may have an ex-wife that's going to say that I abused her or something. And we're just totally speculating, but I'm saying that's as good as any conspiracy theory.
Well, you can see the follow-up. Security guard that was the first on the scene. We unpack, had a history of fill in the blank.
Yeah.
I mean, that could happen.
Yeah, he had been dismissed from a job because of drugs or alcohol or something. He just
picture this headline. Was him not having his recording device a surprise? Or 7 minutes past. Sing the song. Sing the Rick and Bubba song. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, the gang is all here. It is a brand new hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for letting us do it.
RickandBubba.com, would you like your Little League team or just your high school team, whatever team, to be the USFL Team of the Week and get a little VIP action? We were watching some of the kids doing that last weekend.
They were on Fox. Yep. I saw Curry in there.
Little Curry Yellow Jackets. But, how about you could win this week? Go to the contest button at RickandBubba.com. While you're there, also vote on Fix Mama's Mouth. The 3 finalists are there.
and you can let your voice be heard. All right, so if you're just now joining us, you're like, hey, did you see that leak last night from Politico? We did a whole hour on that. Or about 45 minutes. So we talked about that last hour in great detail. It certainly can come up again later on Phone Trolls or whatever, but don't think we haven't discussed it. If you're just joining us, we did discuss it last hour, and if you missed it, you can catch it on the podcast archives today on video or the YouTube archives, whichever you prefer. All right, but let's move to this next thing because it's going to lead us to a discussion about Elon Musk. Now, the Met Gala, this is that, hey, you got to be at this, right? This is
this is where we go to show off how weird we can dress.
Yeah, so
anybody goes to this thing. I don't know what they do when they get there.
I was about to say, I don't either.
I mean, do they have cheese straws?
Yeah, but you get to see a bunch of this
little sand cookies. They got any of them?
So, and of course, what I'm just continuing to enjoy
peanut butter in a jar.
Because see, Elon Musk has the kind of money to be invited to all of the big things that the left thinks belongs to them.
Right.
And then he gets there and starts making fun of it, and he's going to do it here too.
Yeah, he really does.
So we've got let's see, we've got first of all Kim Kardashian. You talk about America, how this family has been able to market and monetize. I don't even know. I think we all know what they're monetizing, but anyway, the Kim Kardashian comes into the Met Gala and on the red carpet in Marilyn Monroe's $5 million Happy Birthday, Mr. President dress. So I didn't realize. So that's not. That's
the one.
Well, where do you get it? I mean, how do you?
Somebody bought it at auction.
Okay.
And I don't know. Did they buy it, or is she just borrowing it from somebody?
A lot of times they wear, I think, borrowed clothes, or like designers give them stuff in order to bring some publicity to it. But evidently, she had to lose 16 pounds to get into this dress.
Yeah.
Which is that's like a fighter cutting weight. Like, my gosh.
Right.
Is she bald-headed?
Yeah, I was about to say, is she now? Is her and Will Smith's wife? Or is this the new thing?
I think that's a ponytail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, don't say anything about
her
it.
eyebrows up.
They said Will Smith punched somebody for mentioning it. So now when all this is going on. Now Elon Musk is going to make fun of how they all strike their poses on the red carpet.
He came in with his mom, who is a model, and he's going to do his own pose here.
Yeah.
Watch him do.
Is he having the time of his life?
Rick,
I mean,
you've got to love it. You got to love it.
Yeah.
So his mom's a model, and she's like 70, but she was really famous at one time. I didn't know that at all.
I think she still is for her age.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
What's like something Musk?
Careful, Bubba.
I don't know.
Bubba.
You know how
older than Dr. Burke.
You know how Greg.
You think Meemaw's fine?
No. So you're saying
I'm just
she's
telling
fine.
you what she does.
Bubba's hot for Meemaw Musk.
You want to see her in the swimsuit?
I'm reading off of this sheet. I'm reading off of the paper.
Meemaw Musk.
All right, now the next one, you love this. Here's Hillary Clinton. You talk about.
Oh gosh!
You talk about the wheel landing on something else. She is.
That's not a bad. It's not a good picture.
She's got a dress of 60 women who inspire her. Is that correct?
The names on
and keep in mind, remember we called her in the, she wasn't. Her Harriet Tubman fact turned out not to be true.
Right.
And of course she's going to put it on there, and we're hoping we forgot.
Stays with it. Yeah.
And then the person, remember about who had gone to Everest or something, and come to find out that she
had the years wrong.
She had the years wrong. She wasn't even she had already been born when that happened, so she couldn't have been named after it. But remember that? Of course, the Clintons. Lying to them is like Bubba and I eating sausage balls. It's just natural.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's like me having a peanut butter shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
that's what I call those now.
And we'll discuss that here in a minute. But are you saying that everybody around her's got a mask on, but she doesn't?
This is not a good picture that he was showing of the folks. Please look. So there she is. There's the dress, and that's not a good look for her.
So the serving class has different rules, evidently.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh wow.
They have their mask on.
Adler.
Yeah.
No, that's
and then of course Mr. Excitement, Mr. Excitement, New York Mayor Eric Adams. He's now going to wear a black tux with end gun violence.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy, that was good.
Yeah.
Well, look, you can do.
Well, he's not
all-
doing a very good job.
you
No,
can
he's
do-
not.
Yeah,
look,
that's his job.
Don't you?
Yeah.
What are they thinking? You're the mayor of New York City.
They
Your
don't
crime
care.
rate's out the roof.
Yeah.
Can't even get on the subway, and you're you're wearing that.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I think it just goes to show the mentality of some people. He cares. He has something on the back of his tuxedo, a little drawing, a little saying.
Yeah.
What would really help is police officers
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
are highly
It
trained,
would.
and a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And then prosecuting people who actually commit crimes. I know that's crazy.
Oh no!
Hold on.
Hang on here. You mean to tell me if you get rid of police force, you might have the crime rate go through the roof?
That's it.
How
That's it.
that happen?
You know what? That's a good question.
How can I stop it? Put a sign on my back?
You know that's going to stop crime.
that's good.
Well, the thing.
Do you think anybody's going into a convenience store? They're about to knock it over to get drug money, and they went, "Did y'all see the president's tuxedo? I mean, the mayor's
you.
tuxedo."
I know.
Can I put my gun down?
He said, "In gun violence." I'm just going to take the clip out right there.
done with it.
Yeah.
The thing that's so
And head back.
it's so embarrassing, but we have
Maybe not.
we have a whole class of people in this country that really believe that you stop things with slogans.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
Words are everything to the left. Yeah. Everything.
slogans can get you,
Yeah.
and slogans can stop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Bubba, you make the great point. Hey, what do you think about it? So, we still meeting, doing that deal? I know I was supposed to meet you at that empty warehouse that's in every movie, but you know what? I saw the mayor. He had a tuxedo on, and when I saw in gun violence on his back, I just thought, let's not do this.
Yeah. I got a big drug shipment coming in from South America. I turned the plane around. Tell him I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm
I
out.
saw it.
So, can there be a group of people more out of touch than everybody at the Met Gala?
Oh gosh.
And it was Hillary Clinton claimed that she was named for Sir Edmund Hillary.
That's the one.
The conqueror of Mount Everest. She was already 6 years old when he made his famous
That was the
ascent.
one. But look, keep in mind.
Well, what was
Adler,
her name the first 5 years of her life? Do we know?
Adler, I want you to listen now, okay? We just let that go. I mean, back to potato. If Dan Quayle had said that, it would still be on billboards.
Yeah,
I mean,
there'd be a statue to it.
with underneath, this is the Republican Party, something like that. We let Hillary Clinton, who has served our country in all kinds of high-ranking positions, wants to be president so bad you can taste it, and we let her get away with just making stuff up like that. And,
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's. All right, we come back. We got to talk Elon Musk.
Yeah, a little more Elon here. We don't have Elon theme music, and we need to come up with that because apparently we're going to have an Elon story every day.
Oh yeah,
it appears,
especially now. I mean, he's a crusader now.
And quite the model if you saw his poses there.
Rick. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A list of things he'd done as security guard that made him. You don't know what's going to happen. I'm not saying there's anything. Now that's just the sensible. Then there's the more dicey, deeper things that somebody didn't want him to do the interviews and threatened him or took him. Now that one, gets a little more
Right,
dicey.
because one of the more attractive conspiracies online is that the authorities have known all along that there isn't just one shooter, and they're misleading everybody because they're after what's really going on. I've heard that one. We've actually had it called into the show.
I understand that. But let me dial it back another step. Let's just say there was 2 shooters. Say there was 3. Say there was a cover-up, so we don't know that. What was the end game of this attack?
Right.
What were they trying to accomplish? You got to have that motive to make any of the rest of it. Like with Lee Harvey Oswald, we know he wanted to shoot the president. We know he wanted to shoot somebody. We know a lot of people wanted to shoot Kennedy. So you can see motive in all of these conspiracies. In this one, there's just not a motive there other than just evil. I just want to shoot and kill people.
Right.
We'll be back. I do want to introduce some of you, hopefully not for the first time, but I know if you've been listening to the show for years, you realize that our relationship with Craig Shoemaker has been one to remember. I think,
Rick, we're so glad to have Shuey
welcome back, Craig Shoemaker.
I have all these notes.
I started to say he brought his term paper with him. What is all that?
Hey, I'm going to ask you.
I should throw them all out. You guys take this wherever you want to.
Yeah.
Well,
and you always bring up my past.
I know, always. I want to say again.
Sometimes it's a good past. Most of the time, it's not.
When we first met, the very first time, we produced somebody out of your past that you thought, no way they find this guy, and we did. You remember that?
Oh, Gallo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That was the first time we met?
I think it's the first time you were ever on.
Technically, the first time we met, you were sitting back and
that's
in
true.
a Broadway show.
We talked about that when Whoopi Goldberg referenced you from the stage. And
they all were. I was sitting there, and I'm going, nobody's witnessing this, and you were right behind me.
And when you came on the show and you started telling me the story, I'm like, my gosh, I was there. What a weird moment that was.
I know. I've had some strange moments.
Yes,
Speaking of Broadway, I had the craziest moment. I was I was touring with Kenny Loggins. I was opening for him on Broadway. It was really cool. And my drunken friends took the train from Philadelphia. So I'm doing my act, and all of a sudden they're coming down the aisle. Yo, Shoe!
Yeah, hollering.
Tell me the time you wet your pants in Miss Keimel's class. And I'm going, guys, I'm on Broadway. I'm trying to whisper to them. This is a big moment for me. Yeah, shut up. We know who you are. By the way, everybody, Steiny's funnier than he is.
Steiny's funnier than he is.
Steiny was the first breasts he ever had.
Yeah, oh, my gosh.
They're telling the audience this.
Right, in your big moment on Broadway.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to whisper to them. They're in the front row. And I said, guys, not now. All right? For another time you can heckle me, but not now.
Right. Looking back, giving them front row seats, not the best move you ever made.
Now, here's the topper is Kenny, one of the guys was sick. So I had to replace one of the guys as a singer. So now I'm singing on Broadway. These guys are all passed out in the front row. We're doing an acoustic set, and all of a sudden one of them wakes up and goes, yo, there's Shoe singing with Kenny Loggins. Look at that, dude poo corner. Oh, shoot, the Philadelphia accent. We have the worst accent in the world.
So
whenever I tour here, it's the worst.
Oh, well,
I ordered pecan pie. You should have seen the face I got on that one.
Oh, what are you doing?
How do you say it?
Pecan.
Pecan. Excusez-moi. Pecan.
Pecan.
Where are you from? Beverly Hills? Drysdale? I want some pecan pie. Thurston Howell? What is this?
I would have never thought
that
somebody from Philly would sound more country on a word than people actually from Alabama.
You know, that is true.
That's odd.
It's a reversal.
That's one of those reversal ones.
Yeah, I want some pecan pie.
I'll tell you another one. How do you say the word? I played in a a big event.
Tournament.
What? How do you say it?
Tournament.
Tournament.
Yeah.
Tournament.
The word is tour. Nament. You know,
Tournament.
Springsteen doesn't go on tour. He goes on tour. Nament. He doesn't go, hey, dudes, we're going on tour. Come on now. 1, 2, 3, fur. It's tournament. Where'd you get tour?
Say it.
Say the whole word.
Tournament. Tournament.
Yeah. Well,
Tournament.
Very good.
How'd you like that adjustment? Tournament.
But
I still like
you'll go
tournament.
right back though. It's not like you're going to adjust for life on that one.
Right.
But you talk about accent differences. I was playing in this golf tournament. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful golf course.
Right. That's funny.
I was in the South. I lost my little pencil. The guy goes, "That's all right. I got a pen in my bag." Now that sounds normal to you. I'm going, pen? Are you going to scratch our scores and fill in the ink later with a pen? He goes, "No, man, I got a pen." I said, "Oh, you mean a pen?"
Can I tell you?
And he laughs at me, tries to imitate me. He goes, "No, man, it's not a pen. It's a pen."
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's our number. Thank you for being with us. Helmsy. Helmsy, you fired up for the car show Saturday? I mean,
I don't know what you're talking about. Because based off the conversation we just had, I thought, my goodness, Rick, that was all fair.
I'm just excited for you.
Oh.
So coming up this
well,
week.
I've been to Mobile. I've been to Mobile three. This will be the third time in like 4 weeks.
It's your new hometown.
Wow. Boy, 65.
Catch Helmsy, West Mobile Baptist Church in Mobile, Alabama, working through the discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. And Helmsy will speak at their next Man Church. It'll be Saturday morning.
Yes.
And they got a lot going on in Mobile. They always do this time of year. And Helmsy will be right in the middle of it, talking to people about Jesus.
I got a car show that's starting at 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll go throughout the lunch. The lunch will be there, snacks provided, and then I'll speak at 11.
So look
looking forward to it.
And you have a chance to plug into the small group curriculum
Yes.
they're doing, too, from themanchurch.com. Helms will also be in Montgomery, Alabama on the 11th of May. Landmark Church. They're still rolling. He'll be there. And on the 14th, Rich Wingo will be headed to Crestview, Florida. He'll be at First Baptist Church, Crestview. And so that's all happening in the next couple of weeks. And then
Come on, Helms. You got 1 week, buddy. You can get through it.
And I will not be here on May the 13th on the show because hopefully, barring someone running in and saying, hopefully it's all going to be done, Big Love will graduate from Mississippi State University.
Let's
Awful
go.
proud of him.
Yeah.
Hail State.
So it's
More cowbell.
Of course, we got to get there. I mean,
Right.
I check in cautiously.
Yeah, it's a lot like when I graduated. I was like, we went to the practice and my name's on the seat. I said, if my name's on the seat, you can't take it back.
Right.
I mean,
No.
y'all can't double back on me now, right?
No.
Well,
Because I done invited Mom and them to come.
Big Love, thankfully, is not as in question as you and I were. But I was big time in question. They still question. Sherry still questions it to this day, and my mom as well.
Right.
She goes, "Did you by any chance go up there and just grab something so I'd get my picture made with you? And you never really graduated?" And I'm like, "No, I graduated straight up." Sherry's like, "I want to see the diploma. I don't know where it is, but I did graduate." I think Brody went as well as to pull up the records of Jacksonville State University.
Can you do that?
He was trying.
I feel like that's a violation of something.
Look, I graduated. Nobody's ever asked me about it, but
I've never had to prove it.
I haven't either. I got a picture of me with a cap and a gown holding the black book, though, I'll tell you that. So anyway, so we're excited about that, and I apologize that, I guess when people do graduations, they think people don't have jobs, but that I'll have to miss work in order to be at a 9:30 a.m. on a Friday graduation. But that's when the School of Communication is handing their stuff out. So
Yep.
So anyway, so I'll be there. All right. So Elon Musk theme song.
Yeah, it appears we're going to have an Elon story every day, so we need good theme music for it. And Rick, we don't want to reuse something we've already used, and several of the more notable ones I think we've already used.
We have.
But we do have some suggestions. We had Money by Pink Floyd. We've had Mr. Roboto. We've had this is one called Here Comes the Money. Have you heard that?
I have not.
Jim Johnston.
I have not.
Apparently Shane Mahanan.
Careful.
The wrestler uses it.
I'm not
as an
familiar with
intro. I'm out of the loop there a little bit on that.
Bubba, you said, do you want me to play a little money for you? And I know YouTubers, y'all can't hear any of this, but that's just
We've
part
had
of
a
it,
Kiss song called in. I don't know about it.
Is that the one that I was talking about?
Yeah, I probably don't need to do that.
So I don't think this really works. I just don't. I know the kind of we do an update what you want from it, and I don't.
Gotta be peppy.
I'm not sure this is going to meet.
Okay, I know the song.
Yeah, you know.
I
The
like this song. I don't know that it works.
We need to
for
get to
me.
the chorus.
It doesn't have a lot of pep though.
Yeah.
Right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Boy, it really changes in your headphones, doesn't it?
Yeah. A lot of channel to channel there.
See, picture the update right now. Would this fire you up at all?
I don't think so. It's a good pick, but it's just not peppy enough for me. I like pep, Rick. I gotta have a little pep.
I'd like to recommend Blink 182's "Aliens Exist."
That's good. That's good.
What was the other one? You said something about money. What was that other one? I never heard of.
It was "Here Comes the Money" by Jim Johnston, which I'm not familiar with right off the top of my head.
I'm not either.
I may know it after I hear it, but
I'm not. Why in the world? Okay.
Do you see it out there anywhere?
Here comes.
We've already used Rocket Man. We use that for Kim Jong Un.
Here comes the money. All right, let me see.
Do we already use money?
Yeah, that's our Trump.
That's our Trump update.
Yeah.
Did you say Jim Johnston?
Yes.
All right, I got it. All right, let's see what we got here.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Oh yeah,
I like that. I like that.
we got it.
You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Well, we can just use this first part. So,
Rick, does it have an E by it, Rick?
No,
Rick, is there an X or an E next to that anywhere?
It is sad what they consider cussing now.
It doesn't.
Greg doesn't consider
Because
that
I
a
looked
cuss
at
word.
But listen to this. But you can just do this part. So, Bubba, tell me we got an Elon Musk update.
Rick, it looks like we've got news from Elon Musk.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
I like that. I think we got a winner.
That's a
I
good one.
like
Let's-
it.
I mean that.
I like that.
That is good.
Somebody make a note of that one.
And
Kind of want that in my playlist.
Well, that one works right there. Right there. That's my leader right now.
Money Talks, ACDC. Anybody? Weird Science. It's always a good one. Covers a lot of fronts there on his area. Several Money Talks, ACDC.
I'm seeing Big Time, Peter Gabriel. I don't know about that one.
It's a good song.
Just reading here.
No, I got it. Guys, I don't think we're going to find anything better than what we just played.
That was good.
I mean,
I'll be listening to that in Black Truck today.
Fleetwood Mac.
here's AC/DC Money Talks. And it does. As far as the lyric, it works for Elon really well. But the other one kind of says the same thing. It says Money Talks.
You could
too.
be walking it out right now while you're talking about it.
Talk about a band that said we got the formula, we ain't gonna change a whole lot.
We're gonna stay in that lane.
That's a good one too.
That's pretty catchy too.
Yeah, it is.
I need to get to the chorus. So where's the chorus?
They've got the beat down, don't they?
Let me get to the chorus. Here we go. Here we go. The lyric is good because it says, "Listen to the money talk."
Yeah, that's good.
And it even it says, "Come on, love me for the money" is a lyric too.
Yeah.
So that all works. But it's not.
Electricity from the 80s. You remember it? Electricity.
Well, how's that tied to Elon Musk?
Well, Tesla and all
I
that.
see.
There's so many fronts with him. It's hard to hit it all. You know?
It all goes back to money, though.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. The fact that he's getting to do whatever he wants to do because of his money.
Yep.
It's those two we just heard were dandies.
Yes, they were.
What about Here Comes the Hot Stepper?
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How do you say the woman's name? P-E-G. What do you call her? Pig? Because that depends on what she looks like. And that's honest, true story. That's honest. Yeah. Don't get Greg started on the name Peggy.
Yeah, really. That was my buddy. He comes to visit me, and I took him to one of these hot springs they have in L.A.
Oh,
these,
my gosh.
Oh, yeah, like, with the saunas and all that. The guy yelled at him. He goes, "Sir, we don't go into the pool without showering first." He said, "Oh, man, I'm sorry. I had to pee real bad."
Be careful where you take your Southern friends.
Classic.
So you look at you still doing the comedy thing. Still doing it.
I
Still
tried
out there.
retiring.
Still on the road. Didn't you try to get out of it for a while?
I retired for a little while, and I wrote on the show Fuller House. You ever see that show?
Yeah.
I was writing on there, but that's so. I missed comedy when I was doing that. You don't walk into a writer's room and they go, "Here he is, ladies and gentlemen." It's Craig Shoemaker. No, it's the opposite.
You might have seen his work in Fuller House.
Well,
did you get any funny lines in on Fuller House?
I was trying to get funny lines in. When somebody literally said this to me. You see, people don't understand. When you're in a writer's room, it's jury duty. You're in there with the same 12 people every single day, and I'm the lone foreman that everyone hates.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm the comedian. I would still do touring.
You mean touring?
I'm touring. I would come back with a suntan. They were like in the room all that time. They were, "Where were you? Hawaii." You missed me. It was like a great theater over in Hawaii. I mean, yeah, they were not happy with it. I was the only comedian in the room. But one time I literally, you're like pitching jokes the whole time. Just anything. Well, and then the one woman, the one writer, she goes, "You leaned up to tell that joke."
Oh.
that put me in my place. I felt like I was back with my mom again.
Right.
But yeah, because guys, by the way, when I'm with guys, I don't care what you say about me, but women have much more of an effect on me.
Well, you were raised with a bunch of women.
Yeah,
I know your story.
I know, but it's such an effect. My navigational system is a female voice. I feel like she's judging me. I was driving over here. I made one little wrong turn. She's like, you can hear it in the voice of my navigator. Yeah, you can hear the sigh, the eyes roll, rerouting. I could just hear it said like that.
Well, I mean, I text something making fun of you yesterday. Stop being so needy. First thing back was something about his mom. I mean, it's like it's always
that's true.
It's always at the forefront, isn't it? I didn't mean to.
You want to read my text now? You want to out me on my text?
No, I'm not going to do
my
that.
private text to you.
No,
Go ahead, say it.
No, look.
Go, put it out there.
You got some mom issues. We know this.
Yeah, I got mom and dad issues.
We miss you as a little league coach.
I'll tell you how bad it is with my mom. I thought that she'd be proud of me. I won this award, this independent film festival. I'm backstage. And it was when Robin Williams was alive, and he won this big award, too. And I said, Robin, will you talk to my mother? Oh, the Love Master's mother? Oh, yes, I will. Does she have a big one? So anyway, I said, great, because she loves celebrities. So I call her up. I go, Mom, guess what? My film just won the Independent Film Festival. I'm standing here with Robin Williams who's going to talk to you. And she goes, there's a pause, and she goes, that's very nice, Craig. You know not to call me during Jeopardy. And as she's hanging up, I literally hear, who is there, War Sadat? She gets one more question in to beat my stepfather. And I'm standing there with the phone. She hung up on me. And Robin Williams goes, oh, what's the story? I said, she hung up on me. She goes, I understand. He totally understood because he's a comedian. This is what we come from. I don't even tell you about my dad.
No, you did that last time. It was too heartbreaking.
It's not heartbreaking because look what it led to.
You remember we
had
had
a career in comedy.
I know, but on the air, remember we had a pause. You're like, oh man, you brought us down.
Got too serious?
For a minute, it was all like I didn't know what to say.
Craig, tell
What's heartbreaking about the mules? Oh, you mean about the part about him leaving me when I'd visit him for like 8 hours with a wagon filled with brochures? Literally, there's no cell phones back then. He doesn't understand this. He would leave me with a wagon and he'd go, tell people you're an estimator. I'm 8 years old. I don't even know what an estimator is. I haven't estimated yet. Who does that at 8 years old? And I said, I'd knock on her door. Hi, Tri-City Contracting. Would you like to convert your cesspool to a sewer? I did this over and over again. He would leave me on a corner with my wagon with brochures.
It explains so much.
It
nothing.
does. It's becoming clear.
So much is explained.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, I
guess so. I feel like I'm in therapy when I come here.
I don't know what it is about
I'm
this
in
show.
country therapy. Y'all need to sit back now.
We're going on a tour.
Y'all need to listen to Rick and Bubba now. I'm going to tell you what's wrong with you.
$35 now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we make our way back, Kirk Cameron coming up later on in the program today. He'll be at Gridiron Men's Conference coming up this summer, Huntsville, Alabama. Also, the Wheel of Meat is in play again today, so be paying attention for that. Mother's Day Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
I hope you haven't put this thing off. Just want you to know it's Tuesday, just FYI. 5 days to go. So make the move now to 1-800-Flowers.com. We'll get you $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses. That's 1-800-Flowers.com with the promo code BUBBA. Just look there at the radio icon, drop that in. We'll get you $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses. Now, when I talk about this promo code, I'm giving you, it only applies to that special. So if you want that one, use the promo code BUBBA, boom. Now, they've got other selections there for you, too, and you're welcome to pick whatever you want. But if you want the $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses, use the promo code BUBBA. Get that done. This is not going to last forever. And the closer you get to Mother's Day, the more difficult it's going to be for Mama to get that by Mother's Day. So make the move on that now. 1-800-Flowers.com, $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses using the promo code BUBBA. Now, so Bubba, you said that you wanted to hear one more. You wanted to hear this song.
Yeah, I got a couple of more for you here too, but let's see how this one fits.
Yeah, so this is the
This one we've heard a lot during football teams have used this.
Oh,
one,
yeah.
a tremendous amount.
A lot
of
of
time.
sports teams.
Yeah, the all I do is win. So Elon Musk update. So that.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that one works too. Lyrically, it works. That's another good one. That's a real good one.
Could we get Speedy to instead of saying DJ Khaled, you scream in the mic, Elon Musk, and like do your little magic,
You do,
and
where
do
you
your
magic
your voiceover, and it's Elon Musk instead of DJ Khaled, but you do it in your voice, you do it in your DJ Khaled announcement voice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
I'm just thinking if we're going. I mean,
so really, if you think about it, we got three good ones. I mean. Do you realize the level you'd have to get to go?
No.
And you got to think about.
There's not a loser in that.
Yeah, you got to think about the lyrics too, because some of you are sending things that, like for instance, money for nothing. Well, that doesn't apply. Elon Musk has certainly not been given money for nothing.
Yeah,
that's making fun of people that are getting paid a lot of money for doing that. You know what I mean?
Listen to
that
the
should be some of our other update music.
No, it actually should be an update on this show.
I'm gonna mention this. I'm gonna mention this. We probably don't want to complicate it anymore already, but Bachman Turner Overdrive. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
Keeps coming up bigger and bigger.
Yeah, that's true.
I love when we all think we got a gun. We kind of look around at each other.
Well, no, I mean,
what do y'all think about that?
It all goes back
I'm
to.
just reading this from email. I'm not coming up.
Yeah, it all goes back to
about Highway to Hell.
Greg. Greg, for no other reason, cool riff.
Cool riff. Real cool riff.
Yeah. Horrible lyrics, really cool.
Great riff.
That's actually our theme music for the Progressives.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
Well,
our current state of the country.
Biden administration.
Yeah, there you go. But anyway, so with that, I
Get
think
some Tusk from Fleetwood Mac and just scream Musk.
I never understood Fleetwood Mac and Tusk. That's just not a very good song. I don't know what it is either.
It won't
Makes no sense.
I want a lot of you to know, including my friend Bob.
Hey, Bob.
We've already used money from the OJs.
Right.
We use that for Trump.
Right.
Okay.
It's already on there.
Yeah. So
and Adler prepare cut 6 here. That's what we were trying to get to.
Okay.
CNN is more commentary on Elon buying Twitter.
Yeah.
And listen to what they actually say here about control and how can this be happening. Listen to this from CNN.
No, I think there's a bigger problem that when we focus on the personalities of people like Elon Musk and people say, oh, I think Elon's thinking this or that. There's a bigger problem here about how we are going to control the channels of communication in this country. In 1927, we had the Radio Act. 1934, the Communications Act. Congress stepped in. We made rules. FCC wasn't great, but it's still regulating the broadcast industry. You can't use vulgar language. You can't do all these things with speech. We gave over our what amounts to our airwaves or our internet waves to Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. And we are in so much trouble because those guys believe in making money. We've already seen that with the 2016 election in Zuckerberg when he was taking rubles for ads from Russia and saying, oh, I think it's crazy to think they had any influence on this election. Musk is the same. Musk doesn't want it. He's upset with the SEC, how dare they question him? You know what I'm saying? This is dangerous. We can't think anymore in this country. We don't have people, no, I'm serious, we don't have people in Congress who can make regulations that can make it work. I think we can look to the Western countries in Europe for how they are trying to limit it. But you need controls on this. You need regulation. You cannot let these guys control discourse in this country or we are headed to hell. We are there. Trump opened the gates of hell and now they're chasing us down.
Unreal.
Oh my God.
Look, by the way,
Now,
where was
he
the,
2 weeks ago?
Yeah,
where was he 2 weeks ago? Couldn't get a peep out of him.
We didn't get a word from the human mole, which is what he looks like. We did not get a word from him back when they had full control of all the social media platforms. He's crying because there's a break in the dam.
That's right.
And there's some water rolling
that they
through.
don't control.
He doesn't get to control Twitter, so the people who have it now are evil. When he had it, because the all-loving, all-caring, all-righteous left and our giant central government, they know best, and as long as they're in control, the human mole's happy. But if somebody else has the audacity to say maybe we should just make it free speech, period. Then he's upset because he says we're the ones that are supposed to pick and choose what you can and can't say and who you can and what you can and can't be. We don't want anyone else to have that power.
Yeah, and think about just in the last year or so what we've had to deal with. And he's saying we can't let these people control communications. Think about the people who have been controlling it.
Right.
Okay, they pushed and pushed this thing that Russia was backing Trump. That Russia controlled Trump. Okay, we know all that was wrong. Right. Okay, you couldn't get a dissenting opinion on that for nothing out there. We know the Hunter Biden laptop story was suppressed. If there's nothing to it, put it out there. Let's examine it, okay? And that's going on now in the court system. The COVID, where did COVID come from? Boy, if you even suggested that it didn't come from some lady eating a bat sandwich, you were put under the bus, blackballed, and never to be heard from again. We know, again, that was a story that was wrong. So why don't we put this out there and let the public work it out, as opposed to someone being in control of all everything we have to hear? We don't want you in control because you're wrong so much of the time.
Right.
Control, bad.
And that's a little bit of what Elon did on Twitter yesterday. He went after NBC, and after a Peacock host attacked him, he went through all the scandals that they have had over the last year or two concerning the Hunter Biden laptop, Harvey Weinstein and the story. They suppressed it. Matt Lauer and they suppressed it. And he just went through the list yesterday.
So are you saying that are you just mentioning that that's a Elon Musk story?
I am.
Here comes the money, money, money,
That's gonna be hard to beat.
Yeah. I just like
to feel that because I think we have fun with it.
Yeah. It's got everybody in here hopping.
Sure it did. I had me hopping all day long.
Even Greg, he had that look.
Yeah, he did. Greg said don't like that kind of music, but that sure does work on the theme song.
It does.
Uh-huh.
It sounds like
dollar. You caught in traffic this morning, little baby brother?
Yeah, boy, I tell you, still backed up. I got lucky.
Yeah, and stopped his nose up,
That was awful, wasn't it?
No, Rick, it could have been. If I'd have been just a little further down past the exit, I'm still sitting there.
Whew.
From what I'm seeing, I think you had two different incidents in the same stretch.
On west and east, or just all west?
all heading west.
Well, a lot of times the first one will cause the second one.
So there you go. We'll come back. We got other things to discuss on the program today. And thank you for all your feedback on theme music. Got some good suggestions.
Oh, yeah.
Some good ones. Bubba, I just picture you all about too. I don't know Bill Bubba Bussey could dislike a song called "Here Comes the Money."
I like all of them.
Yeah, they're all good. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I will tell you
everything.
Yeah, when you come,
and I got a recording of it from last time you were here. It's sad, sad,
so sad. We released it on a CD. People loved it, and never compensated you for it.
I got Greg for living this life.
Well, what is it about this show? You always open up almost too much here. I don't know why it is.
Now you think that makes me feel good? Almost too much. I'll leave here with only that thought. I'm not going to leave here going, boy, that was fun. Promote him to all my shows at Stardome tonight, by the way. Stand up live in Huntsville. Looking forward to that. And then Zany's on Thursday. Now I got that in.
Right.
But then I'm going to walk out of here going, I was almost too much.
Well, and suddenly my voice becomes your mother's. There you go again, Craig. We don't talk about these things.
Can you dress me as a girl for Halloween like she did? She made me a geisha girl.
No, she did not.
Oh, I am not kidding you. This is no joke. My mom was really, really into costumes. Like she couldn't stand when kids would come over with a Woolworths mask.
Right.
You know,
she wanted to be more creative.
Oh, she would literally have 2 sets of candy for them. Like she rewarded the ones who gave a good costume, and then she would like give you a peanut if you came up with a plastic mask.
That's so good.
Yeah, with the little staple. You know, she hated those.
Right.
So she would leave work. She, a single mom. She would leave work to come home to dress me. She thought she was the costumer for Cats, you know. So one day, one time I'm the Jolly Green Giant, right? She decides to dye my entire body green with green food dye. My sister, there was so much left over, she's the little green sprout. So we're wearing like diapers. She put us out in these white toga type of things, and she would make me say when I knocked on the door, "Ho, ho, ho," and my sister would have to go, "Green Giant," right? Now, you have to understand with food dye, she food dyed my entire body. I was literally green tint for months.
Right.
I'm scrubbing down like Karen Silkwood with a piece of pumice or whatever you call that stuff. I'm scrubbing till I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding to get the green out because people go, "Man, are you sick?" No, I was the Jolly Green Giant 3 months ago. So then she decides, I think I'll make my son into a geisha girl.
No, that didn't happen.
I swear to you,
please don't.
every single bit of this is true. She comes home from work. You know those legs pantyhose, those big plastic things?
Yeah.
She gets the clever idea. She takes an X-Acto knife and makes 4 half moons. You know what those were for? To put glue in my eyes. She jammed them into my eyes to make me look Asian.
No,
I'm not making this up. No. So now I have these moons, these plastic things. I have no peripheral vision. Now I know why Asians can't drive. Anyway, did I say that?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
My wife is Japanese. Is that okay?
That helps.
So I get a pass on that one?
It helps a little bit.
There's no peripheral vision.
Right.
I'm trying to catch my friends who are ghosts in sheets. They have sneakers on, running house to house. I'm a geisha. I have clogs, chopsticks in my head. Guys, wait up! I'm a geisha girl. You gotta wait for me.
Oh, you're.
I'm afraid to ask what you had to say when you knocked on the door.
I hope it wasn't ho 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 again.
Can I be of service?
Oh my God. Oh, what a terrible. Explains so much.
It does.
Craig, I am so sorry.
It explains so much.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You always, there's a certain sense of, there's always that desire, as there is sometimes, to eat the extra piece of pie.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm familiar with that desire.
Right.
Rick.
But then there's eater's regret.
I always talk myself into it.
Anytime that Shoemaker's been on for a couple of segments, he brought us some laughs, but we're not in any kind of trouble.
But we had, more to cover. We didn't get to.
Right. Now he's eating peanut butter crackers. I'm trying to compensate.
I told him he could bring them in here and eat them.
Well, I'm trying to compensate for the tiny little steak that I ordered from yesterday, and it was very. It bothered me so bad when it was laid on the table. I'm like, I'm going to get ripped by a guy from Philly for this piece of meat. And little did I know, his wife doesn't let him eat red meat. So this was like his moment.
He's trying to tank up while he's out.
And I throw him basically
on the tournament.
Yeah, I give him a steak the size of $50. And so I realized
Rick, that's cruel.
Well, man. I didn't know. I thought I was ordering a pretty nice sized steak. I didn't know. Fillets, they can go the other way. Here he comes.
I didn't even need a knife.
No, he just picked it up.
The whole thing was one bite.
He just picked it up and tossed it.
Me too. I thought a Rick and Bubba day would be like a big meat day.
I know, you're right. You're right.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. You're 100% right. If I'd have known the thing about the new AG wife, I would have done so. I was about to order a hamburger, and then you went with some crab dip.
I love the fact that he said she's trying to get that Philadelphia out of him, where he's over the top.
So how long have you been married to the new AG?
She gets turned on if I compost. That's the type she is. Honest to God. I'm there. Look, honey, I'm putting banana peels in the compost.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Another good suggestion, but not really as peppy as I think what we're looking for. Cyndi Lauper, this song actually written by the Hooters. Money changes everything.
Speedy loves this song.
He does.
I said money changes everything.
Say it. Lyrically, it really works for an Elon Musk update, but not as peppy now. It does change everything. Elon Musk.
Money changes everything. Uh-oh.
You know, What is
someone who loves freedom toting a lot of cash?
You know what is kind of ironic about that? With the money he's got, he lives in a smaller house than anybody listening to the show.
Probably why he's got all the money he's got.
Yeah. You know, he had all kind of estates, but he sold them and put them back into his rocket program.
Yeah. So anyway, I think we're in good shape on.
Have you seen the place he lives, Rick?
I have not.
It's literally a house they bring out on a flatbed trailer and fold it up, and he's got it on the property at Starbase, Texas, so he can be right there on site.
Yeah, that's.
Is it called Boca Chica, Texas?
That's one of those.
Is that the name of it?
That's one of those things where I have to go. That's one of those.
Boca Chica.
That's one of those things.
That's it, Rick, right there. There's his house going
I think
on.
he don't live in there.
Yeah, he does.
Nah, it's just a show.
I think surely he's got a house other than that.
He's got home base.
He's doing that because he's doing his rocket research.
He says that's where he lives.
I love the simplification of it. I mean, if I would have a bed, a toilet, a shower, and a big TV, I'd be happy. That's all I need.
I will disagree. I'd rather have a nicer house and less money.
So he had to get rid of his significant other to be able to do that.
Right.
Sure.
Well,
Most females are not in on that small house deal.
I'm gonna go home and sell Sherry today on the fold-up house. Yeah,
but you got if anybody can afford a house, he can do it.
I don't want to live in a fold-up house. Yeah, I mean that would be like. Was he? But he'll
look. I'm the richest man in the world. People are okay if I have a decent house.
Yeah. Well, he's just saying this is practical for what he's doing with rocket research. That makes sense. That's fine. And he'll
probably staying in a hotel half a year.
Absolutely.
But isn't it fun to say Boca Chica?
It is.
That's one of those towns.
If
fun
you're
to
saying
say.
it right.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close.
Yeah. I like it. Sounds good.
You think you're there?
Starbase, Texas.
All right. So
y'all haven't seen the videos on that, have you? It's incredible what they're building.
Is that thing Speedy was talking about?
I don't know.
They touch on it in there.
Yeah. Alert, Troy, Alabama. Alert.
Hey, Troy.
Alert. Troy, Alabama. I spent about a year and a half of my life in Troy, Alabama, and have been there many times. But we have President Biden coming to Troy today.
Is that today?
Is that today?
That he's coming?
Who has
invited? I had a caller that said he was coming
to Troy. I've heard this.
Yeah, he's coming to visit Lockheed Martin, who makes the Javelin anti-tank missile, which is providing a lot of trouble for the Russians trying to take over the Ukraine. And I guess they're going to be talking about that. But it is incredible what they're building there.
I hope he gets lost, ends up in Enterprise so he can see the boll weevil.
I do, too.
Yeah.
Amen.
Hey, he got a boll weevil.
Amen.
Do you know last March, Ukraine requested 500 of these missiles a day?
I would think so.
That's a lot of missiles.
Wow. He might ease his way down. He might ease his way down to Elba and see the Pea River. I had a bad day in the Pea River.
You sure did.
Really bad day. So you
know where to go with that.
Is that when you were floating down the river trying to catch things?
I don't like being in a river called P.
Yeah. No. You ever had a river just sweeping your way to your death, and you're grabbing, trying to find something to stop?
You're not in control of it.
Right. And you took a pass on the life jacket that was offered.
But anyway, hey, just let the cooler go.
Right. No, I had to
quit trying to save it.
Hey, Rick, just let it go. This is
There'll be a better day.
Hey, this is life and death right now. Let the silver bullets go.
Right. Granted, you ruined the trip. I get it.
It doesn't float. Bad choice on the cooler. Heavy, it's bringing you down.
But you know what
Real
would
heavy.
You know what would make my day today, Rick, if while the president is visiting Troy, if someone could mention to him, maybe just casually mention that if he's needing some help on any of these issues facing the country, maybe he could try Topaz.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious.
If somebody pulls that off today, you're a listener of the month.
You get the
Or
year.
you know how he gets confused? Troy starts with a T, so somebody could say, "Hey, welcome to Topaz, Alabama." You know, and he'd be like, "Yeah, it's great to be in Topaz."
Been there
He
before.
might say it.
Greg, I think you're the closest thing we have to a Biden impression right now. I haven't really worked on it.
I got one line.
You got a hairy leg.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
Can you
It's going to
squint
be in
while you're doing it?
Topaz.
I got a hairy leg. Corn pop.
It's going to be in Topaz.
I love how you got to look to the right and blink your eyes when you
Yeah, you do.
He can't
Like
see
he
it.
does, yeah. Hey, today, if somebody will,
It's a procedure called.
if somebody could get that line to him today,
please,
that'd be so good.
That is so good. That's better than a javelin missile right through a Russian tank.
Any questions? All right, so we go to AL.com. Yeah, I'm with AL.com. Some things I know you're working on. Have you ever thought about Topaz?
He'd probably, yeah, we have. Yeah. You know, I have thought about it.
I got Topaz.
Yeah, a little Topaz.
Right. Oh man!
Please, somebody.
How about I'd like to tour that plant. That's awesome.
Would you really?
Yeah, absolutely. I would.
Even if you had to walk it.
Well, maybe they got golf carts. I imagine it's
With your
pretty
topaz.
sizable. You know what I mean? Speaking of topaz,
what odds are greater that you can walk this tour or actually play in the Celebrity Pro-Am coming up?
It's a toss-up, Rick. Toss-up.
How's that looking? It doesn't look good, does it?
Well, I mean, you know, I've got knee problems. That's been well documented, and so we're trying to work on those a little bit right now.
Bubba, I was looking at the extended
I got to do
forecast.
rehab today, so
I was looking at the extended
Hadn't
forecast.
done that in a while. Going to start back to that.
Do you know what the high is on Pro-Am Day?
No, this is so good.
I have no idea.
It'll be 92.
Oh yeah, well, that's what you want right there.
I'm also concerned, based off our bathroom walk a minute ago. You've got to walk. You got to be out there a lot and walk back and forth to a cart.
Oh, I know.
A ton.
I know.
Bubba.
If it's cart path only, I may just disappear.
It could change, but it looks like there's about 4 days prior to that. Now, again, this is just the forecast that there's no rain in front of it. Maybe it's not cart path only. Maybe it's go right up to the ball.
Cart path, please.
That's going to help you.
Oh yeah, sure.
And Hunter, whoever's caddying.
Have you decided?
I thought you were.
Bubba, seriously, you got to land this. Do you want Speedy to caddy for you again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Last year was a good arrangement.
Your day just
It
changed.
worked.
Yeah,
You thought you were.
You need to ask directly.
Thought you're out of it.
No, I have. I've asked.
Has he
several
asked you directly?
He kind of. I mean, he kind of was like, "Hey, Speedy, you know, you gonna do that?" But I mean, he hasn't. He hadn't like. Helmsy had expressed some interest in
Helmsy
it.
can't. Helmsy.
What
Helmsy
about Speedy?
Can't. Helmsy doesn't. He doesn't caddy that day. Too much going on.
Too much.
I got a speaking engagement that night. I'm out.
Yeah, he's got to go.
Oh, he's fine. He can do it.
Nope.
You've had long
I'm
days.
out.
I got to get started.
Hunter had texted me he wanted to do it.
Well, he will probably help you. I think he helped a little bit last year too.
Is it a two-man job?
It could be easily.
Why?
Yeah,
Why is it a
He
two-man job?
He just rode in a cart behind us. He didn't help me.
I think Hunter can handle it.
There were times he did grab a putter.
Trying to help you, Speedy. I think Hunter can handle it.
Yeah,
I think he gets the promotion this year. And hey, listen, here's the deal. I mean, you have been very open about this may be your last time because you don't know if you can walk it or not. Father, son it, man. Build some memories.
We're gonna have a great time. He'll be out there
trying to get you out of it, Speedy.
You tell.
I may need Speedy and Hams to help, Rick. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
you better get that pocketbook out.
I just hadn't officially been asked, so I wasn't sure. It's just there's been hints about needing me.
What would be an official invitation?
Speedy, will you please caddy for
check?
me? Will you caddy for me, please?
Wait, too many things. What? Speedy, I need you to caddy again, please. Like you did last year, and you did a great job.
That's straightforward.
Bubba, I'll do anything for you.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She gets all wound up. Whatever it takes.
Right. See, Craig doesn't know we grew up doing that.
Yeah.
It wasn't new agey then. It was called farming.
Yeah, you realize a lot of these new agey people have done nothing but drift back to farming.
Good.
You know,
I actually do a lot of. I used to call it gardening. Now I'll call it farming.
That's right. Farming.
Craig, what do you grow in your garden? I've got to know.
Tomatoes. Did I say that right?
You're close.
Huh?
Maters.
Maters?
Oh, I'm sorry. I grow the maters.
What type of mater?
The maters.
Do you know what type it is?
Yes, I do. I happen to know.
What is it?
I have heirlooms.
Oh my gosh, he does have a new agey.
I've got Roma.
Have you ever been able to a
I
shop?
think that's an apple.
Have you ever been to go in a grocery store that wasn't Sprouts or Whole Foods?
Oh, you have to understand. When I ordered that meat yesterday, whenever I get out of the house, I do everything like that. Those are my bad days.
Oh, that explains.
That's me being bad.
That explains. You know his last word to me before he left?
What?
Point me to Piggly Wiggly.
Oh yeah.
Craig, do you grow squash?
Yes, I do.
Do you grow okra?
We're gonna go through my whole garden.
I'm just wondering what
I
all
want
you
to know.
grow.
Do you grow? I grow cucumbers.
Okra?
Yes, I have peppers, red and green.
Have you cut okra before?
I have never had okra. I'm sorry.
Just wondering.
Am I going to be thrown out now?
No, I just wondered how
I don't
serious
even know
you
what
were
it
about
is, to
gardening.
tell you the truth.
Well, here's the problem.
Well, if you batter it and fry it, it's
I know.
awful good.
Well, that's the problem. See, he
You know
would
what's
not.
gonna- you
He
know
would
what's
not
gonna
be
happen now?
allowed.
Your whole audience is going to go, I was going to go see him at Stardome, but he don't even know what okra is. I'm done on him.
What you need to
California
do tonight?
boy.
What you need to do tonight is bring Craig some okra when you come to the show. He'd love to have some.
Or he could call it correctly okra.
That
Yeah,
would be
that's what
funny.
I said okra.
So I'm in Huntsville tomorrow and then Zany's Nashville on Thursday, right?
Your best
So
shot-
every show, I want to see some okra.
All right.
Is that really what you call it?
Yeah.
Or
Tonight.
are you just messing with me?
No, tonight,
'Cause you want me
Birmingham.
to say it, so I say it
No,
wrong, and then they're all going to make
That's
fun
how
of me.
we said it as kids, is okra.
Can
Really?
I be the voice
But
of
it's
reason
probably
here?
okra.
Here's the danger. He must get okra while he's in the South.
Right.
Because if he goes back home to his beautiful, loving wife, she will be open to okra, but she won't let him fry it.
Well, she'll have to boil
You'll
it.
have to do it in
She'll
the
boil
boiled,
it,
and it gets
yeah.
kind of slimy.
No, I do all these things on the side. I
Okay.
wait till she's gone.
Okay.
That's when I take my kids to French food. Sam plays. That's samples at Costco, but I tell her it's Sam plays. That's Costco dim sum as far as I'm concerned. I go back all day. I send my kids in. Get that daddy a meatball. I've been back 5 times. They're going to recognize me. Get me a meatball. They literally bounced me like I'm a drunk from the samples. A woman looks up. She goes, no more. No more. I'm like, what? I had to come back in disguise. I took a Halloween costume and put it on.
Well, I hope your mom
There's
does
a geisha girl.
Look, if it's good, you got to go back a few times.
Right. Yeah. So you're saying you make it work. You're not full blown into that world. You
No.
You
Yeah,
love your
exactly.
wife. You're respectable.
You're
but when you get
working
on your
around
own,
it.
but
You're
you're working
working
around
around it.
There's still some Philly there.
Oh, totally. And now I try to bring her into the Philly world.
Does she eat a cheesesteak?
I try to bring her into cost consciousness. You know what I mean? She's into environmental consciousness. I'm cheap. That's another word for cheap.
Right.
Like we took a carriage ride in New York, but the prices there are ridiculous. But it was a deal, $6. They take in the carriage, and my son goes, "Dad, it's $6 a minute." I'm going, "Get out! All of you, get out! You're all walking."
So you still have that there.
Huh?
If she ever eaten a Philly steak?
I teach her everything. I teach her how to. But you have to pay for the beach.
Yeah.
In New Jersey, I take my whole family to Jersey Shore every summer. But you got to wear a tag. They make you wear a beach tag. You got to pay for it. So I taught my whole family, including my wife, run when you see the guards with the pith helmets. I said, it's time for a swim. Either that or pretend you're asleep. I teach them these things.
Right.
These are values.
See, there you are bringing something to
There's
the
value in values.
Right.
Yes.
You're helping her. She's helping you.
We help. Yes, exactly. We help one another. She keeps
Great.
me from doing stupid things, although I do them when I'm just on the road.
Right. If I'd have known what void there was yesterday, I would have chosen a different place. Because I should have taken you to just full blown Southern Greece, the whole deal.
That's what I was thinking you would do.
I know. Well, see, now I'm doing better. I've worked. I'm trying to work on a little bit better now.
Yeah, a little day late on that one.
Yeah.
Craig,
Yeah.
you called the wrong one.
Yeah.
Look at
Right. I guess I did.
Let me tell you right here, right there. You're only going to eat about 4 things, but you're going to eat a ton of it.
It's going to be real good.
Yeah.
We had a good time yesterday, though. We had a nice bonding conversation. We went past being, tough guy men, and
Right.
we went into the
Yeah.
to the sensitive stuff.
I
Do you,
thought-
do you grow
the
corn?
deeper stuff. As
Do you
he
grow
says.
corn?
Did we grow corn?
Yeah, in your-
at lunch?
No, in your farm. In your farm.
The transition there.
Boy, that was a hell of a.
You got it.
I literally thought he said to me, "Did you grow corn at your table when you had lunch with Rick yesterday?" And I'm going,
We were only there an hour and 15 minutes.
"Did I miss something here? Do people grow corn at lunch? You grow your own corn? I've heard of cooking at your table, but here we grow our own corn. Here you go. Here's
It's
some
got to be.
seeds.
It's got to be real
Hopefully
good
by
dirt.
the end of your meal, it'll be a nice little crop of corn and cob."
I understand you ordered skillet corn. What's this dirt about? What's the dirt?
We had a great conversation. It was a deep conversation. We really enjoyed spending time. Did you grow corn?
Did you grow any corn?
You got to have several conversations going.
Yeah.
You're becoming like my grandmother. and she was a pothead. She said, come at me with the pot.
Come on, Craig. Do a little reefer with your grandmother. Come on, you're 12, you wussy. Come over here. Let me give you a shotgun.
She was losing her brain cells like you.
She would just say random things like,
oh, yeah, random.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Will it meet back in play this week? Maybe an opportunity for you to win something cool today on the show. Who knows? Maybe a classic. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, team all here. And we're glad that you're here. We've had a lot of discussion on the program. If you've already joined us, then you know. If you're brand new, and you're just now joining us, know that we've covered a tremendous amount of content before you've even arrived today. Somebody say, get all the Rick and Bubba content on your time so you miss none of it, either by going to the archives that are daily on our YouTube channel or our podcast archives that are available for you daily. You could go just a best of hour of the day if you don't have a lot of time, or you can go back and catch all 5 hours of it. All that's available on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Welcome back. And YouTube channel too. Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for listening, viewing, and being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we call it the Year of Change. Our show has been around for 28 years, stayed at one location for 14 big ones, and we were in a position where we had to move to new offices and a new studio. In January of this year, there's still things that we're still working on solidifying, and it's all new. It's all new to us. It's just there's a newness, and sometimes I really enjoy change and new, and then there's that side of me that clings to the things I've always known.
Yes,
yes. And you were bringing up something that I agree with you 100% on, but was afraid to voice. I was afraid to voice it. And because I thought, well, I'm crazy. That's all in my head. And you mentioned it. Was it yesterday or the day before?
Yeah, well, it kind of – I started noticing
Couldn't have been the day before, Rick. That would have been Friday.
Yeah, that was kind of odd. And I mentioned it to you, and I thought maybe it's just me. I don't know what the deal is. But usually our part of the show, we go live at 6 a.m. Central Time. And I usually get here or did get to the studio around 5, maybe 5:15. I mean, I could get there at 5:30 some mornings, running late, no big deal. But I had plenty of time to do show prep, set up some things, read a lot of stuff, be ready to go, be totally ready to go on the air, and then walk around and kill time a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel that same way about this studio. I mean, like today, I got here. Gosh, it was about 4:30. It was 30 minutes before.
It was before that.
The
You
good
got
time
here
game
earlier
went
than
on.
that.
And I mean, before I know it, it's 6 o'clock, and I haven't got anything done. I'm still, scratching and clawing to try to get everything. I don't know why it seems different. I'm not doing anything different, but I don't know. Time is flying by here. Not on the air as much as before the show and after the show, because even a couple of things I'll try to do after the show, and then boom, it's time to go eat at 11 o'clock.
I'm going to entertain this, and I was all alone on this till you brought it up, and I realized it's affecting others. It'd be interesting to see what the rest of the team has said. I thought, well, it's all in my head. Now I'm wondering, is there something about this new studio that is some sort of time hop?
Warp? Is there a warp in the space-time continuum?
Because I'm the same thing. I usually most every day get here at 5:30 Central Time, 5:25, 5:35, somewhere in there. And it's like I put my stuff down on my desk, and all of a sudden I hear everybody meet at the rug.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's time to meet at the rug.
Because we meet at the rug to pray before the show starts.
I love that we've started that, by the way. We've always prayed together as a team, but there's something about meeting at the Rick and Bubba rug.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. We call it Meet Me at the Rug.
You got to have at least 1 foot on it.
See, we lost our kitchen. In the old days, we prayed in the kitchen, because that's where you'd find us.
Yeah.
But we didn't have a place here, and we would come in here and start trying to pray, and then finally we said, we got to have a place we all gather and then we came up with Meet Me at the Rug.
Yeah.
And
kind of our version of Meet Me at the Pole.
Yeah, and so I do think time passes differently here. Even if I have a long day and I've got things I got to work on, I'll look down and 3 hours will be gone.
Yeah.
And I don't, something's about this place, it sucks time. I don't, at one time.
And it's not during the show hours. They kind of feel the same, but it's before and after. It just seems like
I don't know what it is.
It's like something's draining your battery at an excessive rate or something.
Yeah.
You know?
At one time, I was trying to reason it out, and on this would only apply to before the show, but really at the same time, the fact that I have to walk so far to go to the bathroom and I have to work harder to get a cup of coffee.
Right.
I thought to myself, is that just because, if you do activity, time goes by quicker.
Right.
Am I just having to do more, to get ready to go? Like, before I would come in the kitchen, y'all would be there. I would pour my cup of coffee out of the coffee pot in the kitchen, walk back to my office. If I need to go to the bathroom, I would just step around the corner.
Right.
So it's some of it I was trying to attribute to having to move travel time, to moving around more.
Right, and that may be where it's disappearing. I don't know.
I don't know, but I agree with you.
Our
There's
snack situation is better here.
You're not.
We've got great snack machines here, and they take credit cards, which is ideal.
Oh, did it? Because in the beginning when we first got here, it
does.
Yeah,
it does now.
I don't even have to. I just touch it.
Is that where you're getting those Snickers?
That's where he's getting them.
Yeah.
By the way.
I was wondering about
that.
that.
Amongst other things.
I don't need them every day.
$1.50 charge.
Yeah. Well,
hey, worth every dime.
So is
Every dime.
you're saying this is happening more than just today?
Yeah,
it's an ongoing thing.
Because for you, I would throw today out because you were, busy this morning with things you normally. You had equipment, you had cables, you were running.
But it still flew by.
Okay, well that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Today, that's why I'm throwing today out. You're saying just on a normal day.
I used to can do the things I normally do. Rick come in and hold court, or I go to his office and complain about something.
Right.
And we got plenty of time.
I know.
Okay.
I feel like right now our conversations are rushed. Because you look.
Hey, Rick, good point. I gotta get on.
You look back.
I'm about out of time.
But now you are stressed about this on the road thing. But you're just saying it's been going on ever since we've been here.
That part of it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
that's just what's
that's a non.
Right
it's
now.
been this way even like a normal day.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I have the same issue. I'll go in my office.
Do y'all notice that?
There used to be a time
I don't
like I could get to my office and get a tremendous amount done of emails I needed to return, documents I need to fill out. I would even say, well, I'll just do that before the show. Now I get in there and I look around and I'm like, I see that 59.
Oh, I know.
I'm like, how's it 59? I mean, it goes by quick.
It's like 59. I didn't save any time.
I'm telling you, this thing is sucking
y'all
time.
falling asleep at some point? I don't realize it.
I just think we're not paying as
so
as
y'all
much
are not
to
experiencing
time.
I'm
I
not.
am a little.
I am experiencing.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Could be where our offices are located. The other side of the hall may not do it. Because Bubba and I are side by side.
Yeah, but Speedy says he's experienced.
Yeah, I am a little bit. I think a lot.
I just say, are you drafting with your daddy? Or are you really feeling this
you
way?
just asked me a question. I'm answering.
Well,
hey, y'all leave my caddy alone.
Right. Yeah.
I just think that it's a new place too. So sometimes there's to y'all's point, there's new adventures and different things going on throughout the day, and I don't think we pay as much attention to time here. Right. It's like you just get lost in what you're doing, and then you look up and you forget what time it is.
I'm about to say something to you that leads to our next conversation.
Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah,
I said that?
No. The next conversation we come back, it'll lead into it. I notice you've figured out the snack machine now, and it will now accept cards. It didn't when we first got here. Trust me.
Right.
You think I hadn't made a run at that? but does it make it in this next construction thing?
Oh, it better make it.
There's not enough people in here to keep it in business.
I'm just telling
you.
Now,
Bubba's trying.
That's where the front door's going to be.
Yeah, that's I mean, where's that thing going?
It'll be on the side of the front door.
And like I said,
I don't think
this
it makes
building
it.
used to be full of people.
Look right here.
It does make it, Rick.
I don't think it does.
Yes, it does. It's very important that
Rick,
makes it.
There's how many of us? 6, 5, and then maybe 3 more people. They're not keeping it. They used to be like a bunch of people.
Well, it's got to be moved if they're going to keep it. It can't stay there.
Not if it's chained down, they won't.
Right. What if Bubba chained himself to it?
What if it actually made more money than it did when everybody else was here because of Bubba?
Greg, don't laugh.
Yeah, maybe.
Has it run out of Snickers yet for you?
I haven't had.
Did you hear about the Snicker?
Hey, Greg, I saw his bumper sticker on his truck. You know what it says? They'll pry this Snicker out of my cold dead hand.
Rick and Bubba.
Things.
Hamster nipples.
It just come out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere.
So I take that as a no on the corn.
No, I do not grow corn in my garden in Los Angeles. No, I do not.
Let's say this: a lot of people they're starting
basil, big into the basil and the tomato.
They're starting to call now. So you're going to hit 3 southern cities, and Nashville. Calling that southern now is a bit of a stretch, a little bit, but Birmingham got all the southern food you could ever stand. Huntsville will continue that with a few rocket scientists sprinkled in.
Yeah.
And then Nashville, has gotten a little.
You got to go outside the city.
Yeah, you have a lot of move in there. It's kind
Get
of
out in the ring.
Nashville's slowly becoming like Atlanta. It acts like it's not in the South, like it's above that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you have to show them the map. But anyway, but Birmingham and Huntsville, you should.
I'm going to go back home. My wife's going to suspect me. She's gonna smell me, and she's gonna smell
grease
beef.
on you. She can smell grease on you.
Most women are worried they smell their guy's breath if he's been at the bar. My wife's going, I think you're a little filet.
I smell A1.
This is a very little one. How did you smell that, honey?
But you know what you do then? Quickly transition off. They go, let's grow corn.
Yeah. Honey, we need to plant some corn. How about some Silver Queen?
You know what? I swear to you, I am growing it when I get back. Just so I can answer that in the affirmative and try to ask it, though, when it's really appropriate.
And get you some better...
And within the conversation, it's in the moment.
And get Better Boy tomatoes.
You can see Craig's face during all this.
Craig Shoemaker, Birmingham tonight, Huntsville tomorrow, Nashville Thursday. Details at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kirk Cameron, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good.
We're great.
I don't know what's going on. Every time that we were trying to ring your room, it would hang up.
I don't know why. You know what? It's probably because, I don't know, the hotel operator was probably eating a fried bologna sandwich.
There it is.
They forgot to cut it so it lay down.
And
so they were wrestling with that thing and just kept hanging up on you.
And she had pink eye while she was trying to do it.
Yeah, I think she did.
Gosh, it's so sad that our first ever meeting involved fried bologna and pink eye.
Yep.
It did, but I'll never forget it.
No, I won't either. I hope you're still eating your fried bologna when you can.
Oh, man, my favorite.
Let's talk a little bit. Revive Us 2. Now, this is going to be a national broadcast. We're all excited about the Museum of the Bible. Oh, gosh, this thing is just mind-blowing, the quality and the money that has gone in this. This is not a small operation by any stretch. They're in Washington, D.C. So tell us a little bit about what's going to be happening with Revive Us 2. I know it's an event. There's opportunities for people to be part of it. There's going to be theaters involved in it. So just kind of lay out Revive Us 2 for the audience so they can start preparing.
Yeah, I'd love to. So if you're like me, you're just buried under a flood of negativity. You turn on your phone in the morning, and all you get is, man, we're divided about everything. Look what he said. Look what's going on over there in California. And it's like race, religion, politics, gender, choice, money, everything is falling apart. Now the NFL is dividing us. We got everything working against us. And you know what? I'm putting together an event that is going to give you more hope and more courage than you ever thought possible. I'm bringing together the people that inspire me. And Ravi Zacharias will be with me, Dr. Ben Carson, Johnny Erickson Tada, filmmakers Alex and Stephen Kendrick from Fireproof and War Room. And we're meeting at the Museum of the Bible and broadcasting for 2 hours into movie theaters all across the country. So you get tickets, you go to the movie theater for Revive Us 2, and together, simultaneously, we're connected by satellites, and we will worship and pray together, and we will roll up our sleeves and talk about how we as the church can bring hope and healing to a divided nation.
So this will be like a live movie.
It's like a live movie. Think of it like a tent revival in your town.
Electronically,
Only the tent is your movie theater, and you're connected to 800 other tents all around the country.
That's really, really cool, and it's going to be on the 24th of October.
And then it's next Tuesday.
Yeah, so and then we're going to do another one, an encore on November 1. So that's 2 shots at it.
That's right. So it's live on Tuesday, but it's going to have a replay for those who missed it. And you go back and take your friends and say, "I told you should have come," and then you go back on the 1st of November.
I know the first thing the audience is thinking. All right, Rick, we all watch this or listen to it in a lot of different places. It couldn't be more simple. Go to the website that you can see right now in show notes at rickandbubba.com.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, thank you for being with us today. As we make our way back, what is this thing now? I'm looking on TV4, and we just talked about this the other day. Now they're interviewing Jennifer Grey again. Is Jennifer Grey still trying to scream, "It's me, it's me"? You might not recognize my nose, but it's me.
If I run into
a new book,
if I run into her on the street, I don't know who she is.
No.
And by the way, I know it was all about a nose job, but her eyes don't look the same either.
No,
she looks totally different.
It was
I
completely
mean,
changed.
if the CIA was trying to hide her identity, they did a great job.
If she was mad at Ferris Bueller, I wouldn't know who she was.
No.
I'd be like, well, why is she mad at Ferris Bueller?
I think they're doing another Dirty Dancing movie.
Yeah, it's gonna be a sequel.
Well, that'll be good.
Are they going to address the nose in the sequel?
All I know is the 27th Maverick's coming out, so I just saw it on TV.
How do you do a sequel with Jennifer Grey? Her nose is wrong and Patrick Swayze's dead.
It's going to be hard.
That seems like a difficult sequel.
Look there to the other. I mean, there's just no comparison.
I know.
I don't get it.
That's not even the same person.
Well, she's older.
I don't think it is either, Rick. I think they're pulling a scam.
I believe Jennifer Grey has been long gone. I think this person is pretending to be Jennifer Grey.
I think it's a CIA scam.
Right. All right. So we were talking about, one of our favorite topics on the program, and that's snacks and food. And we're adjusting in the new place. I think our breakfast situation is superior to what we have.
Oh, wow.
Most definitely.
Yeah, this is running like a fine old machine.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, and
several. We got several wins out there.
Yeah,
that snack machine ain't gonna make it.
No.
Where it's located, like Speedy said, that's where the doors go.
We went and looked at it, Bubba. That thing's not going.
Yeah, there's just no room. You could ask him to put it in here.
Yeah.
And thought you was my friend.
I'm just trying to prepare you. I don't want you to be too disappointed.
I'm gonna put a note on there. Do not move this machine.
Move. I promise to buy more.
Management. So going back, let me unpack it for everybody. In the old place, we had a full functioning kitchen that was just ours.
Yep.
Here, there's some sort of kitchen now. For some reason, they don't believe in paper towels. I don't know why. They won't buy paper towels. I don't know that we just don't start using that kitchen and doing grocery store runs for it. Because there's
really should.
Because there's things in there that I don't know why they don't have them. Why do you not have paper towels?
I know.
I mean, you can't. But anyway, there's a couple of Keurig coffee machines. Now, there's supposed to be a commercial coffee, but it doesn't work. It keeps.
I hear that's being resolved.
Well, Scruggs says he's going to solve that once the pop is gone.
Yeah.
But the
so no coffee for a while.
But anyway, so
we're done with coffee.
So our snack situation here, in my opinion, is not better because you have to go pay in a machine to get snacks. But there was a time you would come in after a grocery store run, and the cabinets would be full of snacks.
Right.
Well, I don't mind pay as you go on snacks. That's okay.
And we don't have that anymore.
The way you looked at him when you said he said that,
and there's really no way.
Management said it ain't going out of here. Carl said leave it.
There's really no way over on our side. We have like a little cubby table in there where we have a drink machine that Coca-Cola provides and a refrigerator. But you don't have cabinets and stuff to put snacks up like you once had.
We could set up that room to have everything with the exception of the sink, which is very important if you're going to have groceries and plates and those type things.
Yeah.
I get you can throw away paper plates,
Sure.
whatever, but we do need a functioning running sink, and that's why I think we ought to just use that. There's not but 3 or 4 other people in the building.
Right, and I don't know what in the world's going on with the coffee mugs. We've put them in a pantry in the shared kitchen. But I'm not sure what's going on with that washing machine. There's other things in there, that dishwasher. I don't know what's going on with it. There's all kinds of things in there. I don't know who they belong to. It's not. It doesn't wash that good. Yeah. I've noticed that.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I don't think.
So anyway, there's some problems with that.
What's wrong with it?
I just keep rinsing out my coffee mug every day and putting more coffee in it. And my favorite coffee mug I broke the other day.
You did.
That was
strange.
That was strange happening there.
Strange.
I think it just wore out.
Yeah.
You don't realize how strong you are either. I don't think.
I think that's
you're playing rough with it.
Yeah, I get that a lot at home when I break.
Weren't you just holding it?
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
Squeezed it.
Beaumont squeezed it too hard.
I think I broke it with my bare hands.
No, Rick, you did break it with your bare hands.
Yeah, I guess I was a little rough with it. But anyway, I was trying to clean it out. But anyway, so somehow, some way, I don't know. I think somebody sent it to us. We ended up with a jar of peanut butter. Where'd that come from?
That made the move.
Yeah, that made the move.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
How old's that?
That was from the cabinets.
It was brand new. It had the seal.
It lasted a long time.
Yeah, we've had two. We've had 2 since we moved here.
But normally a jar of peanut butter would go quick because we'd eat peanut butter and crackers.
So we quit
and we don't really do that here. But Bubba, you noticed something.
Well, no one's eating out of it, and no one is double dipping. But there is several folks here that's taking what I call a peanut butter shot.
Yeah.
And that is where you get anything that you can dip.
What in the world?
And you dip out a big wad of it, and you just take
And
that
just eat it
and you
straight.
throw it away. Whatever you got it out on, you throw it away. And you don't do more though. You just do like one a day.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a bridge to get to the next.
I saw you
whatever.
do it one day. That's when it first came out. I saw Bubba doing it.
Protein punch is what I call it.
And he was starving because he just finished a pint of ice cream.
Yeah, don't forget about it.
Wore itself out.
So
that's
that
part of your
lady's-
Regents training.
That's me, by the way, with a fork. And what I do is, since we get so many extra silverware from Edgar's or where, I just take one of those and close it up, and then I head back.
Well, everybody's doing that. So, like, you have a pack of disposable, fork, knife, spoon. Sometimes you tear it open, you get out whichever one you're going to use. Right. You get a scoop of peanut butter. You put the lid on it. You eat it and throw away that, and then you have what's left in there. Well, it's funny because people are using different utensils to get this out. So it looks like raccoons have been eating it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It looks like
It's got
y'all just
little
using
cracks
anything
in
you
it.
can find.
Yeah, I mean, you can see where a fork went through there today. So
how many people are getting are taking a pop?
I am. I usually get one a day. If
So
I
it's you
got
and
like
Hams.
today, it'll be a two pop day because I got tennis clinic.
So you know that's 2 pops.
That's 2 pops peanut butter.
Greg, you've got
Gotta
a
get
couple.
through
I
it.
saw you getting
No,
one.
I've never done it.
Yeah,
that was
they-
ice cream.
Okay.
Yeah,
My
Greg's
bad.
your
Bluebell dropped off a great flavor.
Oh yeah, their
peanut
new flavor.
butter,
You two-
chocolate double peanut butter or something, whatever it was. We got a lot of it. Today.
Look, they've got
And
that
it's in
guy.
a convenient serving size of half a gallon.
How about this? When Bubba came in the other day with that big old thing, he said, "Well, this is just a one serving." I'm like, "No,
Yeah,
He said,
once you open it, you got to finish it.
It was a little cup.
I don't think it is. Maybe for
It's a little
Jordy.
bit bigger than those that we had at school, but not much.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm not going to.
They call that one the Jordy Henson.
He appreciates that.
Oh, look, you ain't never seen anybody eat ice cream like that man. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, ice cream is
But
so
Bubba
number one.
make a run.
Did you
I
ever
like
get
it.
you some, Bubs?
Not right now.
But what I'm
good.
saying
Thank
is,
you, though.
Hey, Bluebell, let me just tell you this. That's who brought it, right?
Yes.
I've heard your recorded commercial that has that guy that makes you want to eat ice cream, and his voice does make me want to eat ice cream. So that was a good call. But you're missing an opportunity to do a commercial with Greg and Bubba on this new flavor. They are wrecking it.
Yes, they are.
And just talking with her mouth full would be perfect.
I knew it was going to be good when I heard what it was called.
Well, it's got chocolate ice cream with not only
What's the official name?
it doesn't have just little
Is
pieces
it double
of
peanut butter, chocolate, and double peanut butter, or something like that?
It doesn't just have little chocolate peanut butter things in it. Morsels in it. It also has peanut butter cookie dough in it.
Oh yeah, all that just piled in.
All
one
in
big
chocolate
bag.
ice cream.
What you call that?
That's
Steve?
crazy.
Is it dope?
That's somebody. That's almost unfair, isn't it?
Chocolate peanut butter overload.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
I somehow threw double in there.
And they have gone nuts. What I
Number
love,
one. They'll just call it, hey, number one.
It's really good.
Hold that up for me.
I think y'all taking this and then spooning out more peanut butter and putting it in there.
Ooh, now you own something.
We didn't think about that, did we?
Oh, I
You know,
think
Bubba's been known to take 2 cookies and merge them together with peanut butter.
They wouldn't do that.
right. Oh
We
my
have some
goodness.
great food experimentation here.
Hey,
at the
How many
studio.
calories is in that?
No,
little-
don't look at that. part.
That's not important. Hams,
look
we're
at
not
them.
talking about that.
It
We're
is
talking about
important.
flavor.
All right, they consider a
When
serving.
did we become a healthy show? I mean,
I just asked how many calories was in it.
what's up with that?
Well,
While
it's
you're
time
eating
to go to
fruit,
break.
you're eating fruit right now, so don't talk to me about health.
Somebody,
I like fruit.
somebody. Well, I can round it
Here
off.
we
to you.
are. Here we are at the break.
Just under 1,000. Just under 1,000 in that.
Rick, I didn't bad.
900.
Greg, that ain't bad, is it?
You see, Bobby?
I mean, you know, that's about right.
That feels right. That feels right.
Rick and Bubba.
And all you do, you'll see a little search deal there that has enter the zip code. When you enter your zip code, then click Find Theaters. It's going to show you where you can go and be part of this live event. And then again, you can also find out later on the encore. But let's all try to get the live event done. And it's gonna be at 8:00 Eastern time, 7:00 Central, and then 6:00 Mountain, and then wherever you maybe adapt to that. But if we give you 3 times, you're gonna have to adapt beyond that. But anyway, so just if we start with 8 Central and then work your way back, wherever
That's
you may
right.
be hearing it.
And let me just kind of just give you a scope. So last year we did this, and 160,000 believers all came together on one night. And, I mean, people were leaving the theater so encouraged. They broke out in spontaneous prayer meetings, praise and worship sessions, and they turned their movie theater lobbies into church sanctuaries. I mean, they were singing hymns. They were praying. And they thought, you know what? I'm not going to throw in the towel on the culture. I'm going to be part of creating the culture for my kids. And it was so encouraging. And now we want to build on that foundation with Revive Us Too. We didn't cross the finish line. We crossed the starting line. So come to Revive Us Too.
Yeah, and reviveus.com is the website I'm talking about, but we have that in show notes at rickandbubba.com too. But reviveus.com. I think you make a good point, because go ahead and gather everybody together, because if you've ever gone to an event or been part of an event, it's great to come home and tell people about it, but it's never the same.
Right.
You always come home and go, I just wish you could have been there. I'm trying to give you the experience. I'm trying to tell you what I experienced, and there's certainly some value to that, but nothing better than making sure everybody that you care about is there to see it at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I love going to church, and I love my congregation, and it's so exciting to see people all over the nation worshiping from different racial backgrounds, denominational backgrounds, national backgrounds, and young and old, all together with this great technology that we have. And Zach Williams is going to be leading worship. It's going to be an awesome time. So I hope people will come and bring their church group, their men's group, their whole family. It's a national family meeting for the family of faith.
What are we going to be covering? What are we going to be taking
what's the
on?
topic?
Yeah, what's some of the topics we're going to hit?
We're going to have Ravi Zacharias talk us about religious division and what is the solution to that. We're going to have a young lady named Trillia Newbell talk about racial division and reconciliation. Alex and Stephen Kendrick are going to hit the family issue. We're going to talk about political division. And we're going to be having Johnny Erickson Tada talk to us about where real hope is for revival in America.
Boy, that's you picked a great one for that, because if you've never heard her story, we've had her on a couple times, and obviously done some events with her there, and yeah,
she's awesome.
Yeah, well, God's given her a platform that nobody would ask for, but the beauty of the platform, if she can talk to you about hope and talk to you about what really matters, she's earned the right to tell you. It has a little more weight to it.
And Kirk, we appreciate you taking your name and your image and what weight you carry in the industry to do these kind of events, because this is not a big money maker, and in a lot of circles you probably lose ground with people doing this, but we certainly appreciate it.
Well, we've got a lot at stake. We got kids in this world. We got a lot of skin in the game, and we got a bright future ahead for them. We're not in the dark ages where, the Bible's chained up and we can't even read it. We've got the Word of God, the Spirit of God, the people of God. We got the mission, the instruction manual. Man, we can't lose. We just need to get out there and be salt and light.
Yeah, and I think this, it's really something God's put on my heart too. I think the American church especially has got to be revived. It's got to wake up, and it's got to engage, because that's what we were told to do. And you almost get a sense, and there's certainly exceptions. I'm not making I realize this is a general comment, but in general, I sense right now the American church isn't sure exactly what to do. There's some fear there. There's some awkwardness there. When really, as you said, on the instruction manual we've been given, there really shouldn't be. We truly do have the answers, and I think this is one of those moments where maybe we can solidify that a little bit and have a little more instruction and a game plan.
Yeah, I do too. That's what I'm hoping to offer by bringing these amazing people together, and so I hope everybody will join us.
All right, well, reviveus.com is the website. Put in your zip code. You'll know what's going on. The live showing is coming up next Tuesday. I mean, we're getting ready to roll on the 24th of October, and it's 8 o'clock Eastern time, and adapt your time to that. It'll be live, and you can find out exactly where it's going to be playing. Get your tickets, get everybody there, and be part of Revive Us 2. Revive Us 1 was only the start. This is now the next phase of that, and you heard all the guests that'll be there and what they're going to be covering. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show." Let's go. All right, so we make our way back. Lear
Bubba. LearBubba.com. How about Lear has thrown together that and your name for LearBubba.com? Isn't that funny?
I like it.
Well, but let's face it. None of us can predict the future, but if you look at history, it gives you some idea what could be happening. Let's go back to the 50s, and this has been going on since the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history, if you just follow history, suggests, and I hate to report this, that a recession may be near. So remember the last recession, anybody remember what that did to your retirement? Anybody remember that one? Didn't that feel good? Well, right now, you need to go to LearBubba.com and let's start looking at maybe some other options. How about investing in physical gold and precious metals? Excellent strategy against what's coming, and we're going to share the opportunity with you. So smart investors are buying gold and precious metals now for two reasons. One, gold can be a great hedge during recession, which we just talked about. Two, the closer a recession gets, the more the gold's going to be worth. So why don't you, look at your retirement and say, I'm not going to let it take a hit like it did last time in 2008. And Washington, if you think the government's got the answers, then you really are. You're out there in no man's land. So why don't you talk to the team there about precious metals and savings and your retirement accounts. And right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins, and that's going to be based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. But go to LearBubba.com and get more information. Or you can call them if you want to. Mention us, though, if you call them. 1-800-707-4575. We also have a link right there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so, Bubba, I have some updates, okay?
Come on.
Number one, Jordy Henson says put it in the microwave for 8 seconds.
Look,
and he says you'll be in ice cream heaven.
Yeah, you need to listen to the king.
Yeah, listen to the king of ice cream. I've got an email from offices in the building that are above us, meaning you would have to go up the physical stairs. Mm-hmm. Okay,
well, that's out.
They claim the snack machine is moving there. That's where it's going to be.
Is this the only machine that's in the whole building?
Well, they said this one is moving because there's you can't.
I don't think that's right.
Yeah, and you can so let me ask you this. Let's say it does move there. Will you go up the stairs for the Snicker?
I doubt it.
Take the elevator.
No.
Not enough time.
Maybe they put it right by the elevator.
Yeah. I've had to go to the bathroom up there before. I will say this. I'm glad they corrected the cleaning times here. Yeah. The way they had the cleaning time set up, it was giving us big issues.
You know, they sell snacks of Snickers like that you can get.
You buy them
it's not the same.
I don't eat that many of them. Really.
There's just something about it being out there if you need it, but not being stuck with it.
It's just you have a little,
I totally get it.
Have a little sugar rush, Pick you over the edge on a Thursday.
What do you have? What do you have beside you there?
Nothing. Worry about it, Mr. Caddy. Let's go. Here we go.
It was
time has.
I didn't know how to take what happened in the break. I stepped in to that area that I told you about, and it's almost like I'd caught Bubba smoking.
Swing around real quick.
Start playing with that ice cream. I was going to have to eat it.
He had, but he went off in secret to eat it, and that concerned me.
He was in the corner.
No, I went to get a spoon.
Kid caught in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't hiding. I was just went to get a spoon.
You Little Jack Horner.
You look like a little surprised when I walked in.
No, I heard you coming. I could have hit it, and I didn't.
Right. Well, you couldn't really respond because your mouth was full.
The spoon sticking out of it.
Right.
Oh, I could have hit it in the fridge or something.
Hey, just hey, look, you had your little taste here. Let me just have the rest of it.
Surely there's some more stories we need to get to.
There's just no way. I mean, there's no need. There ain't no need to have the rest of it. You had plenty. I mean,
how about that rattlesnake handler that died? Y'all see that?
Doing what he loved, Bubba.
Yeah,
doing what he loved.
That was the headline.
And let me tell you this: I'm gonna tell everybody when we lay you to rest, he went out doing what he loved.
That's right.
He did.
Because no one else, they won't ever say that about people who love it.
No.
They never say it. Mm-hmm. You let somebody go down for maybe being a little heavy, all they talk about is he could have avoided.
Look at this guy. I can't believe he got killed.
Yeah,
he's kissing a snake on the head.
What about when they show? So what happened here? I don't know the story.
He got bit in the back. It said somehow.
By the way, when you've got a hat on that says Snake Busters and one of them killed you, the hat just doesn't.
No, it doesn't have the same punch it used to.
You ought to read his family describing how they used to love him, watch him handle snakes. It was like he was dancing.
Where is that story?
What did you just say?
Yeah, it was a work of art, Rick.
You're making that up. They didn't say that.
We discussed earlier. They told me he died doing what he loved. There's a lot of other things he could have loved. That wouldn't have cost him.
Here's what I'd kind of like. How about don't die because you love us?
Don't play with snakes. What about that? See,
right, Rick, but that's what he loved to do.
But it goes back to this again.
Where's that story? Because there's all kind of stats.
Can I
about
tell
his
you?
life.
Can I tell you what one of the things I think is one of the biggest misnomers out there is that doing what you really want to do, no matter how it affects other people, that we call that courageous.
Yeah, that's
really not courageous. Denying yourself is courageous. I mean, like remember when I
can deny handling snakes.
Yeah, but you don't talk about. What if you said, "Yeah, I like to handle snakes, but that's probably not a responsible thing for me to do for people that depend on me."
Yeah,
that would be courageous. You want to do it, but you don't.
Yeah,
and we think if you do whatever you want to do, anytime you do it, somehow that's courageous. That's not courageous. That's what we all do.
Yeah,
I mean that's
what if my hobby's peeing on electric fences? I mean, what if I go around and do that?
Don't know why it would be, but would it?
Yeah, I mean, look at some of these others.
Well, that's true.
What do you think?
The biggest example was
he's shaking hands with danger. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, the biggest example is when we gave Bruce Caitlyn Jenner the Courageous Award at the ESPN Award.
That was great.
It's not courageous to say, I'm going to mess up everybody's life because I want to live as a woman, so I think I will. What would have been courageous is Bruce Jenner says, you know what? I struggle a little bit with my gender identity, and I really, really, really have a desire to pretend that I'm a woman even though I'm a man, but I'm courageous enough not to act on that because that's not the right thing to do. There's courage. Doing whatever you want to do and to hell with everybody else, that's not courageous.
You're a good point.
And so I'm not trying to be insensitive about how the guy went, but let's just drop the old doing what you love. Sometimes we shouldn't do what we love. Yeah. Some of the things I love, I really shouldn't do.
That's a weird love he had.
But anyway, so he went on in.
He was 60 years old, Rick, of Snake Buster Snake Handlers in Freer, Texas, about 100 miles north of San Antonio. Bitten by a rattlesnake while performing at the annual show Saturday afternoon. The bite came 4 years after his son, Eugene DeLeon, was bitten by a 2-foot-long rattlesnake on the inside of his left thumb.
Hey, now.
They said he was not only a snake handler, but he was a member of the Freer Volunteer Fire Department and a custodian for the high school.
Wow.
He was taken to Corpus Christi Hospital, where he later died of his injuries.
And y'all said it got him in the back?
Yep. I think that's what it said.
That's
Do we love?
Right. Well, let's be. But
it just seems like there's better things to do.
Yeah.
To really dive into and make it your passion.
How about this?
He was playing with Satan's little hand puppet.
He was planting churches in a dangerous area, and they took him out. But he was doing what he loved. Now, see, that's something good to love.
There you go.
That's the way to go. As opposed to snakes. Yeah. Snakes are at a safe distance, and I changed it. I put myself in with a bunch of snakes.
10 species of rattlesnakes in Texas, Bubba.
Oh wow!
Wow.
You okay? Did you see him look off in the corner of the room?
Get you another bite.
Yeah, that might be worth another bite.
Well, here it is break time. What about that? Got to pay the bills, boys.
All right, we come back. We'll go phones. 866 We Be Big. Now you can comment on the things that you just heard. But no, we've been at this a while now, so there's some topics we may have already covered, but you missed them. If you want to get into that, we can, and just whatever you want to talk about. So we're going to let you run the next segment. You'll pick the topics, you'll make the comments, you'll bring the information to the table, and we'll chat with you. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible. It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently. Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get
Just a big stew of fun, isn't it?
We had I was going to tell the guys, I meant to tell y'all this on Monday, but we've just been pretty active and never got a chance to. You remember, and Greg talked about this when he learned, when he was working with the power company, about a man named John who forgot his lunch one day. And so that has spawned a terminology that we use here on the program about, hey, I'm teaching fill in the blank, your name, because everybody tried to give John on location some of their lunch. He said, I don't want any lunch.
Right.
I'm gonna sit here and starve because I'm teaching John right now.
Yep.
And John's going to learn not to leave his lunch.
Yep.
Today's going to be the last time John does it. and so, and I sometimes, you ever just, I know, Bubba, we've laughed at times that you've gone negative. We all go negative. You just want to punch yourself right in the face.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you just want, you stupid. Have you ever sat there by yourself and you're dogging yourself so bad, you always start thinking, am I mentally ill?
Right.
I mean,
well, it's like that commercial with the guy in the attic that hits his head on the board and he just goes back and keeps hitting.
Yes.
That's how I
Is
feel
that
sometimes.
and he's laughing. That's a good commercial.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this past Saturday, Sherry's been back from France, and good to have her back and everything. This was the final day. Supposed to pick her up at the airport that night.
Oh, boy.
And so we're all getting ready for deer hunting season and all that. And I said, well, tell you what, I'm going down to the farm on Saturday, and I'm gonna get we getting ready. We can get camp house settled in.
Yep,
We're gonna
yep. It's that
go in
time.
there, throw out anything that's old, and get out there. Hey, I can't wait to look at the pictures on the cameras. I can't wait. You know what I mean? I've seen what I could see on Moultrie Mobile, but I got other cameras, and I don't have a mobile on all of them. You can't unless you want to take a second job. But so I was thinking, I was looking so forward to it. The boys all told me where they were going. One of them was working, the other one's going over so and so's house, and I said, you know what? It was kind of cool. Remember that day wasn't so bad, hadn't gotten so hot yet, and it was overcast and we had some clouds. I said, this is just it's just me and headed down and.
Oh, I know.
And
what a great feeling.
So before that, and this is where I want to punch myself in the face. Is before that I had lunch with Gorosky. I guess it was on that Thursday. And so Gorosky, a lot of times, if he needs to get his gun sighted in, I say, yeah, you can go down the farm, sight him in, whatever you want to do. It's been normal, and he's always cleans up, does good, whatever. So yeah, I got my son in from college. We're gonna go down. Oh yeah, that's fine. And he says, well, now, wait a minute. Do you need me to bring your keys back to you on Friday? I said, nah. I said, we'll worry about that later. I said, I got 2 or 3 sets of keys. I'll just get Brody's keys. I don't really need them like that. And so now this is where we also start trying to talk about, very concerned about our aging process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even recall that lunch. Okay, listen, guys. Had no recollection of it. And it only happened on Thursday. Okay? Okay.
See, it's not just me.
No.
Wow.
So keep in mind, I get up, I walk past all the different sets of keys to the farm. Okay. Don't need them. You know what I mean? Look, nothing triggers. Nothing triggers. You need to get Taz's keys or Big Love's keys.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't
until you get there.
There's nothing fires. Nothing. Okay. Now keep in mind the farm's about 30 minutes from where we live.
Sure.
Right.
I've got music going. I'm thinking to myself, I don't know that today could get any better.
Right.
And let's face it, kind of looking forward to the wife getting home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Been a week.
Sure.
And you're just kind of thinking, today, what a day this is. You know what? And I'm going to take my time. The plane's not even coming in until like 10 o'clock tonight.
Right.
I'm not even
No need to be in a rush.
Hey, I'm not even rushed.
No.
I pull up. I've gone by. Now I've gone by and picked up little things I need at various places. I can't wait to get those all in the camp house. And I'm going to ease out over there. Go get the vehicle out. All these things are locked. Okay? They require keys. Anything you want to do requires a key. Really, all you can do without your keys is sit in the driveway. I mean, that's it. There's nothing else you can do. I pull up onto that carport, bags of stuff in the back, stuff I was bringing down, get ready for the season, throw my door open, pull my keys out. God almighty.
What?
And all of a sudden, that little trigger that brings everything roaring back.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I got so mad at myself. I said, you stupid. I mean, I just started dogging myself so bad. So then, because I'm mentally ill. It is 11 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Your phone calls are coming in. Kirk Cameron coming up with us next hour. We'll be chatting with him. Jake is out of the great state of Alabama. Jake, thank you for your patience, and welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's going on, buddy?
Not a whole lot. I just had a question about your studio. y'all had a studio. Y'all liked it like you had it like you liked it, right?
Yep.
And y'all moved to this one, and y'all don't have anything like you like. Why did y'all move?
Well, now some things we do have. We didn't have a choice. It was either we could move to this studio and continue to have someone else provide it for us, or we could have started paying for it completely ourselves, and we chose the first, not the latter.
Yeah, lease was up, contracts were up, and everything becomes new again.
Yeah, we didn't just get up one day and go, hey, why don't we take everything and change it? It's sometimes you have choices and sometimes you don't. But there are things about this location. I actually like my office better than what I had. But there's things that are better, and some of the things that we liked were getting old and wearing out. It also was getting time where we're going to have to start replacing a lot of things that were just wearing out. So it was a mutual agreement, but it was the best agreement that we could get in the situation we were in at the time. Let's go to Jay in Leeds, listening to ZZK. Jay, go ahead.
Hey, I had a song suggestion for your Elon Musk update, especially the second verse of Don't Stop Me Now by Queen. Talks about going to Mars, defying gravity. It's kind of upbeat, so y'all do with that what you will.
What's the name of it again?
Don't Stop Me Now.
Okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate that suggestion. Vicky in Asheville. Vicky, go ahead.
Hey, I was going to say what y'all thought about the Vicky White thing where she helped the prisoner escape.
Well, I saw yesterday where they absolutely put a warrant out for her, and she'd cashed out her retirement, all kinds of problems.
Yeah, sold her house.
Yeah.
Obviously there was some kind of plan involved here. We still don't know if she was coerced somehow in this. They're having to leave, that part of it open right now.
Yeah.
But it's very strange. I mean, she was like Employee of the Year.
I think they've
not
got
too long
video
ago.
now of her ditching a car together.
Yeah.
Yeah,
starting to look like she was definitely involved.
They've put a warrant out for her arrest. So they think there's enough evidence that she's involved. I will tell you this. I said it the other day. I think this is part of us living in this unicorn fantasy land that we live in, where we just think you can have two different genders, and we're going to have one gender guard the other gender. Because we're so afraid somebody will say that men and women are equal but not the same. And there's just some dynamic between this that we're just going to pretend isn't there.
Right.
And I think that's foolish. And we've seen this before where men behind bars manipulate women who have the key, and they leave together all with the promise of they're all going to go on this romantic story like in the song from, Steve Miller. Take the money and run, and it's all going to work out, and they're going to be in love somewhere in Mexico. And, if you had him talking to a dude, unless the guy's gay, he probably is going to have a very difficult time manipulating that guy into this, let's all run off together.
Well, we've had, like you said, we've had this play out several times before that we know about.
Mm-hmm.
We had a situation, you remember we did the story last week of where men who are identifying as women, putting them in the female prison, and now we have a female inmate pregnant.
Correct.
It kind of goes back to this old...
We're just a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, it goes back to this old saying, when you put boys and girls together, they're going to do what boys and girls do together, and you can't have that situation unless you want to deal with these kind of things.
We're just taking something that's true and just acting like it's not true.
Right.
And it's not something that you have to do. We're doing it with the military, which is outrageous. Men and women are equal, but they are distinct and they are different, and there is a design that is there wherever you think that design came from that can be manipulated, and it's a strong force. If you don't believe that, from what I'm hearing from people who seem to know, she had just had a banquet where she was highly decorated.
Yeah, like Employee of the Year type stuff.
Right. So Employee of the Year ran off because there still is this romantic thing that boys and girls get involved in when they're left together. And if I'm behind bars and 75 years is probably my best case scenario, every day I'm trying to talk her into us running off together.
Yep.
Every day.
And now we know they're on the run. They have a weapon, her service revolver, and they have money.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So there you go, Shane. And so I would just to your question, caller. I just wish we'd stop acting so stupid on this kind of stuff, and there's just certain things that are true, and it doesn't mean that anybody is unequal, and we should always have equality. But we also got to just be smart.
Yeah.
Okay. You're a great officer. You're female, but we're going to let you serve here. We're not going to let you be the person with the key, for men behind bars.
If I can quote Scotty,
how hard is that?
You can't deny the laws of physics,
Right.
Captain.
So let's go to Kent. But then if you suggest that, then you got people marching, and you've got some union person contact you. And,
here we
go.
go.
Wait a minute. I'll tell you one thing. Shane in Georgia. Shane, go ahead.
Hey, so the first caller asked you the exact same question that I was going to ask you, so that answers my question about that. So I'll move on real quick. To you guys' point about the president earlier, you were talking about the president coming to Troy today. And Rick and Bubba, I think I can work it out to get a couple of my buddies when I get off of work. Go ahead and get the sign made up and just have it ready to go when the motorcade comes by. Welcome to Topaz, Alabama, Mr. President.
I like that. That's good. Let's go to that looks familiar from like yesterday. Let's go to Zach in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Welcome to the program, buddy. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. Thank y'all for what y'all do.
Sure.
Just a two-parter. What about getting Elon for a segment like Dynasty did last week or on the podcast? I thought that would be really cool.
Yeah, we're working on that.
I wonder if y'all might. Okay. Then the second part would be, what about could y'all eventually break down the Senate primary that's going to be going on later on, talking about the candidates?
Now, what state?
Alabama.
Yeah, see, we can't really do that because the show is heard nationally. And, imagine if you're in Georgia and you're hearing us break that down, or you're in Illinois or Indiana, you probably wouldn't be interested in it. Yeah, so yeah, we probably won't do that. Yeah, but thanks for the other suggestion. That's a great idea. Let's go to Tony. Tony, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Tony.
Hey, what's up, guys? How
Buddy.
you
doing? We're good.
Hey, I'm sorry. I called yesterday begging to ask y'all about. I want to bring some guys down here from Memphis to the football game y'all got down there.
Yeah.
We moved from Chicago, and we don't get sports up here. We wanted to come down there, and I'm sorry. I guess I interrupted y'all. Y'all cut me off. Oh, can I wear Rick and Bubba stuff? Is that legal?
Yes, of course.
Oh, absolutely. We encourage it.
100%.
We encourage it.
Yeah, we said that to you on the air yesterday. You may not have heard it. I thought your call looked for me.
I think it was during a troll.
Yeah,
yesterday.
I don't understand, though. I don't understand. But I got y'all.
What do you mean you don't understand? Understand what?
I'm sorry y'all cut me off. I was going to ask another question.
You don't
Real
understand
quick
we
before I
cut
get
you off
cut off.
yesterday?
You talking about right now because you're still on.
I'm sorry. All right, got y'all. I got one question. If I go down there, can I do Topaz?
That may be the worst use of Topaz.
And the fact that he called back because he didn't get to use
They
it
may not let
yesterday.
you come to the game now because of such poor abuse of the Topaz situation.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know that I want him wearing Rick and Bubba stuff.
I guess what he said, he thought he got cut off because it was a phone trouble.
I told him that. He called back after, and I told him that was the reason why.
Yeah.
I guess.
He got that. I looked down. I said, "That looks all familiar for yesterday." I was correct.
Same place.
That's good. Yeah, Tony.
Did he say that they didn't have sports where he lives now?
In Chicago?
Yeah. I thought he said
the
that.
Bears have had a bad run.
Yeah, I guess so. How's the Cubs?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What do you do?
Because I'm in the early days, early
Early
years
onset.
of dementia.
Yeah.
Stupidly, I think, oh, wait a minute. Goroski and his boys are coming down here to sight guns in. You know what? They were going to do that Saturday, I think, because I didn't know if I was going to come down here or not. Well, they'll be here in a few minutes. They may already be here. So I start looking out in the pasture. I don't see anything. Hey, man, when you coming down to sight in guns? But that was yesterday. You stupid. I mean, I'm talking. He goes, remember my kids were out of school Friday.
You're not in control.
And so I'm like, God, I can't even remember what day it was.
And then he says, then he says, "Do you want me to start driving down there, man? I'm so sorry. I didn't. You told me you had another set of keys." And I said, "No." And then I said the phrase, "I'm teaching Rick."
Yeah, teach him.
I said,
teach him a tough lesson.
No, I don't want anybody to come save day for me, because we teaching Rick now. Rick's got to learn about not having his keys. You know what I mean? He's got to learn about if he's gonna hand some keys off and he says he's gonna get another set of keys, he gets them. Rick's gonna have to learn when he gets up on what he's doing that day. He actually remembers the things he has and doesn't have.
Yeah, get that, brain. Get that.
Hey, I'm gonna sit here in this truck and I'm gonna go through various scenarios on how I'm gonna try to get in places that none of them are gonna work.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Sure.
And I just wanted to punch. There was a time I had my fist up, and then I think about Gary, and I think
Gary's got keys.
Well. Gary's a big lake guy now.
Oh, yeah.
No cell service down at Gary's Lake.
Dang.
So I sent him a couple texts, nothing. And I just say, well, look, I'm just teaching.
He don't work much more, does he?
How about this? No, now they got that lake house. That's, once you got set that's got its own work down there.
Yeah.
I said, you can't have nothing. But it's self-inflicted. So guess what I ended up, all this I planned ended up being, I finally noticed the guys had showed up with equipment to get the hay. Okay, so at least I got in a gate.
So you're still sitting in your carport?
Yeah, because I got nothing. So I get in. Oh, you know how it started out too? Stop by to get my guns that were sighted in. Walk up. Don't open till noon. Now, see, that was part of it. I was going to get my guns, take them down there. Get my safe, get everything locked up, get everything ready to go. So
that's a productive.
So my little thing on the way down too. I'm gonna pick up guns on the way down. Then I'm gonna stay on 31 going down.
The moment it hits
good,
you,
productive day.
it's like somebody. It hits you so hard, like you've been knifed.
I was so mad about it.
You learn anything?
You know what I learned? Guess what I did? Went out, and all I could do was go out and put out additional cameras that I don't put out to the fields they're planted in my truck. That's all I could do. I couldn't do anything else.
Rick and Bubba.
I understand the whole concept when you're talking about, teaching yourself stuff. I understand the concept, and it's always casting somewhat of a positive light. Hey, I just live one day at a time.
Yep.
And, Rick, that's okay, but you got to be able to recall the other days. You got to be able to recall the days that were behind you. The things that you did in those days that would impact the current day you're in. I just like to be. It scares me how absent-minded I can be. It's scary. It'll rattle you to the core a little bit.
Yeah, Rick, I've had to have some conversations with myself about it lately too. And it's come on fairly recently, and I think you're a little ahead of the rest of the gang here age-wise.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
But it's a shame to be so much wiser now because you have experience behind you, but you can't remember a lot of it.
Well, I refused to let anybody help me because I was going to teach Rick, and I was hard on Rick. How about this? At one point, I broke Rick's spirit. I mean, I got really, really hard on Rick.
And like I say, I've been through that once or twice. I made moves to solve that I will never have that issue again.
Right.
But I take competitive losses that way too.
Yeah.
For a period of time.
No, yeah.
I mean, I may be fine right after it. I have to go and then get mad at myself, and then I'm fine.
Right.
But to me, that's just part of the process.
Well,
I try to channel that energy into something positive.
But you made a point in the break. I need to act on it now.
Yeah,
because if I get too far away from it,
2 weeks from now, you won't remember how it felt.
Right.
You need to think about that feeling in the truck when it hits you, and that will motivate you. You should just say, "Today I'm gonna fix it," or "Tomorrow."
Right.
Whatever.
Well, you said we've all done this as coaches, everybody in this room, where people have this tendency, which we do not believe in, that you move on, not too quick. Wallow in it a minute.
Well,
I want everybody to turn around like Speedy gave me this term, be an elephant right now, and don't ever forget. I want you to look at the exuberance they have over there. This is how you could have felt.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're loving it, and they're excited. You know why? And the spoils go to the winner. They're not being disrespectful. They're excited because they won, because winning is an exciting feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have that feeling, and I don't ever want you to forget how they're feeling compared to you. And I told you the time I had the kid that played for one time says, "Well, I said, well, don't move on too quick."
Yeah.
No, we're not. We'll talk about what we got to do next, but let's wallow in this a minute. Let's learn from this real quick. Let's not like this feeling.
Yeah. Rick, every day, every event in the day, you need to milk it. And it's either good milk or sour milk.
That's
right. And the sour should make you change.
Right.
your situation, so you never have to do that again.
Yeah, well,
and you try to minimize those days. I mean, over time, you go, well, I know now not to put my hand in a fan.
Right.
So you mark that off the
Right.
list. I will have
Learn.
no more hands in fan problems.
Nope.
I'm not going to slam my hand in the door anymore.
Right.
I've done that several times.
Yeah,
I'm out of that.
right,
I'm not
right.
even going to put my hand near a door.
Not going to chew
At
red
the
man.
knob. Not going to chew Silver Creek when you're trying to catch ground balls.
That's
I marked
right.
that off
Yeah,
early in
yeah.
my life. So,
But let's go back to this again. Let me tell you where.
Wasn't that what it was called?
Yeah. Let me tell you a rookie mistake by a 53-year-old man. Rookie mistake. The minute I walked up to pick up the guns, and for some reason on a Saturday it didn't open till noon, and I was there at 10. The minute the first step was a misstep, I know well enough to know this day's got a bad trend to it. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us for another day, another hour. Kirk Cameron visits with us coming up this hour. Looking forward to chatting with Kirk, another person that Bubba and I think we're friends with, but I wonder if he feels the same way. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here, as you heard the voice man talking as we come out of another break, and excited about another day. Welcome back. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's a little party we call Rick and Bubba. It's like sitting on the back porch.
Speaking of that,
Yeehaw and howdy.
Here we go.
It's time for your favorite part of the show. We call it It's a Country Song or It Ain't. With the wildest wranglers this side of the Mason-Dixon, Country Boy Rick and his buddy, Bubba.
it is time for Country Song or It Ain't. A chord buddy is up for the first winner, if we can get one. If you're the first winner, a chord buddy is yours from our friends at chordbuddy.com. So you can start playing guitar today, country music or whatever style you prefer. And then, of course, if we get multiple winners after our first one, you'll start picking some prizes out of the store there at rickandbubba.com. Bubba, here's what's going to happen. You will be reading potential country music song titles, and then our listeners will have to decipher whether they think that is a real country song or it ain't, and they must get 3 of them right.
Rick, you know, we love our country music listeners. They make up a big part of this show, and many of the stations we're on are country music.
Yep.
And we appreciate them, but they'll always tell you, hey, we got some titles out there.
Well, they do. And you know, as a matter of fact, we're going to really prove that point, because you probably think right now deciphering this is pretty easy. It's harder than you think it is. And you got to get 3 of them right. So Nashville, Bub, I guess we can try a ringer right out of the gate.
Right out. Here we go.
Home of the Country Music Hall of Fame. Alan out of Nashville, are you ready to play Country Song or It Ain't?
We'll find out.
Yeah, we will.
About a ringer.
Well,
I'm here. I just live here. It ain't necessarily because I'm into country music. So we'll figure it out.
All right, so here we go. Here comes, you understand how to play, right?
Yes, sir. I've heard it many times.
All right, here we go. Title number 1.
Now that we're miserable, I hope you're happy. Country song or it ain't?
Oh my God!
See there?
Is that Merle Haggard? I'm gonna say it is.
I'm sorry, it's not.
Boy, that did not take long at all.
Boy, that hurt right off the bat.
Oh man! Have a seat. All right, let's go to a strange spelling of Tom. In Pell City, Alabama. Is your name spelled Thom? T-H-O-M?
Tom.
Yeah.
No, sir. T-O-M.
Okay. That H just kind of snuck in there. All right. Out of Pell City, listening on ZZK. Here we go. Title number 1.
Shake and Bake Has Nothing on You. Country song or it ain't?
It ain't.
You are correct. It's not.
All right. There's 1 right. Now, you got to get 3 of these right to be our first winner. Here we go. Title number 2.
She chews tobacco, but she won't choose me. Country song or it ain't?
There you go.
It is.
I'm sorry, it's not.
Oh, man.
Ring 'em up. Alicia out of Morris, Alabama. I was in Morris, Alabama this past Sunday night at Anthem Baptist Church. Had a great time. Alicia, you have a beautiful community. Are you ready to play country song or it ain't?
Hello? Hey.
Alicia?
I'm country. I love the show.
Teresa.
She's gone. I think you dropped out. By the way, can I say this?
Billy.
Have you ever been to the Jacks in Morris, Alabama?
I heard that it was something else.
It's one of the nicest Jacks I've ever been in my life.
Straight up.
Yeah, it was
You
almost
ain't
like
seen the new one in
What's
Ohatchee,
different?
I bet it's similar.
I bet it's the same
Did it feel like a hunting lodge in there?
Yes.
Yes.
They
That's
got one
nice.
in Ohatchee.
okay.
Let me
I
tell
see
you
what
what they're
you're
doing
saying.
with them now. That's nice.
It
Okay.
is.
I like to see that come to Jimson. All right, let's go to. We need a little fix it up a little bit. All right, let's go to Anniston. Teresa standing by. Well, I see this other version. They're very
I know.
nice.
It's very
Have you
nice.
seen the new ones? Mm-mm. Nice. Let's go to Teresa. Teresa, you ready to play?
I am.
All right, here we go. Title number 1.
She's got a mind of her own, but that's not the part I'm interested
Hey,
in. Country
now.
song or it ain't?
I would say it's not.
You are correct. It's not.
All right, you got one right. Got to get 3 of these right. Here we go. Title number 2.
Please. Let me start over. Don't squeeze the Charmin. Country song or it ain't?
I'm going to say no.
It is.
No, you got to be kidding. Come on. Yeah.
And then one of these.
Yeah, clicking it. To Mississippi. Jay, come on, man. We got to get a winner. I mean, make Mississippi proud. Are you ready, buddy? Jay.
Yeah. If it's me, I'm ready.
Is your name Jay?
I'm ready.
Is your name Jay?
It is.
All right, Jack. Wish you had a little better. Wish you had a better phone. All right, but I think we're okay. All right, here we go. Title number 1.
The peach I picked in Georgia didn't cling to me for long.
No,
Country song or it ain't?
It ain't.
You are correct. It's not.
Anyway, all right, you got one of them right. All right, so we got 2 more of these, Jay. You ready, buddy? Here we go. Title number 2.
Guess my eyes were bigger than my heart. Country song or it ain't?
It is.
You are correct. It is.
Oh, Jay, can you feel the pressure? Here we go. For the win, title number 3.
Divorce me, COD. Country song or it ain't?
It is.
You are correct. It is.
Yeah! We got ourselves a winner. Let's go. We got
He worked hard for that one.
Let's go, Jay. All right, so Jay, chord buddy for you, my friend. You got yourself a chord buddy. So do you, when you play guitar, would you strum with the left or the right?
Right hand.
Right hand? All right, we're putting you on hold. Chord buddy will send you. You get a really cool package from them, and you'll be playing guitar the first day you get it. Get your chord buddy by going to chordbuddy.com. There we go, Jay. Bubba, I can squeeze one more.
Oh, okay.
Just one more.
I done trotted out to the bullpen.
You know what?
Wait a minute.
Let's just try one more. And look, and if they get struck down, we'll move on. All right. So, do you like Odenville, Huntsville, or Fairhope?
You gonna make me pick?
Yeah, just pick. I mean,
I don't. Whoever.
Well, it looks like
Who
Fairhope.
got in there first?
Fairhope's been on hold the
Fairhope
longest.
it is.
He's been on hold the
Fairhope
longest.
it is.
John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Doing great. How you guys?
I'm good. You think you can be another winner?
I think so.
Well, we'll let the contest be the judge of that. All right, here we go. Here comes title number 1.
Her body couldn't keep you off my mind. Her body couldn't keep you off my mind. I can't even get through them today.
What do you think, John?
I think it's a country song.
You are correct.
Yeah,
It is.
come on, Johnny. All right, hey, stand in there. All right, here we go. Title number 2.
How can I miss you if you won't go away? Country song or it ain't?
Country song.
You are correct.
Yes, sir. We on a roll now, Bubba. They're getting to you. They're getting to you a little bit. Title number 3 for the win.
Flushed from the bathroom of your heart. Country song or it ain't?
It ain't.
I'm sorry, it is.
Oh.
You can thank Johnny Cash for that one.
Oh. Ring of mercy. You see now he's adding the clicker where he puts out how many are out. he's filling out the card.
Thank you for doing that.
Oh, that's so good.
It's a great add-on.
Hey, congratulations to Jay from Mississippi. Got a chord buddy out of country song or it ain't.
Boy, Jay.
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
What?
Kirk Cameron at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, see, I thought, well, that's
you know how things snowball.
Right. I said, well, that's a setback, you know, because I'd like to go ahead and get all that ready. But, you know, that's rifles, so it's not rifle season. So that's not a big – it's not going to affect my day. I would have liked to have gone ahead and started getting all that ready. But see, that should have been a signal to a veteran who's had days that snowballed out of control like that. And see, the worst thing, if you ever let this creep in, because this is how I operate, and, of course, sometimes it can be annoying to people around me, but it's just the way I mean, you know, like I said, that's not an excuse. Sometimes the way you are is why people don't like it. Don't be the way you are, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm very much on. I like to be productive, and if I have managed time to be productive in that time, and I felt like it wasn't productive, really bothers me. So I had to almost take myself and kick me out of be productive mode and get over into just goof off mode. You know, yeah, so what? You know, and then I ended up down at Gary's Lake House. That's where it all ended.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I'm down.
That's a little off your path too.
Yeah, it's a couple.
You're lucky you found him at all.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He could have been out on a boat or a tractor or something.
Yeah. Well, I still didn't get done what I needed to get done. See, I had to really forget that. That was a tough forget.
And so you can look back and you can form statistics and things, and even in your life, you know, look around and go, okay, that's a weak link. I need some backup on that.
Yeah, you better.
And
not.
I think it's that engineering thing. I mean, I always like to have a backup plan ready to go.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about it when the accident happens. You just go execute backup.
You know, when I do things somebody hits me, blindsides me on something on my calendar, and I'd forgotten about it. See, this is the same. See, extra sets of keys are just like calendars. They're no good if you don't use them.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you go, hey, I got a calendar, but you don't look at it, that calendar ain't worth a crap.
It's not.
Okay. If you
gotta work the plan you made, or the plan's no good.
How about this? If you've got an extra set of keys, but you don't pick them up, they don't help. They're no good. If they're sitting there on that dresser saying, hey, we're over here if you need us, and you went and got them, hey, don't forget what you had to do, how many times you were getting extra keys made.
Right.
That was a pretty active day. You know, and you say, hey, but I got it now. I got multiple sets of keys. Guess what will make multiple sets of keys useless if you don't have them. If you don't pick them up.
But see, where you keeping your backup keys?
Well,
at the place you need them, or the place you can forget them.
I don't have backup keys where I can access them if you get on the ground and forgot your keys, and that will be resolved. You know, because you know why? I'm teaching Rick.
That's right. Rick needs to go to school and learn it.
Hey, Rick's got to learn.
Go to school on it, baby.
Rick's got things he's got to learn. I know from the sports world, and one of these stories has already been talked about in the kickoff hour, but if you missed that, it's been a big story today. And I don't watch the NBA, so I don't know who these people are, but I know we had another gruesome injury involving.
Yeah. And, you know, this is a great time of year for sports, Rick. October, we have all the big three playing at the same time.
Right.
So, you know, if you're into sports, it's a great time. And as the NBA kicked off last night, forward Gordon Hayward, I mean, it had only been a few minutes, 6 minutes, 45 seconds left in the first quarter, and he suffered a horrific leg injury that was it was one of those, Rick, where everybody really cringes when they see it. Broke his tibula and dislocated his ankle, but he's sitting under the basket, and his foot's going the wrong way. And, you know, players rushed out. The medical people got there just right away, and you can see it here. He's laying on the floor, and then watch how quick the sideline people get out there to help him.
Everybody's like, oh, no.
And he's supposed to have surgery as soon as he got back to Boston. But you could see the players were shaking up, and even after the game, some of the interviews, it was, you know, in the forefront in everybody's mind as you would expect it to be.
And, you know, we had that with the Louisville player, very similar. We're having these things happen in basketball. It seems like for them to be so gruesome, more than we had. But as we talked about, for those of us that are old enough to remember, the first time we ever had this gruesome type stuff with all the footage we have,
that we all remember, where it affected players and everybody was sick, people didn't want to play anymore, was the Joe Theismann on Monday Night Football. That was, like Greg said, they didn't know. Hey, let's take a look at that, see if we can see what happened.
Went from the opposite side of slow mo.
And I remember Lawrence Taylor getting up, freaking out, and calling for everybody to come out when you just see somebody's leg just snap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
bad.
So anyway, that's awful. Also, we went back and played the Mike Leach deal from right after the game. And then I started seeing texts yesterday among everybody on the show saying, wait a minute, the Monday press conference or Tuesday, it was yesterday.
Let me tell you something. I have subscribed to the Washington State Cougars.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now past the hour. Kirk Cameron coming up bottom of the hour. We're back. Don't forget to vote and fix Mama's mouth. We got the 3 finalists there at rickandbubba.com under the contest button. So make a note of that. Hey, West Mobile Baptist Church. Look for Helmsy coming to speak at your man church this Saturday morning. Get those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or themanchurch.com under events as well. Okay, so have you seen, we got some video here from Adler. Greg, you may can relate to this. We're going to have workers that are working in an apartment, and one of them falls through the ceiling into another apartment.
Well, I didn't go quite that far,
so can I do audio? You got this? Okay.
So this video comes right after he fell through. This Atlanta area woman was evidently having work in the apartment above her, and then so she did take a picture and posted it.
Oh wow!
But she called an ambulance before she took this picture and took the video. So if
she
everybody's
wanted to make that clear.
yeah, because people jumped on her for it.
Well, she probably made that.
Look.
Can we play the video?
Is the guy out?
He's okay.
Messes back up.
Y'all, he fell all the way.
How about that?
To the ground.
Wow, Greg, is that how
what
you
a
felt?
mess.
Is that
my leg? I got hung up. I didn't fall all the way through.
Right. Yeah. You just had a leg go through. Look at that right there. Look at that.
Yeah, he went full body. Look at that.
Looked like some type of table too. He hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took that desk out.
Mm-hmm.
He did take that desk out. Just stay there, man.
Let me
Don't
ask you
move.
this: is he feeling stupid about doing that, and he's faking an injury?
I think right now he's assessing his body to see what's hurt.
Yeah, you got to see.
Going for sympathy,
am I
sympathy
okay?
because he got off of the studs and fell through.
It could be that. You talking about the athlete that makes an error on the field and lays there like he's hurt?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because if I'm hurt, maybe people won't be as mad at me if I'm hurt.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's possible.
He looks like he's.
But I mean, I don't know how you couldn't be hurt at all from that. But
I'll get it.
all I can think about is thank goodness he's got his mask on.
Yes.
You know,
Did you just say, "Oh, get up"?
Get up. See if you're all
I'm still gray. How did he fall through there?
He was working up in the space.
Yeah.
And got off on the sheetrock. Believe me, Bubba, it can happen.
Yeah, believe me.
That's easy to do.
Yeah.
It's happened twice to Greg.
Yeah. Within a foot of each other.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that his buddy comes in and just stands over him with his hands on his hips, and he says, "Oh no, not again."
I'm going to tell you.
Would not again.
I don't know about not again.
That was me. Sheetrock won't hold you.
No.
Will not.
No.
Not even close.
Looks like it would,
Right.
but it's not.
No, but
it's basically just crushed up things.
It's
put
very
together
deceiving.
with paper around it.
That's it.
This PSA brought to you by Greg.
Yeah, Greg, you can.
Is that the worst? I mean, I know you just put your foot in there.
Yeah.
What's the worst fall you've ever had? Like I have fallen. I know you jumped out on the trampoline that time and misjudged how much the trampoline would give, and Rick, sadly, you enjoyed that.
Yeah, well, I didn't enjoy it. I mean, but I happened to be there to
I fell out of a
to
pole
experience
climbing
it. Yeah.
You what?
I landed on my feet in the big pile of dirt and kind of crumpled up. But
On what now?
climbing a power pole, I fell out.
Yeah.
You fell off a power pole?
I was going up and
Okay.
I cut out.
Yeah.
And crashed to the bottom.
Yep. I fell through a moonwalk. We documented that one.
Yeah,
It's a good one.
I think when I went sliding through the kitchen on a wet floor when I first
remember
messed
that
my
one.
knee up and busted the cabinet door was probably
remember
my
that
Yeah,
worst.
that was good. That and you on ice outside.
Yeah, that one hurt.
And y'all
That one
both
hurt
on
a
pine
lot.
straw was bad.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking height-wise. Like I have fallen, from somewhere down to the ground.
I fell.
I was pretty high when I dove on that moonwalk. I mean, but I jumped. I didn't fall.
Rick, you really jumped.
But the moonwalk was flat, so you just went straight to the ground.
Well, it hadn't deflated. It looked full. There just wasn't anything in it.
The pressure on the air had been turned off. The blower had been turned off. So all I really dove on top was like when you put an air pocket like in one of your sheets on your bed. You know? But it didn't look that way. And I hit it. And you talk about the shock of nothing stopping
So shocking.
It just kept on going. I mean, all down into that plastic. I mean, just wide open, and hit the parking lot cement. It was.
That's when you go, no, I'm fine.
It was terrible, y'all.
So shocking. So shocking.
To this day, I have to tell people when they do any kind of X-ray, I have to let them know about it.
What was the actual name of what you had? It was a
elevated diaphragm.
Elevated diaphragm. Yeah. It took. You know how your stomach, sits there. You've seen the pictures of it on the Pepto Bismol commercials.
Yeah.
You know how your stomach, it has that little perfect little catch here. Mm-hmm. Mine right here is pushed all the way up into the ribs, and it sits. It sits like this. and every time I'm X-rayed, I have to go now before you. The guy. One time, literally, you heard me tell you that guy at the heart clinic looked at me and said, "I'm so glad you told me that." He goes, "I'm looking at this. I'm like, I don't know what in the world is going on." Yeah. So it's not good.
Back in the day when y'all were playing around in the neighborhood, did y'all ever jump off the roof and stuff?
Did
a
you?
lot.
Yes, I was just gonna say
kids
that.
don't try that. But go
I
ahead.
had a tree house that was like right at the roof level, and I would jump off the roof and grab a branch, and right by my tree house and stuff. One time I slipped and fell to the ground off of that, and then another time I had booby trapped my own treehouse to get up
And
there.
you fell in.
And I had like slick mud on the tree to stop bad guys. Stepped on the mud, slipped, fell all the way to the
So
ground.
it worked. So it did work.
Pretty good booby trap.
Greg, do you remember when we built the triple decker treehouse? By the way, did not know that just because when people are building houses, that wood's not for anyone.
No, you don't just take Rick or the nails.
I remember thinking, wow, y'all left nails and plywood
here for anybody to get.
Right. And so we built a 3-story treehouse, and I'm sure it was
pretty good.
And so the tree had an old remember that had a hose
pipe.
Hose
Somebody
pipe
had drilled nailed into the knot.
Yeah, to like swing on, but it'd been there for a long time. And Greg took it and launched from I think floor number 3,
and it snapped,
and it just went. Doop, and he's got it in his hand as he's headed down to the.
I laid on my back.
How are we all here?
I don't know.
Yeah, we fell out of a lot of stuff.
Oh, we used to fall out of stuff. The things that went on in kid world that your parents never even knew about. Involving injuries and jumping and
as
falling.
engineer, did you do tower climbing, Bubba?
Oh well, I didn't. I never fell. Thank
No,
goodness.
yeah, but you've climbed some high ones, right?
Oh man.
Oh yeah. We used to put them up, take them down when I was much younger.
Are
and
you scared
lighter.
of heights? Did that bother you?
Well, yeah, it bothers you. It should bother you.
Yeah, it's not a natural
I
thing.
wasn't terrified, but I didn't like them.
Did you have a height though that you wouldn't try to eclipse? Like, did you say I won't climb any higher than this?
Rick, really, when you're hiring about 10, 12 foot, it's all
the same thing. For some reason,
yeah, but I know the difference.
Yeah,
people used to tell me that I'm at 70 or 40. I know the difference. I granted I'm high either way, but there's a difference.
No, there is.
Your hands work a little different.
Yeah, they absolutely.
You get
do.
a little short arm.
Yeah, it's a lot different. It's different.
The thing I always had to do, Speedy, because it was unnerving when you got up there, but once you tie on. And, we
sit back.
Yeah, you could relax a little bit more then, but I had to just focus on what I was doing and not be looking around. Now, after I was done and ready to go down, I'd look around a little bit, but you wanted to stay focused on whatever you had to do right in front of you. But about 100 foot, that was what I was comfortable with.
Yeah.
That's high enough.
How about we went outside that building, Greg?
Oh, that's right. We rappelled down it.
Yeah, and just the first. All right, sit back.
Oh, sit back.
Sit back on air.
And you're like, okay. That was fun, though. Me, you, James Spann, and Helmsley.
James got a little pale.
He did.
Did you do that too, Adam?
I did it too.
That's right.
And James Spann was much more nervous than I was. That's good.
Yeah.
Another booby trap that I set for myself at my own treehouse was with a rusty nail. And yes, I did step on it on accident. And yes, I had to get a tetanus shot.
Right. You kept getting yourself in your own
I'm really
traps.
smart. I'm a really intelligent person.
YouTube channel at this point.
Yeah.
I can sit there and watch it all day.
Yeah,
it's a 25, almost 26-minute press conference, and they've talked about a number of different things. But at about 23 minutes, for some reason, he was asked if he had a boat, and if he had a boat, what name he would call the boat. And then that goes into his favorite Seinfeld episode. So enjoy this.
First of all, you don't have a boat, right?
No.
If you had a boat, what would you name it and why?
What? I'd name it Sharon. Well, because I'd name all my kids Sharon. My wife's name is Sharon, and I'd name everything Sharon. My life's complicated enough, and I have to make enough decisions every day, and I have to remember enough things every day. If I had it to do over again, I got 4 kids. They'd all be named Sharon. And the other thing is every grandkid, male or female, would be named Sharon. And the boat would damn sure be named Sharon. And so it'd be, hey, Sharon, where's Sharon? Get Sharon. How's Sharon? And so it'd be perfect.
He's crazy. To be Sharon?
Well, if I had my way, it'd be pretty multifaceted, but it would certainly solve sorting everything,
You gonna even try for a middle name?
I think she feels like she's the luckiest woman in the world, and who wouldn't? What's that?
Try for a middle name?
No, there are no middle names. There's no last name. You're just Sharon. That's all you are, Sharon. If my son gets married and there's a sister-in-law, Sharon. Okay, what's her last name? What do I care?
Coach, you mentioned Festivus earlier. What's your favorite Seinfeld episode?
You mentioned Festivus?
Yes.
Well, my favorite one we'd probably best not talk about, but the one where George is stomping through the kids trying to get out of the fire. That's a good one. Let me think here. I haven't watched Seinfeld for a long time. Anything with George's dad in it's good.
It's just so real right here.
This is the press
I have to think about that one. If you remind me, but where Putty thinks Elaine's going to hell's a good one.
It's good.
Then just flat out tells her.
Is
Yeah.
that your favorite all-time TV show?
No, I don't think so. There's so many of them. I'd say Gunsmoke is, for the long haul.
Matt Dillon
for the long haul.
Child and Al, and I don't watch Gunsmoke a
Miss
lot.
Kitty?
But, it's still really, to be perfectly honest, as good now as it was when I was a kid.
All right, so let me tell you this, because this helped. This helped me yesterday as I watched.
Okay.
I watched every minute, every second of this yesterday.
Sure you did.
First of all, I kept up with how many pops of water he took. He drank in 16 minutes. He had one full Dasani water and a cup of coffee in 16 minutes.
Okay.
We have always wondered, do somebody just randomly ask this, or how do these things continue to come up?
Yeah.
Is it a running theme with
what happens? Well, what happens is during his answering of the questions that are actually sports related, he interjects things like Seinfeld, like boats, so. That's the reason they hear it and they say, okay, well, I'm going to ask a follow-up at the end in regards to that.
So was it when he was breaking the game down? How did Festivus come up?
I don't remember, but I will.
For the rest of us,
yeah.
His guys, I wish we could go back to 15 minutes if you could. He gets asked about.
Now this is after they just got hammered by California, by the way, which we heard
several moments in the press conference where he relived what he did Friday night in his post-game presser.
Frustrated.
But I want to say it was at 15:30 when he starts talking about the Texas Tech, where he came from. And I can't believe he said some of the things he said, but it's funny. See if this is it.
Just like Tuberville?
Or were there other instances where you're
there were outright crooks at Texas Tech.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, and I've named some.
If I could, real quick, he's talking about the AD is leaving and going to Nebraska.
That's where all the rumors have come from.
And he's talking about how most people in the athletic department, there's really good people, but there's a lot of crooked people.
And so now they've asked him about Texas Tech.
Right.
Interested in getting into it now, but you're talking about an institution that hasn't paid me for 2009. We won 9 games in 2009. They haven't won 9 since. And are there crooks there? Yeah, like felon. They ought to put them in jail.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. We love the partnership we've had with them for years. They do such a good job. I mean, I've been just dealt with them just recently on a project at the farm, and they did such a great job. Knowing that they're on the team, you know, 'cause I don't like messing with any kind of rodent, and any kind of ants, spiders, fleas, termites, nesting wasp. I tell you what else they help me out too. You know, those carpenter bees, man. They'll wreck the deck. They'll wreck your barn, whatever. They've got a treatment that works really good on them as well. So if you want to find out more, go to cookspest.com with a free, no obligation evaluation of your home or property. New contractors. New home construction, they can also help you with that. Find their link at rickandbubba.com, too, under the sponsors. You can sing with us, Looky, Looky, Looky. Here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. And up next, Looky, Looky, Looky. There's Kirk Cameron. Hey, welcome back.
Kirk Cameron.
Hey, it's great to see you guys again. You know, it's too bad you don't have fun.
I know. You know,
you guys just seem like
we
you're
got
just
a lot
bored.
up
You haven't
around
had
here.
your cup of coffee yet this morning. You're still waiting on that fried bologna sandwich to get there.
Thank you, Kirk, for that, because a reference like that, because Bubba and I have admitted, I don't know if you have this problem all your years in the entertainment business, where you'll do a project with somebody and you think there's been a connection and you start thinking we're friends now, but then the other person really didn't see it that way.
Right. They were just being nice.
They were just being nice. You were just kind of working together, then they moved on.
And we've kind of glommed on to them.
Yeah. So we think we're like friends with you, and like if you saw us somewhere else, you go, hey, there's Rick and Bubba. But is that delusional on our part?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's not delusional. You know, you guys hold a special place in my heart because you introduced me to the fried bologna sandwich.
That is correct.
While you had pink eye.
While I
Remember
had
that?
pink eye.
Yep.
That's right. But you know, you told me how to make it, and you got to kind of slice it a little bit so that it lays down.
That's right.
When
It'll bubble up on you if you don't.
Yeah.
It'll bubble up on you. That's right. And you know, out here in California, they don't know anything about that kind of thing. I mean, you know, it's mostly sushi and fruit. And that's all. That's what we eat out here. But we don't have things that are fried and salted and doused in sugar and sauce like you do in the South.
Isn't it great? Isn't it great? I'm looking at your background.
Yeah. Are you allowed to do that in California? It looks like you're duck hunting or something.
You're duck hunting.
That's right. I'm duck hunting right there. That's actually in Louisiana. And I thought that would be appropriate for our talk this morning because I love duck hunting. I got some friends down there with really long beards and they love to hunt ducks.
Yes, they do.
Down there in West Monroe. And we go down there every year right around Christmas time, and we bring back a bunch of teal, and boy, it's great. We love it.
So is that one of your boys
too? By the way,
yeah, that's my nephew and my brother-in-law. Okay, and we're there in a pit blind, and I think that was a good year. Yeah, we brought home a lot that year.
Yeah, you're with the right guys if you want to get it done.
Now, I hear sound effects. It sounds like you're in the blind now.
I know it does. So we've got all kinds of frogs and crickets and birds, and these are the crows that are perching up in the trees in my backyard. They're kind of loud.
Oh, okay, I hear it. I'm sorry.
It almost sounds like a duck.
So Kirk,
that was actually one of the bad things that happened is when we came home from duck hunting, my son was so fired up. Oh, yeah. He was so excited because he got to go squirrel hunting with Uncle Si, and then we went duck hunting with Phil. And when we got here, he got out his pellet gun and he started shooting the squirrels and the ducks in the backyard.
Oh, yeah.
And
how'd that go?
This is California, and I was saying, son, this is California. They got different laws out here, and your mom is not going to be happy with you. So you better put that away.
Oh, well, that's the way I was as a kid. I remember I told Bubba this story. I was really doing well with the birds of the neighborhood with my BB gun, and finally the knock came at the door, and it was a guy down the street. And I had set up outside of his bird feeder, and I didn't know about hunting over bait at the time. And my mom got on to me. I said, "But that's where all the birds are."
Yeah,
and she said, "Yeah, but you can't shoot birds off people's bird feeder." So yeah,
especially other people.
Well, you know what this also resulted in? My son was so excited about about hunting, that he started watching these YouTube videos of these boys in Louisiana who would go catch they would shoot their squirrels or their raccoon or their rabbit, and they would make a pelt. Well, since Luke couldn't shoot anything here, he made me get in my Jeep and got a big plastic hefty bag in his lap, and we drive down the canyons to the beach looking for roadkill. So if he found anything that was not, stiff with rigor mortis, if it was fresh enough, he'd throw it in the bag, bring it home, and then he would skin it and make a pelt out of it.
Oh my God! Wait a minute, has your wife forbidden you to go to Louisiana anymore?
No, she's like, she knows that we just get itching to go hunting, and she's like, go, get out of here.
Oh, it's fun.
Well, I bet he's a hit wearing a raccoon hat to school, like Daniel Boone.
Especially in California.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit. Let's go to point one. You're going to be at Gridiron Men's Conference coming up this summer, Father's Day weekend, Friday night and half a day Saturday. Phil Waldrop and the gang there. I've had the honor of speaking there many times. It's a phenomenal conference. So you're coming in. When you think about these opportunities, Kirk, and I know that your commitment to God's design and the family, that's the way he designed it, which means probably the best way it operates. And he gave a certain influence to men. Men and women are equal, but they are distinct. And there's an influence that has been given men, and we talk about here a lot, and we do a lot of men's ministry. If we kind of focus on maybe trying to get men under the authority of Christ and understand their God-given role and the way they're designed, we could probably solve a lot of other problems because of that influence. So tell me a little bit about, I mean, you don't have to give the whole message, but when you get an opportunity to speak to men, what are some things you want to try to be sure you convey?
Well, I agree with everything that you just said. And, if you notice, if y'all are listening to this and you can see us right now, you notice that I have a beard. So that was the first thing I did before I came to the Gridiron Conference is I grew a beard.
Smart.
because somebody once told me that, we have words for people who don't have beards, women and children.
Yeah, you have been in Louisiana a lot. You certainly have.
And listen, I am so thankful for the men that have been a strong influence in my life toward godliness and character. And I think that's what we need more than anything today. I think as I read through my history books and I'm teaching through the founding of this country, through the American Campfire Revival that I've been doing in my backyard for a year and a half.
Really good.
I think of men like George Washington. I think of the Puritans. I think of the Pilgrims. I think of Samuel Adams. I think of the Wesleys and George Whitefield. And these were men of faith and character, but they were also men of action. They didn't just sit in the pews and teach the scriptures and pray. They put feet to their faith and they inspired others to do the same thing. And they were able, out of tyranny, to create the freest, strongest, most blessed nation in the world. And now we've got the Rick and Bubba show. Mm-hmm. We've got iPhones. We're able to go duck hunting with shotguns. We're able to do amazing things for good, for the kingdom, because there are people of faith and character who put that into action. And I think today we are headed for a great conflict in our culture. The ideas are butting heads between, conservative and liberal. The ideas that are of the kingdom of God, and then ideas that are of the kingdom of darkness. There are clashes between races, clashes between genders, classes between socioeconomic classes. And if we don't have men of faith and character and courage that are putting those things into action, I believe that we could be headed for a civil conflict that is going to be very, very painful. And what I prefer is revival, which is a revolution of the heart, a revolution of religious sentiment that actually brings people together under the mandates from heaven that produce flourishing for everybody. And that's what I want to talk about, is how to be a man of faith, of character, and how to put those things into action.
We'll come back more with Kirk Cameron, and that's just a little, just a tidbit, a teaser of what you'll hear at the Gridiron Men's Conference. If you don't have your tickets, go to gridironmen.com. We've got all that in show notes. We also have the Kirk Cameron's website in show notes, too. And we're going to come back and talk about some of the other things that he's doing. But make plans now. Huntsville, Alabama, Father's Day weekend, Gridiron Men's Conference with Kirk Cameron. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Outside of Texas Tech,
Well, think about it. Think about in the case of Texas Tech. Okay, you've got schools that have actually had murders. You've got schools that have had rapes and sexual assaults. You've got schools that have cheated and fixed grades. You've got schools that have bought players. There's only one school in the nation that's shameful enough to have not paid their head coach. Only one. That's Texas Tech. Texas Tech stands alone as far as just being sleazy as far as not paying their head coach. And I mean, can you imagine that? And they want to hide behind some little nuance in the law. We're the sovereign. Well, how is your role as a sovereign? How are you operating in your role as a sovereign by not paying a contract that you signed, that you drew up and you signed? Well, so are they crooks? Yeah, they're crooks. And Tech's not the only ones, but
Going back to water.
Someday, I can list about 5 crooks around there.
You're taking a pop.
Give him a big drink.
The potential. He's on. His name's been thrown around at Nebraska.
Well, he says he's not going, which means he might.
But there's going to be possibly several openings in the SEC. I'd love to see Leach every week.
Okay,
closer, wouldn't y'all?
Yeah.
God.
So
he may not have the freedom though he has there. Right. I don't know.
No, I'm mad that I need to set up, and I guess I got to talk to him. I need notifications to pop up on my phone every time this man speaks.
Guys, he just did a post game where he talked about Seinfeld and what he'd name his boat, and he claimed he'd name everything Sharon if he could. He wouldn't even fool with last names.
Right.
All right. Let's go back to this. Is the 2009 the Craig James son year? Is that when all that happened and they claimed, hey,
Probably so.
We fired you and we think that was for cause, so we don't have to pay you for that year or something? Is that what
probably something like that?
Because
basically they didn't fulfill their end of the contract, and he's still mad.
And they claim, as he said, they called sovereign, meaning we have the right and the authority not to pay you, and we're not going to. And he's saying, but you signed a contract that you would pay me. How can you claim you shouldn't do that?
Yeah.
And that has to be around that Craig James.
It is.
Oh,
it is.
Yeah, when he got that's when he got released.
Yeah, we'll be back. Wonderful Will of Meat is now ready to spin. Bubba, we're plugging her in, but we're doing it safely.
Yes, we are, Rick. We're using temporary electrical drops here, but we meet all the IEE codes.
Thank you very much, Bubba.
And I would quote them, but I didn't have them pulled up here.
Didn't have them pulled up there.
Yeah, I think that thing draws 2 or 3 milliwatts.
Oh, yeah.
With all those LEDs on it.
Yeah. All right, so 866 we
Probably
be big.
could start a campfire with it, but
yeah, we'll spinning.
Dry leaves.
Yeah, Speedy, you going your veteran spinner today?
Yeah, we got Greg.
Greg's going to spin. All right, Greg's spinning the wheel today. Look, see what I mean about line 6? It's I don't know what.
Still something.
Yeah, I don't.
Did we ever reset that?
Yeah, we got. Yeah, so put that down. All right, so the wonderful Wheel of Meat. On the Wheel of Meat, we have obviously 1-800-Flowers.com has the flowers there. Also, the Stockyards has the delicious cuts of meat on the board. Dreamland's got some pork on the board. We've got Moultrie's got a Moultrie package on the board. Rick and Bubba prizes are on the board. Masterbuilt has the digital electric smoker on the board. And then, of course, there's pitfalls, meaning it's possible you won't win anything. Nothing is guaranteed, only the opportunity for those who are selected from the bank of callers right now. We start with Chris in Enterprise, Alabama. Chris, what do you say to get us started?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Greg!
Be safe, Speedy. Don't get too close.
Wheel of Meat. Wheel of Meat. Wheel of Meat. Stick 'em! All right, let's see where she lands. All right, Chris. We start with a winner.
Oh, my goodness. Right out of the gate.
Henry the horse or Hank the hound. I mean, right out of the gate, people. Oh, he's got the corn suit on.
What in the world?
Hank the hound's got the corn suit on. Oh, I thought it was Kenny the Colonel there for a minute. I don't know what that was. Hey, Ernie, Hank. Hey, Hank.
I don't have any advice or anything for kids today. I just want to let everybody know. Have y'all heard about that game Cornhole?
Oh.
Well, you can thank me for naming it.
Oh, no, come on here, Anthony. You went a bad dog. Where's my favorite thing? Bad dog. Spank it, Bubba, spank it.
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, it's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Kirk Cameron visiting with us. We talked about the Gridiron Men's Conference, Father's Day weekend. Make plans to be part of that. But Kirk, I want to talk about some of the other project. And you've always got some project going. And thank you for all the work that you do and use the platform and the gifts that God has given you to communicate so many important things. And now we'll take on the topic of homeschooling, the Homeschool Awakening. This is going to be in select theaters on June 13th and 14th. Tell the audience about this project and what you hope it will achieve.
Well, so the Homeschool Awakening is a brand new documentary that will be in the theaters June 13th and 14th, and it's really an astonishing thing that is happening. The amount of families in the United States that are homeschooling is increasing exponentially. And this is really a parent-led movement that really took off during the pandemic when the government lockdowns of schools happened, particularly in places like California, where I live, and other states that are of this political persuasion, closed down their schools and sent the kids home to learn virtually. All of a sudden, parents had light shed on what the public schools were teaching their children. Yeah. And they had a front row seat to things that just shocked them. Some of the parents were happy with it, but other parents were very unhappy, and there's good reason for that. And so they decided to look at their options, and they began to look into homeschooling. And homeschooling just fit the bill for them. There was so much flexibility, so much freedom. They were able to tailor their education for their children in a way that matched their learning styles and the parents' teaching styles. And not only that, they actually discovered that they loved being a family, spending so much time together. And so the Homeschool Awakening explores the ins and outs and the how-tos and the frequently asked questions of what it's like to homeschool your family. And there are millions of families around the country that are doing this successfully, and they'd never go back.
Yeah, I admit our family, when we were looking at it and thinking about it, and thankfully we had access to some good government schools that were not as far gone. Of course, we're fortunate enough to live in a conservative state. Now, some of that has changed, and then you had access to good faith-based Christian schools. But when we started talking about homeschooling, when some of these things were, and it was really before the pandemic, just people didn't like the direction of the government schools, and then the cost sometimes of the private schools, and we were intimidated by it. I remember thinking, could we pull this off? Don't you think sometimes that there would be even more people, but they think to themselves, I just can't picture myself being able to do it. I want to. I'm not really sure how, and I'm not really sure that I'm qualified to do it.
Yeah, those are perfect questions, and questions that I had and my wife had. Now, my wife and I have 6 kids. My father is a public school teacher, so is my grandmother and my grandfather. But after elementary school, we decided we weren't happy with what our kids were about to step into. And so we started looking into homeschooling, and we had all those same questions. How do we do this? Am I qualified? Am I adequate? How could I possibly teach all these different subjects? And what will that do to our family and our time? Well, we learned that there is such a rich, robust community of support out there, and more curriculum than you could possibly ever want to choose from. And once you realize that you are adequate and you are equipped, there's plenty of support, and there's no one way to do it. You're able to embrace the freedom and the flexibility and the fun and pass on your faith and values to your kids. And there's lots of people to help you. You realize that you were made for this. And sometimes it is expensive. Sometimes there's no other option. But the Homeschool Awakening is going to shed light on all of all of the things that you can do to fit your family, to do what you think is best for your kids, whether your kids are in public school, private school, or you're homeschooling, or whether you're just considering your options. Again, it just brings to life the world of homeschooling and what it would be like if you could make the entire world your classroom.
Kurt, how does that look like schedule-wise on a normal day? How does that kind of play out?
It depends on how you want to do it. You know, some people think that you're trying to bring the public school system into your house, and they're thinking, where do I put the blackboard? Where do I put the cubbies? You know, where do all the books go? Well, you're not trying to replicate a school system. You're trying to help your children understand that God made them, put them in his world. You want them to understand the world that he made, how it works, and their place in it, and their purpose in it. And you get to learn all these things together as a family. So the schedule can be whatever you want it to be. And that doesn't mean that you cannot do this poorly. You could do it poorly. You could be lazy, just like in any other endeavor. But if you are committed to God, you're committed to his purposes and to one another and your children, God will champion your cause and help you. And there is nobody who knows your kids and love your kids more than you do. And there are experts and people who are qualified and experienced to help you through the journey if that's what you choose to do.
Yeah, and I think, too, when you think about the individual kids, especially you with 6, you know, and we have multiple children, and, you know, sometimes you even wonder how they came from the same parents. They're so unique because God does make us unique. But also, I think, and I'm sure you may cover this in the documentary, you're able to teach the child, you know, to cater it to the way each child learns, especially boys versus girls. You know, we've talked about this a lot. You know, the classroom that we designed is really designed for girls, and they do really well. For a lot of times with boys, this setup is not really the best environment for them to maximize their potential. So I guess it also gives you some flexibility on each individual child.
Yeah, that's right. You're actually able to tailor your children's education to focus on their strengths and their gifts and talents, and you're able to help them in the areas where they are challenged. You know, we follow dozens of families in the Homeschool Awakening, and you get to go with them on their journey of entering into homeschooling, coming out of other schooling systems, their journeys, their struggles, and their victories and successes. There was one family who had a child with Down syndrome, and when they were putting her into a new school, they were told that they as parents were not adequate and equipped to prepare their own child for the world. And so they would decide when their child would come to school, how their child would be educated, and whether or not she would participate in specific activities and courses with the other children. In fact, they came in and the parents got one vote, and there were 3 other government officials there, the teacher, the principal, and the special needs teacher, that all outvoted them and told them that they would decide how their child would be prepared for the world. And they said, no, sir. No, ma'am, that's not how it goes. God gave us our daughter, and we don't need to be special ed teachers. We just need to teach our daughter. And they've been doing it beautifully and successfully.
13th and 14th of June to come out. We're running out of time. I just want to point people also to the American Campfire Revival, a 100-day plan with about 40 seconds left. How do I find out about it, and what is this about?
So the American Campfire Revival was my response to the first 100 days of Joe Biden's administration. Okay. Rather than sitting back and waiting for the next executive order to come down from the White House, I thought, let's look to the executive orders from heaven and follow the mandates from on high, which are to humble ourselves and pray and seek God with all of our hearts. And I did that for 100 consecutive days in the backyard around my campfire as we looked at the founding principles of this nation. And you can continue to follow me on Facebook. Just check out my Facebook page for the American Campfire Revival, or check out my website at kirkcameron.com.
And that's in show notes at rickandbubba.com.
Kirk, come see us, brother.
Yeah, always a pleasure, man. Thanks for what you're doing. Man.
Get that bologna cooking.
Yeah, look, next time you're on the way to Louisiana, stop by and see us here in Alabama, okay?
And take care of yourself in that strange state of California.
Yeah.
I will, man. Pray for me.
Yeah, we are. Thank you, man. Kirk Cameron, our guest. Also catch him at the Gridiron Men's Conference this summer in Huntsville, Alabama. All that's in show notes.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.